Hello, everyone, and welcome to this year's Blue Team Summit. Thank you so much for joining us, everybody. We have folks from around the world here, it looks like. I was just watching the summit discussion room here, and it appears we have folks just most recently here. Let me pull it up. Denver, Colorado, we got Arizona, we got Sweden, we got Canada, Alaska, Indianapolis, Indiana, South Korea, Portland, Maine, Minnesota, Nashville, India, Cyprus, all over the place, worldwide, right? I love these events, and I especially love when they're virtual and we can get the entire world with us, all coming together as a industry of cyber defenders. Really, really exciting stuff here, and we have some incredible talks lined up for you. Before we get into that, we have a couple short slides to just give you a quick introduction to how things are going to be working today and some intros on who we are. So let's get to that. So first, who am I? My name is John Hubbard. I will be one of your co-hosts today. I'm a senior instructor here at SANS, been teaching classes here for a number of years in the Blue Team curriculum and then cyber defense curriculum lead. And my co-host today is going to be Gene McGowan, and I'll hand it over to him for a quick intro as well.
Well, like John said, I'm Gene McGowan. I'm also a SANS instructor. And I think you've got good 5 years on me at SANS, I believe.
Couple years.
So little bit trailing behind John here. Happy to be here. It looks like we're going to have a great couple of days.
Yeah, absolutely. So we got some really cool stuff for you here, and I don't want to wait too long to get into it, but we do have some really important information we want to get out to you first. First, everyone should be in the Slack channel. If you want to communicate with everyone that's at the conference, and I'm sure that you do, you want to ask questions to speakers and everything like that, make sure you are in Slack. We're not going to be using Zoom for any of the chat. The code of conduct for this. I know we're all blue teamers, we're all chill, cool people, we're friendly, right? However, in case you run into any kind of unhappy kind of feelings or other kind of harassment or otherwise, which I don't expect to ever really be a problem here, there is a 00 report conduct Slack channel in case you see anyone, spamming or doing anything like that. Consider this a professional event because it is. So, keep it to things like you would do at the office, right? And keep it kind of on the straight and narrow there, and we won't have any problems with anybody. But that's all we have to say about that one. We have our general communications going on for Slack as well. So a couple different channels I want to call out here. We have our announcements channel. We have our summit discussion channel, which is channel number 1. That's just going to be kind of general discussion for whatever's going on, and whoever you want to talk with, that channel is available. If you have any technical issues, we have the help channel. We have the report conduct one as we went through. And then the other one I definitely want to call out is number 1A, questions for speakers. When we have our discussions going on, our talks going on, I'm sure all of you are going to have some great discussion and questions that you want to have with the people who are presenting. And so what we're going to be doing is, as people are presenting, we're going to start a thread in channel 1A. So if you go there, you should see a thread started for any individual conversation. And that's going to make sure that we can keep things kind of sane, because if everyone just kind of types anything wherever the place, it's kind of hard to gather everything and see what's going on. So if you do have a question for the speaker, please reply in the thread related to that particular talk, and then we can get those passed over to those speakers, and you can go back and forth and have discussions with them after the fact as well. For event communications beyond Slack, we have hashtags, the Blue Team Summit hashtag. If you are on Twitter, if you are on LinkedIn, if you're on Mastodon, if you're on any social media at all, right? Blue Team Summit is going to be the thing we would like you to use for that, so we can gather up what you guys are all learning and what you're excited about and what you're seeing in this presentation set that you like. We also have our account on Twitter at SANS Defense as well, if you want to shout us out and bring attention to your tweet, and we would be happy to kind of amplify that and look at some of those things and gather what everyone is like enjoying from this conference. So please use those if you're on social media and talking about the event. One of the really cool things that we have happening here at SANS Summits that I love is we have graphic recordings going on live. So as our presentations are going, we're going to have Ashton Rodenheiser, who is amazing at this, live drawing out visuals of what is being said of in the presentation. Really, really cool stuff. I don't know how you do this. I'm so amazed that you can live just draw out one of these things. I'm constantly staring at these and just incredibly taken aback by how cool they end up. And so everyone can get the 1-page kind of visual summary in the talks if you go to the number 3 graphic recordings channel in Slack during each presentation. We'll be posting those as those get finished up as well. For our summit agenda, we have a morning and an afternoon going on here. We have our keynote coming up in just a moment. We'll have a couple breaks mixed in throughout the day, and we have some really cool talks coming your way. We have some stuff on malware. We have some talks on risk to space satellite communications, things like that, OneNote hunting, and all sorts of exciting kind of topics there before lunch. After lunch, I'm going to be hosting for the very first time a Blueprint Live episode at a summit. So if you're not familiar, I'm the host of the Blueprint podcast as well. I would, love if you wanted to check that out. It's a podcast where I interview people who are doing amazing things in cybersecurity and cyber defense. And so what we're going to be doing for that after lunch panel is I'm going to have the authors of MITRE's 11 strategies of a world-class cybersecurity operations center live here to answer your questions. And this season on the podcast, we've been walking through every single chapter of that book. So especially if you're in security operations, you're a SOC analyst, manager, director, anything like that, definitely want to pay attention to that and check out the whole season. Really excited to do that. We're going to be playing off the crowd and looking for some kind of live back and forth and questions and answers as best we can do in that hour there after lunch. After that, we have a break and we have a few more talks before our wrap up for day one. And then we have an entire second day for you tomorrow. So this is just the exciting stuff happening in one day. So really interested to see what kind of presentations we have coming our way and the tons of knowledge that I'm sure we're all going to gain from this. I know that you're all probably interested in picking up some of these talks and will want to have copies of the presentation. So just so you know, as we are going along here, and definitely by the end of the day, it kind of varies on exactly when we'll get them posted, but we will get these posted and the slides will be available to you in PDF form in your SANS portal account. If you go to your Summit Access page at the end of the day, there should be there around then, and we will have those in a downloadable form so you can take them back to your workplace, print them out, highlight things, whatever you want to do with all those actionable takeaways, right? For our evals, if you have been to a SANS event before, you know that we love having feedback. These are very important to us. We do read through these, and what these are is you telling us what you would like to see more of. So near the end of each day, we are going to drop a link. It is a simple 5-question, check the box, leave a comment if you want to. It's not going to take you more than 1 minute to fill out unless you really want to write a novel to us, which we'd be happy to read as well. But please do fill these out at the end of the day because it's how we know what type of presentations you want to see. We've been doing Blue Team Summits. I think this is, the 5th or 6th one, years in a row, that is. And so we're always trying to make it better. And the best way that we can do that is to hear from you, our audience, what you like and what you want to have more of. So please do take a second to just fill those out at the end of the day. We would greatly appreciate that. All right, getting to our first presentation of the day. So as we go through these things, what I want to point out here before we dive into this keynote, we're going to get into a lot of really cool talks with a lot of deep kind of technical tactics and awesome stuff going on here. But we have now over 1,000 people live, and I know we got thousands of people registered that are probably going to be dipping in and out throughout the day. This is a highly complex technical career, and we're going to have a bunch of awesome talks about that. But do keep in mind the big picture here. Cyber defense is incredibly important. What you do literally on a day-to-day basis is saving businesses, keeping the power on, keeping secure data secure from people who are trying to steal it and ransom it from those kind of folks. We don't want those sort of things happening, right? And learning the tactics that we're going to be talking about through this entire conference and bringing them back to your workplace and applying them really does stop terrible things from happening. So if you've been watching any of the news, right, you know what kind of stuff we're talking about here. So this is serious business. And that's why I'm very excited with this keynote. Eric Conrad is going to be giving us our keynote presentation here. And Eric is someone who probably needs no introduction for many of you. But if you don't know who he is a SANS fellow. He's been teaching here for many years, and he has been in this game for a long time. An individual who has dedicated his entire career to teaching thousands of students through courses and books and just many classes he's taught throughout the years. So incredibly excited to introduce Eric Conrad as our keynote speaker. So I'll pass it over to you. Thanks, Eric.
All right. Thanks, John. I appreciate the introduction. And my name's Eric Conrad. If you haven't met me before, I know I've met many of you based on just kind of following Slack and whatnot. So I met you before. Nice to see you again. And if I haven't met you before, it's great to meet you. So I've spoken at most of the Blue Team Summits, I think. Last time was 2020, which I'm surprised it's been 3 years, but time flies when you're having a pandemic or something like that, right? So anyways, it's good to be back. Good to see everyone. And one of the things I like to do on my talks is make them very actionable. So if you go to the Summit Resources 1B, I linked to every resource I mentioned will be linked there. The EVTX files I'll be showing you and discussing are there. And there's also a follow-on talk. There's two follow-on talks that I plan off of what I'm going to talk about now. One is, well, what you're about to see. I don't want to spoil it too much. Leave only footprints when prevention fails. Like if someone manages to get by your defenses, can they do so silently? The answer is not really. There's always hints there, right? And then you may have, if you've seen my talks previously, you may have seen me talk about Deep Blue CLI. I gave a couple of DerbyCon talks on that, and it was time for a major update to Deep Blue CLI. So that's my next talk, which is in a couple of weeks. I linked to that on channel 1B. So first link is my website, ericconrad.com. Second link is the upcoming webcast on June 29th, I believe. Let me verify that, but I think that's right. Yeah, June 29th on the updated Deep Blue CLI. If you Google that, I've been updating it over the past week or so, most recently, but I plan to do more updates in preparation for that talk. And then later on, I'll give a third talk on how do you actually bypass things like Windows Defender antivirus? Like, how do you get past that? Is it possible? The answer is yes. Is it easy? The answer is no. But I wanted obviously a blue team focus talk for this summit, so I thought I'd focus on this now. All right, there we go. And actionable talk, links are on my website. We're going to focus on Sysmon. If you haven't heard about Sysmon, it's awesome sauce. It's amazing. They're turning into a full-blown EDRs. Sysmon can now block things, which is a pretty radical change, and you may have your EDR currently, and that's fine. Your, a Tanium or things like that. But one of the things I've learned over the years, and I've talked to some friends from Microsoft, is when there's a big incident at a company, Microsoft will often send, you're like a Fortune 500, Microsoft will send someone in to talk to you. And lessons learned. If you know the incident handling process, lessons learned, of course, right? The final step in incident handling is lessons learned. How do we improve next time? How do we make it better next time? How could we not catch the incident, but avoid the incident next time? Lessons learned. Never skip the lessons learned phase. Never, never, never. Okay, the biggest mistake incident handlers do is they don't have a lessons learned phase, right? And you want your executives in. If it's a serious incident, you want your executives in there, your leadership in there. If it's a big incident, maybe your senior leadership in there. Because one of the things as I've traveled this world over the decades of my career, focusing on information security, and that's literally true. And I talk to people like you around the world. And I've been all over the world in this amazing journey I've been on with SANS and consulting and whatnot. The number one complaint I hear from people like you is management's not listening. We know what to do. We just need them to support us, And the thing about incident handling, if it's a serious incident, guess what? You have their attention. They're paying attention to you. So don't skip that step, right? And when Microsoft comes in, I have a good friend at Microsoft, a senior PM. He's like, Eric, every time it's the same slide deck. Turn on the stuff you already bought. Turn on the things you already paid for. Everyone wants to chase that shiny box, and the shiny box is now ChatGPT and artificial intelligence, machine learning, and that's going to absolve us of all our other sins. Yeah, our operations are sloppy. Yeah, we're not really doing blue team properly. Yeah, our SOC is mediocre. And I'm not putting, none of that is aimed at the people in the SOC. It's not their fault, by the way. I have a lot of thoughts on that. They've been often given an unfair fight, right? But my friend from Microsoft, Mark, is like, if they simply turned on the stuff they already paid for, it wouldn't have happened. Right. So I'm not saying don't go out and buy Carbon Black or a Tanium or Sentinel One. That's all great stuff. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, but before you buy that next thing, that next shiny box, right? We call it the shiny box syndrome. How about you just turn on the stuff you already bought, or turn on the stuff that comes for free with the stuff you bought? Sysmon. Sysmon's not installed by default. I wish it was, believe me, on Windows, but it's a free download from Microsoft. It gives you EDR style capabilities. It keeps getting more and more amazing all the time. Like if you blink, you'll miss it. 3 months, 6 months is a long time for Sysmon. They update very aggressively. Unlike the greater Microsoft, sysinternals are a little fiefdom within Microsoft. They update very aggressively. If you haven't been paying attention for the past 6 months, you may have missed some pretty awesome stuff I'm about to talk about, right? So I have the EVTX files on my website, ericconrad.com, and I have some sample commands, PowerShell commands for parsing them. Deep Blue CLI will also parse them, and I'll talk about that in a couple of weeks, right? All right. Went too far. There you go. Sorry. I'll get this right. All right, so I'm going to talk about C2 framework. Sorry about that. And I know this is an eye chart. We call it an eye chart when the font's so small you can't read it, but it's an eye chart by design. This is the rise of C2 frameworks, command and control, C2, of course, right? And it's an eye chart because there's so many of them. And this is a very partial list. So in the old days, we had Metasploit, right? And you've got like, a whole bunch of stuff. Sliver's a big one coming up now, and a bunch of other stuff. And Cobalt Strike, of course, is like the hotness right now, right? But if you look at all of them, you've got maybe 100, a lot, right? A lot. And by the way, I can't watch comments right now. I'm seeing them scroll by. I'll circle around for questions later, just FYI, right? And these frameworks are massive in quantity, the amount of them, right? And what people end up doing is that, okay, let's find out how to detect Cobalt Strike. Let's find out how to detect Carbon Sliver, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And instead of chasing individual frameworks, let's look at what they all seem to do. Because they all seem to do very similar things. And whether you're using Sliver or Metasploit or Cobalt Strike or whatever, they all act in very similar ways. So command and control is what happens after you get in, what happens after you break in, how people move laterally, how they escalate their privileges from a non-admin account. On Windows, we call those loser accounts. Yes, I know it's a bit of an insult, but if you're a non-admin user on Windows as a penetration tester, as I am, you're a loser account. I'm sorry. You realize I realize I spent most of my life using Windows as a user, as a loser, but that's no insult intended, but that's what we call them in the industry, loser accounts. You want to raise yourself to admin. You want to get local admin. You want to steal hashes. You want to steal tokens. You want to elevate to ideally domain admin, all that stuff, right? These frameworks help you get there. And I love this. They have a handy map graphic. Team Cymru, that's the Cymru is the Welsh word for Wales. I know that because I lived in Wales for a year in college. I know it doesn't look like Cymru when you see that in English, but Welsh is a strange language. W is a vowel in Welsh. Who knew? And if you are Welsh, I know I'm not pronouncing Cymru exactly right, but I haven't been there for a while, so spare me. I'm better than most Americans, I'd have to say. And every once a month they update this graph, and Cobalt Strike is the king. Cobalt Strike is the hotness. Pen testers use it, both authorized and not. Your networks are pen tested every day. You just don't get the report at the end of the day, right? And Cobalt Strike is interesting. They won't sell to blue teamers. Yeah, they won't. If you're a professional pen tester, as I am, and you go to Cobalt Strike and you ask to purchase Cobalt Strike, they'll say no. And I know this firsthand experience. They wouldn't sell it to me. I am a pen tester, but let's face it, I do mostly blue team. I'm more well known on the blue team side. I'm here now, Blue Team Summit. So it's not hard to figure out who I am if you're in information security, especially if you're doing blue team stuff. I'm not hard to find. I'd heard the rumor that they won't sell to blue teamers, and I have an inference on why. And here's the inference on why. They don't want us detecting it. They don't want us to be better at detecting it. Well, that sounds like a you problem, Cobalt Strike. That's a you problem. It's not a me problem. And by the way, I have friends with Cobalt Strike, so it doesn't really matter. This being recorded, don't repeat that. And Viper just jumped up. What's interesting, if you look at them on Twitter and follow this graph over the chart over the past year or so, Metasploit's always like number 2 or 3 every time. And I find that interesting. Because if you talk to the cool kids on Twitter, the cool InfoSec kids, they're like, oh, Metasploit, how very year 2000, Conrad. Oh boy, look at you using this dated tool. I'm like, it's always detected by my EDR. I'm like, yeah, if you use default values, sure. If you use the defaults, every EDR will shoot that thing down dead. Yeah, agreed. In other words, don't use the defaults. It's like default values in any tool. I just ran into a bunch of them before this talk. I can't talk about all of them, but most of them on this slide, yes, including Cobalt Strike. Yes, I have access. If you use defaults, the EDRs, even Windows Defender antivirus, which is totally awesome, by the way. You may have some antivirus, some EDR you have at work, but for personal use at home, stop paying for antivirus. Windows Defender antivirus is legitimately awesome. It is really hard to get past. And if you get past it, it's gonna light up like a Christmas tree in your logs. I don't know any way to get past it without lighting everything up. Believe me, I spent a lot of time on this. You can get past it. You can get past all of them, right? But don't use defaults if you're a pen tester. And so Metasploit, I was surprised. I would have thought Metasploit would have been lower down because maybe the cool kids on Twitter, InfoSec Twitter, aren't the actual. They're not. They're a very small subset, a very vocal and popular subset, but they're a small subset. And it turns out controversy sells. The more controversial you are, the more followers you get, and that feedback loop is destroying the world. By the way, I won't go too far down that rabbit hole. I have thoughts on that. But the cool kids on InfoSec Twitter are like, oh, Metasploit is very 2010, 2000. I'm like, maybe it's because I'm very handy with it. I can get past virtually any EDR with Metasploit because beyond all the amazing controls you have, I have source code too. And source code access gets you past just about anything. Because once you have the source code, the vendor is like a quick Metasploit trick. You have to have a template file. And any person who's been using Metasploit since way back, as I have, an exe to base your final exe on, presuming you're creating an exe, right? And there's a template file used by Metasploit, and the EDR vendors detect that template famously. They've been doing this for 15 years. So in other words, use a different template. You can use any exe you want. And if you simply change that template, half the EDRs lose it, right? And then they'll detect, that also throws off the imp hash. Now hold that thought on the imp hash, the import hash. Import hash is amazing. And Sysmon gives you that too. So they'll detect the template, they'll detect the imp hash of the template, and hold that thought on the imp hash, import hash. And they traditional antivirus, even the current EDRs, they often fall back on simple, dumb tricks that once you see them are easy to dodge. Now, I famously made Mimikatz, right? You've heard of Mimikatz. This is years ago. I created Mimi Dogs. Now, many people have created Mimi Dogs, MIMIDOGZ. It's an obvious thing, you know. I heard that nation states were altering the Mimikatz. Mimikatz will dump the hashes and dump the tokens and plain text passwords on Windows 8 and older if it hasn't been hardened, et cetera. And I heard that, you know, nation states were evading EDR by altering Mimikatz. And I'm like, okay, how hard is that? So I changed Mimi. I literally changed cat to dog. I did a streaming edit set across the source code, recompiled. And it went from like 80% detection on virus total to 5% just by changing cat to dog, right? And many people have done Mimi Dogs. I believe I was the first. That's not a terribly original idea. Let's be honest. But changing cat to dog went from 80% to 5% detection. And it's been like that forever. So all these vendors take shortcuts. And what's the easiest way to detect Mimikatz? Well, it turns out someone decided the string Mimikatz was a good way because it's all over the source code, right? Don't use defaults. And this happens a lot. So Sliver was the hotness. If you've been following, C2 frameworks, they rise and they fall, they rise and they fall. And Cobalt Strike is normally in the top spot lately. And then Sliver bumped up from being not even on that graph to number 2. And guess what? All the EDR vendors started detecting Sliver. And then it fell down. And then, another one pops up and then it falls down. Another one pops up and it falls down. It's like a balloon rising and falling, right? And a hot air balloon. And so what happens is, I'm like, hey, pen test buddies, this Sliver's the hotness. Use that. It's great. Doesn't get detected by anyone. And enough people start using Sliver that someone at Microsoft's, Windows Defender antivirus was like creating signatures for Sliver, whatever Sliver. And often it's literally like strings. It's not always that simple, but they do simple things. Once you see it, right? And now it's Viper. Now it's this, now it's that, right? And so I realized, like, instead of chasing, because there's over 100 of them, you don't want necessarily Viper rules and Cobalt Strike rules and Metasploit rules. In your sim, I mean, you want like, let's detect what they do. Like, what do they actually do? What are the techniques they use? And let's figure out the techniques, not the tool per se, because that tool is going to be different next month. It's going to change again and again and again. You can spend your whole career whacking moles, you know, don't whack moles, which is like Sliver versus Viper versus whatever. Let's figure out because what do you want to do as a pen tester? I want to get in, I want to get some access. And if it's not admin access, if it's loser access on Windows, I want to raise my privileges to system locally. And then I want to become, that's local. By a system, I'm now God on that one system. That one system may be some dumb desktop that I don't actually care about. That's not the crown jewels, probably. Now, if it's the CEO's desktop, sure. It's some random, food service worker's desktop or secretary, probably not so much. Then I want to raise privileges to system, and then I want to get at domain access. I want to move laterally, right? And if you look at all that, they all do very, very similar things. Sometimes the exact same things. Like get system on Sliver versus get system on Metasploit, same event logs, same logs. So let's step back from that whole chart, eye chart I showed you. Listen, what do these things all commonly do? If we drew like, a Venn diagram of what they do, let's focus on the overlap, right? That way we're not chasing Sliver or Viper or whatever. We're chasing the fundamental techniques, and that's what this talk is about. And can someone get through despite all your awesome prevention? If you hear you're tuned into security, you've heard about the Blue Team Summit, you're actually dedicating 2 days of your life to this awesome stuff that I love, I live and breathe, and I sense you love that too. I suspect your organization's controls, your prevention is very good. If you're simply here, certainly it's better than average. You're the company you work with, right? The organization. Is a perfect no. Nobody's is. Nobody's is. Nobody's prevention is perfect, right? SolarWinds went undetected by how many Fortune 500s for how long, right? How long was that? Like, it turns out over a year, like 100-something Fortune 500s had SolarWinds compromised, and they didn't know it. So all of our prevention fails. Let's be honest. Everyone in this room, every company, every organization on the planet, our prevention fails, right? So if we know that, what then? What happens when you fail? What happens when prevention fails? And the answer is, of course, detect. Detection isn't sexy, believe me. It's a grind. SOCs are expensive. SIMs are expensive. They're expensive in OpEx, time. And our senior leadership hates OpEx, operational dollars, right? You have capital dollars, operational dollars, CapEx and OpEx. CapEx is very controllable. I'll buy this shiny box for $100,000, right? But OpEx, and then I'm pretty much done. Yeah, there's a maintenance, there's support for like 5% a year or something. And this takes some staff to run it, but my firewall's firewalling right now. I'm not even thinking about it. That's a heavy CapEx control of firewalls. OpEx is time. And I've been around decades now. I'm not exaggerating. First generation rootkit hit my company in 1993. Yeah, 30 years ago. 30 years in InfoSec, which is astonishing for me to say that. I don't feel that old, but the universe clearly disagrees, right? And it's been a wild ride. It's been amazing, right? And I've seen a series of executive leadership try to automate detection and put it in a box. And now I'm sure ChatGPT or something like that will. I'm not buying it. I'm still not buying it, right? It takes blood, sweat, and tears and time, right? And first of all, you need the logs. Sunlight is the best disinfectant. William Brandeis said that at Brandeis University fame in the US. He wasn't talking about InfoSec because InfoSec didn't exist then. He was talking about government transparency, but sunlight is the best disinfectant. Malware festers in the darkness. Let's add some sunlight. And I was talking to some fellow SANS instructors, and Jean-Francois, I asked, hey, is it actually possible? I know some smart people. I'm very blessed to know smart people, at SANS. And I asked a bunch of SANS instructors on our Slack, I'm like, can you actually get past without triggering any logs? Is it actually possible? And Jean-Francois and his friend Randy gave a talk on this, and it's 4D chess. they bend time and space. So if you want to see like the hard level, like the turbo level of when everything goes wrong, when it's the defender's worst possible day, you want to have your brain hurt as a blue teamer, watch that talk. I'm like, you can do what? But that's like they gave themselves this mind challenge of what is the perfect case for an attacker and the worst case for a defender. And then as a defender, what do you do then? If you want to see 4D chess, I was blown away. Check it out. So let's look at what they all commonly do, right? They'll raise their privileges. They'll do DL injection, steal tokens, impersonate tokens. What's a token? A token is a security access token. It's a thing that gives you your domain privileges for a local process. So presuming you are a domain user on Windows, of course, and you log in, every process you launch has this little attribute attached to it called a token, and it gives your domain privileges to that token. The thing about tokens that's interesting, and it's still true today, I've tested this in the past few weeks, tokens linger. Like a domain admin can log in through RDP, which is very dangerous from a token perspective, by the way. They can log in via RDP, patch your box, and then log out. You're thinking, okay, that's a good news scenario. The box is fully patched, but they left the token behind. Those tokens linger for a long time. They linger in many cases, at least for RDP, until reboot. And the problem with the token is they can be stolen. Because remember, if I want to get system, there it is on the left there. System is the most powerful account on a Windows system, right? It's more powerful than local admin. All your system processes run as well system, hence the name, right? But if I break into a random desktop that's for a not important, a person that's not my target, their data's not my target, that person's not my target, but I'm behind that firewall, right? At least one firewall. System means I'm God on that system, which is, believe me, as a pen tester, we do the happy dance, right? I do. I still get the endorphin rush, the adrenaline rush when the first person clicks. That's the first adrenaline rush. And I have some agent running on their system. Yes, I do the happy dance. And then I labor to become system. That's a second happy dance. But now, the thing about pen testing is that burst of adrenaline wears off real fast when the next challenge sets in. CTFs are the same thing, by the way. You score those points, you're like, yes. And you realize there's a lot more points to score. Like, And so the adrenaline rush wears off quickly. So now I'm system, happy dance. Okay, now what? Well, I don't actually care about that box. I care about what that box can get me. So how can I leverage? How can I pivot? How can I move laterally, right? And the best way to do it is to, as the old saying goes, when you call hacking, I call logging in, right? Pen testers don't shoot off thousands of exploits. Ideally, the best pen test is one exploit only. Then what you call hacking, I call logging in, right? It's true. That's a dirty secret of pen testing. We just steal credentials. It's hardly worth calling it hacking at that point. I'm just logging in, right? And so I want to log in. The best way to log in, well, of course, a password would be great. In Windows 8 and older, that was easier, way easier. But Microsoft's gotten smart about that, right? Windows 10, Windows 11, they're legitimately secure. But so how do I, if I don't have your password, or I don't have your hash, or I can't crack your hash, what do I do? Well, steal your token. So I want to steal a token. Process migration is often overlooked as a critical element of pen testing. Let's say I upload some agents and I'm running. I have a very fragile foothold. Let's say I polymorphically encode some exe and get it past your EDR. And I'm attached to something like hello.exe. You always call it something innocuous, hello.exe. And often with these frameworks, if you can polymorphically encode an exe and run it, it'll still work. The hotness years ago, as I'll talk about, was PowerShell. PSExec, well, PowerShell too. PSExec for moving laterally. PSExec was the hotness. All the frameworks use PSExec, another fine tool by sysinternals. And then the EDR vendors got really good at stomping that. They got really good at stomping PSExec style lateral movement, right? Very good. It turns out sometimes you return to the old ways. You might think an EXE is pretty weird, dated way to do it. But if you polymorphically encode it, you can get in. I've done it recently against a bunch of frameworks, right? A bunch of EDRs. But now you're running in this very vulnerable spot. And what you realize with the EDR vendors, especially Microsoft, is they update constantly. Like I can't tell you the back and forth. We a lot of this is built on Security 511, right? Security 511, I'm co-author of along with Seth Meisner. The scenario I'm about to show you is based on Security 511, right? And in Security 511, I spent a lot more time going through what actually happened, bypassing EDR. And when I built that whole bypassing Microsoft Defender antivirus, when I built that whole thing out, I had the whole thing working, like I built the slides. The whole thing was working beginning to end. And I had a series of these fragmented snapshots because I'm like, okay, do this snapshot and my VM, right? I'm creating logs. And I realized I had like 17 snapshots and I wanted like one snapshot with all the logs continuously, right? One snapshot, all the logs. So I ran through the exact same scenario again. And by the way, I turned off like these EDR vendors have like an upload to the cloud option, like upload this malware to Microsoft and let us analyze it for you. And I turned that off because I don't want them seeing what I'm doing. I don't want them knowing my polymorphic encoding and the way I got past and dodged the bullets. That was turned off. So I built the whole thing out with 17 snapshots. I ordered one more clean, just one snapshot beginning to end. I ran through the whole thing. Windows Defender stopped it, having never seen it, right? Interesting. So they're very good at detecting this stuff, right? Give them credit where it's due. But then I had to dodge this, as a saying from the Matrix goes, right? Trinity said, dodge this, I dodged that, right? Check out the EVTX files, slavery and Metasploit, they're in there. And a quick, I won't bore you too much on, waste too much of your time, I should say, on Sysmon. You've probably heard of Sysmon. It's awesome sauce. You should have it. In a Windows environment, turn it on. And don't be like the cool InfoSec kid saying, oh, well, I have this, I have that, I have Carbon Black, that's all good. I'm not knocking any of that, by the way. I'm not. Awesome stuff. But people often overlook that. They kind of condescendingly look down on some of the free tools as being somehow not professional or not cool enough. And if it's not built in, but if it's free from Microsoft and it plays well with your SIM, and it costs you virtually nothing other than some time to get it tuned up, why not turn it on? A common question I get, it's a fair question. Well, if I have Carbon Black or Tanium or Sentinel-1 or one of these products, do I actually need this? I'm like, I don't care how you get there. I want you to have visibility. Remember, sunlight is the best disinfectant, right? If you have the same visibility with some other tool, great. But do you really, be honest with yourself. Do you really have the same visibility? If you do, no worries. And just like, I'm not going to focus on Sliver versus Microsoft versus whatever. I don't particularly care how you're getting the visibility. If you already have the visibility, fine. Just make sure it's seeing the things I'm going to talk about next, right? And Sysmon, for me, is a low-hanging fruit to get that visibility, right? Just there. And amazing visibility. It gives you stuff that no other form of default Windows logging gets you, right? Process creation, network events, DNS query is often overlooked, but totally amazing. You know which process made that DNS request. That is gold. Like more advanced SOCs log DNS. You should. Many SOCs log DNS for correlation, tying this event to that event. Sure, the firewall did this. DNS says that. That's all fine. I like DNS as threat hunting source. Like, just give me all your DNS requests. I can do threat hunting based purely on DNS, right? So DNS is amazing. Your SOC should have access to DNS events. But if I log on my bind server, or I log through Zeek, or I log through the Windows DNS server, I know the IP that made the request. Sysmon gives you the IP, the host name, and the process that made the request. That is gold. Solid gold, often overlooked. Registry changes, malware always, not always, very, very commonly changes the registry. It's super common to change the registry. File creation events, WMI is the hotness now. So PSExec was the hotness for moving laterally. WMI, Windows Management Instrumentation Console or Command Line, WMIC, you may have heard of, right? The thing about PSExec to use laterally, it's loud. If I PSExec to a system that's never received PSExec before, you create a service. That's a loud event. Service creation events are loud. So that's like a heavier footprint. PSExec is from Microsoft, but it's not built in, right? It's not built in by default. You have to install it. So piezoelectric is loud. It requires extra software. WMI is built in, silent, and the logging was terrible. The logging was with native logging on Windows. WMI has no logging, essentially, no logging of use to a SOC. The only way to log WMI without Sysmon is like this debug level logging. There's not even EBTX form. It'd be brutal to import that into a SIM. Like pulling that into Splunk, the default non-Sysmon logging is awful, right? You'd have to write like PowerShell scripts to pre-parse it and turn it into something. It'd be a heavy lift. Or use Sysmon. What's nice about Sysmon is when Mark Vasinovich sees like things happening in the Ukraine, malware being dropped in the Ukraine using new techniques, he updates Sysmon within sometimes weeks, right? Sometimes weeks. And malware started using WMI very heavily in certain nation states, including the nation state involved in Ukraine. You know what I'm talking about. Started using WMI heavily a few years ago. And he updated, and he realized there was no logging, no usable logging. He knows, like I know, like you know, sunlight is the best disinfectant. He had a WMI logging, right? We'll talk more about WMI. File deletion is fantastic. Even this just for your layer 8 events. We know layer 8, right? Layer 8 is the mistake. The OSI model has 7 layers. I've been petitioning them to add layer 8. I'm not really, but layer 8 is the mistake. You know, they call it a picnic problem in share, not a computer, right? The user makes a mistake. They fat finger something. They delete something. So file deletion will log when a file is deleted and optionally archive a copy on top. That's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. And I've had all my clients deploy these things. And hilariously, when they got hit with, one of them got hit with ransomware, and the ransomware was deleting all the files, they were auto-archived, every one. It's like, we just had like a Z drive, like some 8 terabyte Z drive. Drives are cheap, right? And we just said Z colon, you know, Sysmon, we mapped it to. And ransomware here to compute. And I told them, I said, watch that Z drive. So a shared drive, any file gets deleted, go. And there's some privacy issues there, obviously. So make sure that's in an area where there's sensitivity to the privacy involved. And in Europe, talk to your lawyers. And I'm not a lawyer. I don't know anything. I'm no GDPR expert. So tread carefully from a privacy standpoint, but from an operational standpoint, setting those concerns aside, solid gold. So not only did they have all their computers logging into Z colon / Sysmon, right? It was Z colon host name Sysmon, I think. I said, write a script. I wrote them the script. If there's a huge explosion of files appearing there, set off an alert. And suddenly like 10,000 files appeared in like 3 minutes flat. And sure, ransomware was doing its thing. The whole thing was backed up automatically, and it was all detected automatically. Pretty cool. None of that cost any, my consulting fee cost some money, but that was all built-in stuff and a little scripting. Clipboard change. I found this interesting. I would never turn this on. I don't know why they added it. Must be some ransomware that does this, but it logs everything that is copied into the clipboard, including my password manager's passwords. It's like, that's a bizarre thing to add. I wouldn't add that. Process tampering is amazing. I won't get too far into it. I don't have time, but normally you map a file and then antivirus, when you're going to load an exe, it's mapped on the drive, right? And when you map it, your EDR jumps in and scans that thing. But what if I map it, EDR comes in, EDR leaves, and then I remap it and I go, right? Turns out you'll bypass all kinds of stuff that way. It's called hollow herpaderp. I could talk for an hour on that. I won't, but catches that too. Cutting edge stuff. And file block executable and file block shredding. This is based on actions in Russia, Russian malware in Ukraine. This is in November. They realized they were shredding, because any forensic person knows you delete a file, you can undelete it. You shred a file. So delete just removes the file, the entry in the file allocation table. Shredding overwrites, then deletes. If you simply delete, the file's still there in unallocated space, as I'm sure most of you know. But if you shred, overwrite, then delete, it's actually gone forensically. It's gone. And nation states started doing that, and you can now block these actions. So Sysmon can now block, and that's a watershed moment. That's and this, I'm sure there's more to come. And if you know the history of Microsoft, if you fall back way back, like way back in the Stone Age, Microsoft had no network stack built in. You had to pay separate for that, right? You know, I would fly my pterodactyl to work, and then we install NetWare, and then It literally couldn't do TCP/IP on its own, and now of course it can. And it didn't have antivirus on its own, and now it does. It didn't have a firewall. You had to pay for antivirus. You had to pay for firewall separately. You had to pay for good memory management going way back. It's all built in now. That's the trend. And so Microsoft starts shoving out these third-party companies by making these controls built in. Guess what? EDR vendors, buckle up. You're going for a ride, right? And one of my favorite things, it's hard to pick one. It's like picking your favorite child. But one of my favorite features of Sysmon is imphash, because it's trivial to change the SHA-256 hash of a file. You can literally add one bit. If I change Mimi cats to Mimi dogs, obviously the SHA-256 hash is going to change. So detecting the SHA-256 hash, or whatever hash you want to detect, that's trivial. I can literally add one bit. That's nothing, right? So it turns out Mandiant came up with this amazing idea. And sometimes the most powerful ideas are simple. What if we don't hash the bits, hash the DLLs, the names of them, and the order they're loaded? And that simple idea is super powerful. Now, there's the thing called the perfect solution fallacy. When I describe something like this, somebody who's committing the perfect solution fallacy raises their hand. I'm talking at a talk or something. You'd be too polite to do this, but sometimes people do. Oh, Eric, certainly the nation state would change the list of DLLs. They would alter the order or add an extra one and change the import hash, and therefore this is pointless. And that's called the perfect solution fallacy. And some people spend their entire career committing the perfect solution fallacy. When you see someone committing the perfect solution fallacy, maybe you're not as blunt as I am. I call them out. I tell them that's a perfect solution fallacy. Because yes, of course you could bypass this, but you could bypass your firewall. You can bypass the antivirus. You can bypass patching. Right? And if you truly believe that a solution is not useful unless it's perfect in all use cases, which is what they're stating by saying they'll change the DLL, so why bother? Well, why bother with the firewall? Why bother with the antivirus? Why bother with patching? They all fail too, right? So if you truly believe the perfect solution fallacy, you wouldn't do anything because everything fails. But yet you still have your firewall, you still have your antivirus, etc. So what's the perfect solution fallacy really used for? It's designed to stop change. Stop necessary change. There's something in the human condition that resists change. And people sit on change management boards, stopping change, delaying change. These people are actually corrosive to your environment. They're toxic. They may be good people, they may be well-intended. So when you start suggesting Sysmon, if someone rises up and says, hey, well, they can get past that. Maybe you're not as blunt as I am. I would call them on the perfect solution fallacy. Say, listen, we have a firewall. That fails. We have antivirus. Get the idea. And let's look at some modern attack tools. IM Packet uses WMI. The nation states have moved on to that. Very silent unless you're proper logging. A quick analysis of password spraying. And this is a much shortened version of what we give you in Security 511, the new giant module we have in 511, which I'm pretty excited about. Brand new, by the way. I'm going to omit EDR because if I include EDR and everything else, this talk will be 8 hours. And I would actually happily talk for 8 hours, but we have other speakers who are just as awesome. So you get me going on this stuff, I'll go on for days. You can probably get that sense, right? So I won't, there's another talk. So right now, this talk is on what you're seeing now. The next talk is on Deep Blue CLI, detecting this stuff automatically through PowerShell framework. And the third talk is how I got past everything, more red team focus. That's coming up, right? But yes, you can get past it, but I lit the logs up like a Christmas tree, And 511 covers all that. WMI is quiet. It works by default. It's built in. PSExec is not built in. Again, the EDR frameworks are using PSExec previously, and that was going gangbusters 5 years ago. That was the hotness. And the EDR vendors caught on, and I tried hard to get past Microsoft Windows Defender antivirus. Windows Defender is a whole ecosystem of products now, including, well, antivirus. And I like to pick on Windows Defender antivirus, one, because it's so good, and two, because you have it. You have easy access to it. Defending Carbon Black versus Tanium versus Sentinel-1. Now I'm speaking to a smaller subset of this audience. We all have Windows Defender, or certainly you could on some test laptop for free. So I like that as a good test case. It's a fantastic EDR, and everyone has access to it. Let's focus on that, right? And it's just as good as the others, by the way. It's very good. As far as antivirus goes anyways, top notch. I could not get malicious PSExec past Windows Defender. I tried. I tried. So I went to WMI and it worked beautifully. Windows Management Instrumentation. So I did password spray. Of course, you know, password spraying is password guessing is one account, 1,000 passwords, and your account lockup manages that pretty well. Password spraying is one password, 1,000 accounts. And if you time that right, it'll work. And if you time it right, account lockout doesn't matter. Not traditional account lockout, right? So I did the traditional thing. When you do a pen test, you create a word list. You always want to do spring, summer, fall, winter, or autumn, you know, spring, summer, fall / autumn, winter, year, exclamation point, right? Because if your company's password policy is not change every 90 days, uppercase, lowercase number symbol, winter 2023 with a capital W and a bang on the end works. You also try sports teams, always, always, always. In Boston, you would try Red Sox and Patriots and Celtics and Bruins, right? You tune your word list in. If you do that, those ones you're looking at right here, if I have enough users, almost always work. Almost always, unless they're doing something smart, like have it pwned and checking their hashes, that almost always works, right? That's a complex password, haha, right? Users take those shortcuts, they do. And I use this neat tool called Hydra, and I get in. Yay, happy dance, right? I get in. Happy dance, winter with a 2023 bang, right? Now I'm in. Just quick aside, I'm going to focus on Sysmon, but 0 logs. If someone fails to log in 10,000 odd times, 11,280 times, if something fails to log in 11,380 times, your SOC should know. And by default, they won't. And I'll hear, oh, Eric, people fail to log in every day. Yeah, but not 11,380 times, you know? No. If something fails to log in 11,380 times, someone's trying to hack you or something's broken, right? Something's broken. And I call this the broken windows theory of network engineering. The broken windows theory of network engineering, if let's say it's not malicious, some script, some automated something is just banging, 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 banging 24/7. You wouldn't actually know on a login until you turn that on. If you turn that in, you're blown away with hundreds of thousands of logs. If the moment you turn it on, you see that, it's probably not malicious. It's probably just a mistake, layer 8. But good security helps operations. I call it the broken windows theory of network engineering. Good security goes hand in hand with operations. When you fix the small stuff, the easier stuff gets better. And when you start sniffing packets and looking at stuff like this, you'll fix all kinds of operational issues that people might have been unaware of. Because the system's working, but not very well, or it's not working at all, right? So by default, you don't know it. Turn that on. That's built in. No sysmon needed for that. The link's on my website, ericconrad.com. And we had credentials now. We shot straight in with WMI exec, shot straight in, no problem. This is with Windows Defender antivirus running, by the way. Bang. So with an EDR running, straight in. And logging was by default non-existent, right? And now I have this shell and I'm running commands. So now it turns out I am an admin locally. It turns out Gata, Fgata, Battlestar Galactica theme in 5.11, by the way. Gata managed the LAN when they were hacked by the Silence. I'm a nerd. Your key powers of inference probably told you I'm a nerd. Right. Guilty as charged. Nerd is a compliment. Geek is a compliment in my world, by the way. Call me a nerd and a geek all you want. I'm a local admin. Great. So that's easy enough, but I want more, right? I want more. And here is event 1. This is command line auditing. Command line auditing is the #1. And if you look down there, you'll see the IMPASH. When it says hashes, etc., you'll see an IMPASH, right? IMPASH is the awesome sauce, right? So Sysmon gives you can get the hash of every running process in your entire Windows environment. The IMPASH of every running process and every DLL, if you choose to, in your entire Windows environment using a free tool. That's amazing. That gives you massive visibility. It turns your entire Windows network into a massively distributed application-aware IDS. It does. And the IMPASH, as you'll see, is amazing. And notice that command line, CMD/Q, and it's mapping to the admin $ share. What it's doing is it's running a command and then sending the data to an admin share. Now, admin shares are used day-to-day all the time, but CMD redirecting output to the admin share hundreds or thousands of times tied to one process, that's not normal. That's not normal. It's very silent unless you turn on command line auditing. Now, there's a Windows Event 4688 that's built in the security log that gets that. That's not Command line auditing is not turned on by default on Windows, but Windows 7 and higher, you can turn it on or get Sysmon. And the benefit of Sysmon is you get the hashes. The hashes are amazing. You also see what process launched what. And here you'll see CMD was launched by WMI. See that right here? At the bottom, parent image, parent command line, parent user. WMI launched CMD rather. Telltale sign. This will catch whole swaths of C2 frameworks, whole swaths of them. And IM Packet and WMI exec are used by nation states, pen testers, both authorized and not. And just I want to focus on that command line. So command line auditing gets you that visibility. If I had one event, if you put a gun to my head in a SOC and said, you get one event, what do you get? I said, okay, Sysmon event 1. If I only get one, of course you get more than one. I want Sysmon event 1 because it gets me what launched what, every command running and the hashes. That's crazy visibility. Now, here's, again, people might stop this change. You suggest turning on command line auditing, and this comes up all the time with my clients, with my students. Well, we tried that and they said no. Why? We could leak passwords that way. We could leak keys that way. It turns out your developers or admins routinely type passwords or keys or send them via scripts on the command line. Okay. One, that's very dangerous to do. If you're literally like, I want to add a user. If I add a user by adding the username and the password as command line flag, I'm not talking passwords that are typed in a password prompt. I'm talking passwords that are flags. One, that's dangerous. If I type PS at that moment or task list, I'll see it. It's there in memory. The history command will show it to me on Bash and PowerShell. So if you're typing passwords on the command line and left in your history file, whether PowerShell or Bash, that's a risk. Have you ever considered that risk? And the last line I just came up with when I thought about this talk is, the road to information security hell is paved with good intentions. That's dangerous to turn on. We could log passwords, so we won't. And therefore, you missed what I just showed you on the last slide. Well, that's a pretty high price to pay. And why exactly are you sharing passwords on the command line? Because there's other ways to do it. So this comes up all the time. API keys, passwords. If you say no to command line auditing, it's the best event. I want a really good rationale. And I created a polymorphic payload. This one bypassed, and I didn't use defaults. And I actually omitted some stuff. I used a different template file, right? Bypassed Windows Defender. Windows Defender later caught it, having never seen it. Changed a few things. I added, see that -I16? I made a dash iterations. I made it 20 and got past it again. I changed 16 to 20 and slid right past again. And when they catch 20, I'll do 24 or 21 or whatever, right? Maybe I'll go back to 1 just to mix things up, right? And file block. Now, notice this. Here's a SHA-1 hash. I created this thing polymorphically. Polymorphic means many shapes. It's going to change every time. So the SHA-1 hash is going to change every time. The imp hash is the same every time, right? So I Googled the imp hash, and Google is the world's best password cracker. It is. 0 hits on the SHA-1 hash, but the imp hash gets 46 hits. Yeah, 46 hits. And this is true for Sliver. This is true for Viper. This is true for Metasploit, imp hash. Simple. It's dead simple. The list of DLLs and their names and the order they're loaded. Again, I could change that, but guess what? Plenty of people don't, because 46 sandboxes caught that. That means more than 46 pen testers didn't change the imp hash. Dead simple. Amazing, amazing stuff. Love the imp hash. And it even said it was Metasploit, right? Here's hybrid analysis. I just Googled the hash. It's Metasploit. Great. Imp hash, right? And by the way, when you change the template file in Metasploit, you change the imp hash too. Simple. Pro tip, right? Another thing is I called it hello.exe to make it innocuous. It's unsigned. 99% of software is now, well, at least from Microsoft, is signed. Do low quality vendors make software that's not signed? Yeah. And the bigger question I have is, why are you buying that software? Because that's extremely immature. It's a sign of low code quality if they're not signing it. So if you're paying a vendor for a program and they're not signing it, take a step back and say why. Because a code signing says Microsoft signed it and it hasn't changed, or Adobe signed it and it hasn't changed, or Google signed it and it hasn't changed. When you run notepad.exe, the signature says Microsoft created it, it has not changed. Those are important things to consider. If you're buying software that's not signed, that's a sign of low quality. Call them out. I'm more blunt than most, right? So if you look for unsigned anything, you'll find stuff. You'll chase some gooses around. That's fine. But you catch stuff too, right? They dump the hashes. They raise their privileges to system using the handy get system. I did the same thing on Sliver, by the way. And they dumped the hashes and they ran off against the tokens and chased the tokens and all that, stole tokens, impersonated tokens, all that good stuff. And they migrate, process migration. So right now I'm attached to hello.exe. I have a very tenuous foothold, right? Very tenuous foothold. And then I want to get out of that because EDF can kill that. If hello.exe dies, I die, right? Shell will drop. So if I migrate, I'm a DLL attached to hello.exe. I unattach and then reattach to something else. Something like WinLogon or something. That's not going to go away, right? That's what I did. Now let's detect that. And both of these events, hash dump and the migrate to WinLogon, trigger create remote thread. Another Sysmon, a favorite of mine. Create remote thread, right? Here it is here. You see that hello.exe accessed LSAS, created a thread, right? So hello.exe uploaded to the root directory, pretty suspicious, right? And with the unknown SHA-1 hash, but a very well-known imp hash. Suddenly, I'm now no longer attached to that. You can delete hello.exe, that's fine. I'm now in WinLogon, right? That's where I want to be. LSAS is what manages the credentials on Windows. That's why LSAS is involved here. And here's the migrate. So that was the hash dump. Oh, no, sorry, I misspoke. Hash dump was me stealing the hashes. That's why LSAS is involved. Excuse me, I misspoke. Got one slide ahead. And here's me migrating to WinLogon. Sorry for misspeaking. So I go from hello. So hello.exe dumped the hashes. That's why LSAS was involved. Hello.exe migrated to WinLogon. Great. Now you can kill hello.exe all you want. WinLogon is going to be running. There you go. And now you see Sliver, same thing. So Sliver is the new hotness, one of the new hotnesses, an open source framework. It randomly names EXEs with a fairly innocuous name, but joint ball was the one that random word _ random word.exe. Pretty innocuous, and a list of bad DXE names won't work. It's going to be different every time. And I uploaded it, ran it, and guess what? Stop me if you've heard this one before. Here's the and joint ball is also polymorphically encoded, right? The SHA-1 hash, the SHA-256 hash will be unknown, but you probably know what's coming. 0 hits on SHA-256, 9 on the impasse. Yeah. There you go, right? That's Sliver. That's new hotness. Same with process migration, by the way. Let's migrate processes using a completely different tool, but doing the same thing. You know, I want to migrate, I want to raise privileges, I want to steal tokens. All these frameworks do the same thing. And the Windows event logging is largely the same on all of them, if you have the visibility. And yeah, stop me if you've heard this one before, part 2. Thread 8, joint ball going to winlogon.exe, remote thread. Same exact event log, same. The only difference is the name of the exe. Different tool, different framework entirely. Same thing. And I could go on for hours on this too. I could give you 30 events just like this. There's a huge amount of overlap amongst these tools, right? If you have the visibility, it's all there. All right. That was fun. I know I pack a lot into a talk. I like to, I've had people say, hey, I couldn't write things down as fast as you said them. I said, yeah, well, that's, you know that, right? The talks to be archived. My slides to be archived. The links are there. I hope you had fun. Hope to see you in 511. Hope to see you at my talk on Deep Blue CLI in a few weeks and after that. And John and everyone else, thanks for having me. I had a blast.
Thank you. Awesome stuff. Yeah, I always love Eric's talks because they are just incredibly actionable. And like you said, this is definitely going to be one that you're going to want to download. We are going to have these available in your SANS Summit Access page portal by the end of the day. Eric, thank you again. We have a ton of questions for you in the Slack channel. I won't take the time to read them all out now, but I do want to point out there are a bunch there for you there. So a lot of interest and a lot of curious minds about all the stuff you talked about here. To reiterate some of the stuff here that I think were key points, understanding the actual tools and TTPs that attackers are going to use, excuse me, is really, really important to being a defender, right? If you don't know what's going to get thrown your way, there's no way you're going to catch it. And so anytime you get a chance to look at some of these attack tools from a blue team eye in a presentation like this, it's worth its weight in gold. So definitely would encourage you to go back and check these things out. Dive into that presentation. If you're brand new to this and you don't know what Sliver is, WMI, Metasploit, you never heard those words before, there are tons of resources out there on those sorts of things. Lots of videos. You can watch people use it on YouTube and things like that and get a feel for what's going on and say, oh, I didn't know they could do that, right? And now you can, know what to look for in your logs and know what to expect from your attackers when they do eventually show up one day. So with that, amazing stuff. We're going to be jumping over to a break here for about 15 minutes or so. So thanks so much, Eric. And we will be back in about 15 minutes, and Q&A will continue on in the 1A questions for speakers Slack channel. So we'll see you all back in just a minute. All right, we are back, everyone. So, after our keynote, hopefully everyone's all warmed up and fired up about learning about malware and cryptors and loaders and droppers and all sorts of fun stuff, because that's going to be the topic of our next presentation. Uh, Coming up next, we have Steph Rand, and Steph has done a number of presentations for the Blue Team Summit and various outlets and SANS throughout the years. And I will say, every time I've seen one, it has been absolutely amazing. So I'm really, really excited to see another presentation from Steph. Without further ado, let's pass it over to Steph to tell us about Qbot. Drop it like it's Qbot. Great name.
Thank you, John. I appreciate it. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. Good morning, everybody. I am so excited to be here with y'all today. We have a lot of ground to cover, so let's just go ahead and get right into it. As John said, my name is Steph, and I am currently an intelligence analyst at Red Canary. I've been there for about a year and a half. It's been awesome. Before that, I spent an equally awesome 2 years at Mandiant as a digital forensics and incident response consultant. Before that, before I even got into cybersecurity, I got my master's in clinical psych. So if you've seen some of my other SANS talks, you know I love nerding out about psych stuff, although we're not going to do that as much today. And I've come to terms with the fact that my favorite hobby is actually picking up new hobbies. And so my latest project is I'm setting up a glass lamp working studio in my garage. Glass lamp working is like you use a hand torch to make glass beads and things like that. It's good. It's good, nerdy fun. Speaking of good, nerdy fun, we are going to just dive right into our topic with our bottom line up front. So initial execution techniques are, in a sense, the place where the game is played. I don't want to say that it's a game, but it's the opening moves of this back and forth between analysts and adversaries. And because of that, it's also a place where there are a lot of changes and updates. It can be hard to keep up with those. But if you can keep up with those initial execution changes, you get more detection time, which is great. As much lead time as you can get is fantastic. If you can get enough lead time, you can actually get out in front of malicious payloads before they get dropped on your system. That's ideal. If you can detect the thing that's dropping the malware before the malicious payload even gets a chance to be downloaded or gets a chance to execute, that's awesome. And so we're going to talk a little bit about that today, about using open source intelligence to help you keep up to date with the latest changes. And some of the examples I have for you today of opportunities for detecting these initial execution techniques and kind of what we can do with that, how we can maximize that for better detection. So let's, especially for those of you who might be new to cybersecurity, let's kind of zoom out and talk about where we're at in the attack kill chain or the attack life cycle. So you've got this initial access methodology. We've seen some updates over the years. There aren't as many changes. You know, we do have some newer things like SEO poisoning. Phishing is still really common. USBs are still really common. Do not sleep on the USBs. I know y'all might give me some pushback on that, but it's the truth. Anyway, there's only so many ways that adversaries can kind of reach out and connect to potential victim systems. It's what happens next that we're going to be talking about. We're talking about that first behavioral execution that we see on the system after that initial access technique is successful. So we're talking about cryptors, we're talking about droppers, and we're talking about loaders. Because if we can detect those and stop them, then we also stop the follow-on activity, which can be everything else in the attack life cycle or in the cyber kill chain. You know, persistence, lateral movement, network communications, both for downloading additional stages of malware, for C2 communications. We can stop all of that before it starts. That's the ideal. I like to make sure we're all on the same page, and so we all know what we're talking about when I use these words. So let's do some definitions real quick. A cryptor is a type of software that, as the name suggests, is used to encrypt and package payloads in a way that makes them much harder to detect. A dropper, and this is the technical definition, we will get into more detail about droppers. A dropper is technically a self-contained application that is able to drop a payload and does not need additional network connections or additional resources to deliver and execute a payload. And a loader could be software, it could be a script, it could be something like a shortcut file. It's used by adversaries to download additional malicious content from remote resources. So this is reaching out to malicious infrastructure on the internet and pulling back additional payloads or maybe additional stages of the same piece of malware. We're going to talk about an example for each of these things. These are not all together. So I'm not talking about one example where we've seen all of these things happen. These are 3 separate examples for each of these categories. I'm going to start off with NotCryptor, which I'm very excited about. I'm excited about all of them. We're going to talk about GULoader for droppers. There's an asterisk. Again, we'll get into that. And then for loaders, we're going to talk about a threat group or a couple of threat groups and the payload, their favorite payload that they like to load, which is Qbot. All right, let's talk about NotCryptor. All right, so about not a month ago, in February, I was doing detection review. So it's where we go back and the Intel analysts actually take a separate look at our detections to see what all the trends are, to see what's happening in our customer's environment. And I saw this really suspicious scheduled task with the task name Nathafos. I was like, oh, that's weird. There wasn't a whole lot else in the detection. And this is really unique. That one word is very unique. So I decided to do a very super technical technique, and I Googled Nathafos and actually came back with something. I was expecting to come back with an example, but I did. Joe Sandbox had a sample that had been submitted that included that same task name in the execution. I was like, oh, okay, all right, that's cool. And Joe Sandbox said that it was async-rat or DC-rat, which is essentially a copy of async-rat. And these are remote access tools or Trojans that adversaries use to, conduct additional follow-on activity and connect to victim systems. But this doesn't look like async-rat. If you've seen async-rat, this doesn't look like initial async-rat execution. So I'm like, okay, all right, let's Google some more. So I did. I Googled the whole scheduled tasks command at this point, because even though this is not super unique on its own, I was kind of getting the vibes that there was something like hard-coded going on. And I found another sample, except this one had naphthanasia as the task name. And Joe Sandbox said it was Redline. Redline's a stealer. This also does not look like initial Redline execution. And at this point, I'm like, all right, we've got to talk to the canaries. We've got to go ask the canary hive mind what might be going on here, which is what I did. This is actually excerpts from our Slack conversation about this behavior. So I started asking, what is it? I suspected this was something that was delivering async-rat and Redline and maybe some other stuff. Katie immediately hit on it being a cryptor. She's done a whole separate talk of her own on cryptors. And Tony Lambert, who's one of our wonderful malware analysts, recognized the scheduled task name as being a pattern. So this is why it's wonderful to have a team that you can go back and talk with about some of these things. And so Tony realized that we had seen this in other environments. We had not split it out as separate from the payloads, but we had seen these kinds of weird task names before. And we'd seen it deliver Rimcoast rat, bitrat, and njrat. And so, okay, all right, this is really interesting. We're kind of building up the number of payloads that we've seen this thing, whatever it is, deliver. And this is my one not free query that I'm including in here, mostly just to kind of tell y'all how prevalent it is. But if you have VirusTotal Enterprise, you can do these kinds of behavioral searches. I looked for all of these task names that we had found. And a week ago, there were over 6,000 samples that had been uploaded to VirusTotal of this thing, this cryptor, delivering a bunch of different stealers and rats. So we decided to call it NawCryptor because of the scheduled task names. And I think this is actually the first time we're talking about NawCryptor, but this is how we track it internally at Red Canary. Tony dove in and did a bunch of analysis on a sample. We're going to try to stay out of the deep weeds, but it does encrypt plain text strings with this AES implementation that was published in 2003 by Ivan Medvedev. I mention that because that sometimes comes up in these NawCryptor samples and the file metadata. And so that's one hint that if you're looking at similar activity, it may be NawCryptor. Not necessarily, because again, this is an implementation that was published 20 years ago. It creates these scheduled tasks with hard-coded names and then injects final payloads into a process using process hollowing, which is a very popular technique. And the other thing I want to mention, if you're interested in looking at NawCryptor samples, is these things are padded, massively padded. And there's a reason for that. They add all these extra megabytes of data to confound automated sandboxes. The files will be too big for the sandbox to ingest, so it won't fire off anything if you've got automated sandbox processing. So if you want to take a look at NawCryptor, you're going to have to remove the null byte padding on these samples for those that do want to get deeper into the weeds. But we're going to go ahead and talk about the detection opportunities. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about sort of the philosophy of this. Because when you're looking at detection opportunities for these kinds of behaviors that change really rapidly, you can look for behaviors, which is, I think, a really robust way to go. You can look for specifics, so specific task names, or specific types of task names, or you can look for details. And the balance is between accuracy, durability, and what my colleague Jeff likes to call brittleness. So something like this pseudo-analytic that I mentioned here, so scheduled tasks, executing binaries from this unusual folder, this app data roaming folder, is the kind of thing that not only will it detect NawCryptor behavior, it will also detect potentially other types of malware. And the nice thing is it doesn't depend on the task name. So as you start getting more specific, you also get more brittle. You could create analytics with some regex looking for random task names. It actually detects a really wide range of different threats that do use suspicious, randomly named tasks for persistence. But you also get a lot of noise. It's super noisy. So you're going to have to tune it a great deal. And then you can also look for these task names. The bad thing about those are if NawCryptor turns into BACryptor, you're not going to have that same kind of detection capability anymore. So just to sort of think about as you are looking at these early behaviors, how early can you go in the execution chain? How early can you go and still have it be reliable and useful in the long term? Final thoughts on NawCryptor. So this is my favorite example today, or my most robust example today of these concepts that I really want to have y'all go home with, which is, first of all, that you can learn a lot with free resources. Initially, I didn't look into any proprietary details. I did some Googling. I know Google is not OSINT, but it is a tool. Search engines are a tool that you can use to point you in a direction, especially if you're familiar with them, if you're not as familiar with some other more advanced tools. It was a great reminder not to make assumptions. We tend in the industry to look at all of the behavior as one monolithic piece of malware, and that's not always the case. As we can see, sometimes you've got these different modular pieces that you can split apart. And I think that there's value in that. I think there's value in tracking them separately and treating them as separate sets of behavior that could potentially have their own sets of detections. As we're going to say a lot today, detecting non-crypto early, it really helps prevent payload execution, which is fantastic. Like we said, if you can prevent red light and async rat from even showing up on your system, that's awesome. And also, the other nice thing is not only do you get that faster detection coverage, but you also get broader coverage. Now you've got this behavior that detects, or this analytic that detects behavior even earlier to supplement any specific detection coverage you might have for things like rats or stealers. You get that extra little heads up, which is really helpful. All the time that you can have is time that is useful and worth having. All right. That was very detailed. That was in the weeds. I know that this is a lot of content, but as was mentioned earlier, these slides are going to be available for you later. So don't worry, you'll be able to go back. I'll make sure you have access to especially the detection opportunities after this talk. We are going to zoom out a little bit to take a little bit of a mental breather. And we're going to talk about droppers and Goot loader, or goo, sorry, not Goot, goo loader. So as I was researching this, I thought I would find more examples of droppers. Droppers are more, they are in use. I thought I would find more examples of them specifically as kind of that initial execution and that initial payload delivery. The first thing I found out was that according to the internet, this is the deal, all right? Literally everyone uses the word dropper and loader interchangeably, which is fine, because as we're going to talk about, they describe something putting evil on a system. But technically, they are different. So technically, they are these self-contained applications. Now, it's become much more common to see a loader downloading a dropper. So droppers have gone from being these Trojans from much early on in the field of cybersecurity. We would see these large Trojans that were dropped and able to execute on their own. Now we're seeing loaders downloading the droppers, and they're much more common as like second and third stage payloads. There's a few reasons for that. Self-contained programs are large. They're easier to detect. A lot of early analytics had to do with suspicious file sizes. And so they just fell out of fashion for that reason, among others. Shout out to the pyramid of pain. Loader scripts are cheap in a sense. They're much less painful for adversaries to retool. Programs that have dependencies, it's a lot trickier to make sure that they're still able to execute after you change them. Loader scripts, you can change a few details and might still be able to evade detection. Also, successful loader execution for the adversary indicates an environment that might be more vulnerable. So they're not committing to this full deployment of all of their evil if they don't know that it won't be successful. It saves them time and resources. So after all that, do the words really matter when we say dropper and loader? Yes and no. It's good to know that technically they are different, but words are all about communicating, right? And effective communication. Both mean this puts malware onto a system. So, we're not going to get too hung up on it. I use the words interchangeably. And as part of the dropper section, because I would like to have an example for all of these, we're going to talk about a more dropper-ish loader. It is still a loader, but it is a little more self-contained than some of the other loaders that we're seeing. We're going to talk about goo loader, also known as Cloud Eye. All right, so goo loader is used to distribute shellcode and deliver follow-on payloads. We've seen Rimco-Strat and Agent Tesla. Some other folks have seen Formbook, LokiBot, lots more. It's delivered via phishing emails, like a lot of these initial execution and payload loaders and droppers. And it's typically a malicious attachment that's included in the phishing email. Goo loader is pretty self-contained for a loader, like I mentioned. So you do have an initial Visual Basic script, a VBS script file that downloads into a registry key for persistence and then reaches out to infrastructure to deliver the next stage. The next stage, the next few pieces are very kind of contained. So the next stage will perform these anti-analysis checks and inject shellcode into memory. If the analysis checks are successful, the anti-analysis checks, then the shellcode will download that final payload and execute it. That payload being, again, Rimcoast Rat, Agent Tesla, lots of others. So, like with NawCryptor, detecting Goo loader activity early or mitigating it in some way helps prevent those final payloads from being executed. Because Goo loader on its own, it's not as harmful as a lot of, or high risk, I guess I should say, as a lot of the payloads that it's ultimately delivering. I love talking about this mitigation technique. Now, this is something that, again, don't worry about capturing all of this because it is going to be more complicated and you will need to go back and reference the details for how to do this. But we published a blog earlier in the year during tax season about Goo loader and one of the ways that you can mitigate it. This is awesome if it works for you, something to consider. If you can create a group policy object to change default behaviors for scripts, potentially malicious scripts and how they open, like VBS, for example, if you can make them open as text files in Notepad, they don't execute. That's it. You kind of cut it off at the knees, which is wonderful. Again, you're going to need to test this and roll this out slowly, but something to consider. You know, does everyone in your environment need to be able to execute all kinds of scripts at all times? Maybe not. Something to think about. This also works for other types of malware families that use a similar technique. But I do want to include a behavioral detection opportunity as well, because we're all about detecting those behaviors as early as possible. So early on in Goo loader execution, WScript will launch PowerShell and download and execute a payload. This is something that you're going to have to tune if you decide to use something similar, because there might be legitimate applications in your environment that do this. But it's something, it's an opportunity, and it will also detect other malware families that do this other than Goo loader. So final thoughts on droppers and on Goo loader. So technically, droppers and loaders are different, but everyone in the industry seems to use the words interchangeably, and both are used to deliver follow-on payloads. So just something to keep in mind, especially if you're newer to cybersecurity, these words are not really used as different things anymore. Goo loader is used by adversaries to download and execute various payloads. So like NawCryptor, early Goo loader detection can prevent those final payloads from being delivered and executed. And another option to supplement any early behavioral detection could be this script mitigation, could be changing default behavior so these malicious scripts don't execute. All right, we're rocking through it. So here we come to part 3, which is our section on loaders. And like I said, we're going to talk about these threat groups and Qbot, which is their favorite payload. All right, so in case you have not been formally introduced to TA570 and TA577, they're initial access brokers and malware distribution groups named by Proofpoint. They do large-scale malicious phishing campaigns. TA570 is known as the president's affiliate because they keep track of their specific campaigns using campaign IDs with US president names in them in the malware configuration. So in the configuration of these loaders that they use to then deliver Qbot, which is what they typically deliver. Sometimes they deliver ICE ID, but that's much, much less frequent. TA577 also known as the letters affiliate, because they use letter pairs in their campaign ID configuration. They used TR for a long time, but as you can see, they've used others. BB30 is one of the more recent examples. They typically distribute Qbot, but they've also delivered several other malware families. So again, if we can detect their initial loaders, then we'll be able to prevent, or at least hopefully get a lead on responding to some of this other activity. Because some of these threats, like Qbot, are very fast acting and high risk. If y'all know me at all or follow me on Twitter, I hate Qbot so much. It's also known as a quackbot. It was our #1 most commonly seen threat last year. It's been active since at least 2009. It is a potential ransomware precursor, although initially it started off as a banking Trojan. And you can see why adversaries like it. It has a ton of features, and it can do some really useful things for them, like automated domain and network reconnaissance. It will set up a bunch of C2 infrastructure or C2 connections automatically. It's very noisy once it gets going. And the thing about Qbot is that Qbot itself, so we're talking about really splitting these things apart, the thing that loads Qbot from Qbot. Qbot has changed comparatively little compared to the loaders that are used to deliver it. The loaders, however, have gone through a lot of cycles and a lot of changes. So this is looking at Qbot activity over the last couple of years. So we can kind of track TA570 and TA577 campaigns with the amount of Qbot that we're seeing. Although we have started tracking these as distinct now, which is, I think, going to be really, really useful. So they operate in cycles, as you can see. They have really intense activity. They'll go to pretty quiet, near dormancy. And they change their loader initial access techniques and TTPs a lot in an attempt to evade detection. There's good evidence or some theories that they do development cycles. So they actually test out new TTPs and techniques between campaigns to see what will be most effective. But within campaigns, there will also be a ton of changes, sometimes like within the day. We saw that a lot last June and last October during some big Qbot campaigns, especially now that macros aren't leveraged anymore. They're experimenting wildly with different types of scripts and different types of file extensions. All of that said, I promise, you can detect these rapidly changing affiliate TTPs before Qbot payloads are delivered. You can, and we're going to talk about some specifics for that. So this is one of my favorite examples for the security community and open source intelligence really helping defenders. There is a community of malware analysts that shares their analysis on Twitter and on the internet. Proxy Life is one researcher that shares a ton of details, not only on Qbot, but they also, as you can see, have a Qbot repo. And so you don't have to do the analysis yourself. Of course you can, but Proxy Life and other researchers will update folks with sometimes, up to the hour information about the latest new behaviors and the different versions of TA570 and TA577 loaders. So this is an example from April 2023, so earlier this year. I'm going to show you kind of a previous example and then a more current example to give you an example of some of these changes that they make over time. So this is the president's affiliate. The attack flow was phishing email delivering a malicious PDF, and then you've got different associated downloads in an attempt to evade mark of the web detections. You've got zip files. You've got that WScript file. You've got a really interesting XML HTTP command. And then, of course, you've got the Qbot DLL that executes ultimately. So I want you to kind of pay attention to this attack flow, and I'll pop back to this slide in a second because it changed a good bit. So this is the beginning of June. I think there's actually a more recent campaign that has started in the last few days, but you can go to Proxy Life's GitHub repo and you can check out the details if you're curious about that. So as you can see, we've gone to JavaScript and MSI instead of that XML HTTP request to actually reach out and pull down that Qbot DLL. So again, here's April, here's June with those new JavaScript and MSI files, but you've still got the initial malicious PDF. There's still patterns here. You've still got the zip. You've still got this WScript execution that they were also doing in April from this really sus folder. Qbot operators really like app data local folders. So that's a good piece of, that's something good to key off of as far as suspicious patterns. And you've still got suspicious run DLL 32 execution from, again, this really suspicious folder. So there are ways of keeping an eye out for these suspicious behaviors that will let you get a little bit of lead time before the payload is downloaded and executed. Here's a TA577 example. A little bit different than TA570. Sometimes there's a lot of overlap. Sometimes they diverge a little bit more. So this example, it was really interesting. The malicious JavaScript that was downloaded from that URL delivered in the phishing email was really heavily obfuscated. And the JavaScript would ultimately deobfuscate into a PowerShell command, reaching out and pulling down that Qbot DLL. This is the thing that I want you to note as being very different in the next slide. So as we come to the beginning of June, you can see the process execution is very different, which is that bottom section. So like before, I'll pop back to the last one and then to this one. So here's June, the most recent. Here's May. Looks very different. But again, there are still details that you can track. Like, yes, now there's a malicious PDF that you see before the URL. There's a malicious zip file now, but there's still the malicious URL. There's still the malicious network communication. There's still a JavaScript file that's being used. You've got wscript.exe execution from app data local, which is a nice overlap with TA570. You've got, again, still that run DLL 32 execution from a suspicious location. So there are ways of keeping up with the latest changes, especially if you use OSINT to help you with this, which gives you a leg up on detecting Qbot before it's delivered, which is important. Qbot is very fast moving and it is high risk since it has been seen delivering ransomware in the past. So the more lead time you get to isolate that system, the better. You got to keep in mind that TA570 and TA577 frequently change their TTPs as often as daily, sometimes, especially in the middle of big campaigns. But if you follow trusted community sources, you get a huge advantage in being able to stay out in front of this from a detection perspective. And that speedy initial access detection really helps reduce Qbot risk, which is fantastic and is our goal. All right, so as we come to the end of our content, what are our key takeaways? Let's go back to that bottom line that we had earlier. As we talked about today, initial execution techniques are very frequently changed and updated because those changes and updates, that detection evasion, gives adversaries a lot of bang for their buck. But if you can stay out in front of it, if you can keep up with it and have that earlier detection, that gives you extra time to respond. And that rapid response can, in some cases, completely stop or mitigate those follow-on payloads, that follow-on activity, before it even begins on your system. And open source intelligence is hugely helpful for this because we do have a wonderful security community that does share a lot of information with each other. Here are my favorite OSINT resources. I don't want to be all like, hey, OSINT's great, and then not give you details. So again, don't try to copy all of this. I'm going to put these lists out on my LinkedIn and on Twitter right after this talk. But I have a list of my favorite malware researchers and CTI analysts that I follow on Twitter. Search engines are really helpful. VirusTotal is great. I use the abuse.ch resources a ton, especially Malware Bazaar and URL House. Love Joe Sandbox and other publicly available sandbox samples. CyberChef is awesome. If you haven't played with CyberChef, 2 thumbs up, because especially if you're interested in doing some of your own research on some of these, especially these scripts that are used, it can be incredibly helpful for that. And there's lots more options. If you have favorite OSINT resources that I haven't mentioned here, please feel free to drop them in the chat. We've got a lot of awesome folks hanging out today. And with that, I would like to thank you for joining us today. Really, really delighted to be here with you. I actually have a couple of minutes, I think, for questions here, but if we don't do tons of questions, depending upon timing, John, and what you're seeing in the chat, then I'll also, of course, be in Slack after this to answer any additional questions that folks have.
For sure. Thank you, Steph. Amazing stuff again, as always. Always appreciate your presentations, full of just deep kind of detail and really hands-on, like applicable tips. So hopefully everyone got some good ideas, some new understanding on some of these new toolkits. I know I did. So you do have a couple questions in the Slack chat room. Some of them are a little bit more detailed, but I think there's a couple that might make for good kind of a Q&A for everyone.
Awesome.
We had one question. Does not cryptor padding have anything specific to detect?
It doesn't. It's the null bytes. That's the thing. So cryptors, in some senses, are like the spiritual successors to droppers. They have become these very large programs. And so, again, Katie and Tony have done a lot of really excellent talks about cryptors specifically because they are becoming more and more common. I would say with cryptors, if you see suspicious execution behavior and the file size is weirdly large, that's always a good thing to look into. But yeah, no, those the padding it's just null bytes.
So anytime I see something, and this is just me kind of thinking out loud now, follow-on question, doesn't that make it stick out, right? Can you write a signature that's like, look for 30 megs of zeros, right? And then now, boom, we've caught this, right? Is that like a viable technique? Have you seen that kind of thing applied?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I think those kinds of like specific, I guess that wouldn't be string detectors, but those kinds of specific detectors are great, especially if you compare it with some other kind of detail. So for example, can you also include something in the detection analytic that tells you that it's written in Rust, for example, or some specific language that you've seen being used more often recently? And of course, the more you can supplement it, the better. That'll reduce noise. But yeah, absolutely. That's a great option.
Yeah, certainly. It's always that's right. The cat and mouse nature of writing detections is they'll do something unique to get around the detection. And then that thing itself becomes unique. And you just realize that and you write that and then they change it. And so, yeah, it's always that kind of a fun game, right?
Yep.
Different question. How much have you seen stealers growing over the last year? What's the primary entry vector for getting stealers onto a system?
So stealers, we have seen them growing. The stealers have been around. The interesting thing about stealers is we're seeing them used in a much more high-risk way. So they've gone from being something used for individual credentials to being a kind of initial execution vector for big enterprise follow-on activity and really large compromises. Phishing, everybody loves phishing. Phishes are really popular. There were some very high profile examples last year where social engineering was used to get people to download and install stealers onto enterprise systems. But it's malicious phishing is still the most popular vector for stealers.
Awesome. One other question, and I have a feeling I know the answer to this because I've seen some of your other presentations, but question, just curious, has your psychology background augmented your analysis of malware at all?
It has, but not in the way people will think. So people think, oh, you're interested in adversary behaviors and you understand kind of how the bad guys think. What's really helped is going through school and learning how to do research and how to understand my own biases, how to keep track of data, how to analyze and read data. That has been incredibly helpful. So I think not just psychology, any background that helps you get a better sense of how you think and how you approach problems will be immensely helpful in cybersecurity, because what we do is all about processing information, reducing our bias as much as possible, and then taking that data and making it useful for us and for our customers.
Yeah, awesome. Good stuff. All right. I will let you head off to the Slack chat room to answer some of the other questions that are in there. Thank you so much for joining us. Awesome stuff and appreciate it, Steph.
Thank you for having me.
All right. So moving on to our next presentation. So I had mentioned at the beginning of opening up the summit, right? A lot of the stuff we're going to be talking to is like way down, looking at command line commands and all sorts of stuff like that. And absolutely, looking at the stuff that we just learned from Steph, you got to know what's going on out there. But I also mentioned you have to connect it up to the bigger picture. Why are we doing what we're doing? And what are the types of things that can happen if we don't know how to spot NotCryptor and GULoader and all of these other things on the system? It's going to be dependent on what the system does. And there are certainly some systems that are way, outsized level of importance compared to the average, employee laptop. And so our next presentation is going to bring us back up to that incredibly high level, high like space, right? And Scott Lynch is going to be telling us about defending space systems and some of the potentially terrifying things that may happen when you get into cyber attacks against some of this critical infrastructure. So with that, I will pass it over to Scott.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Hopefully you can hear me. A little technical difficulty getting started there. All right. Like John said, thank you for the introduction. My name is Scott Lynch. I'm going to be talking today about cybersecurity as it relates to space systems. This is a topic that is near and dear to my heart, as hopefully I will point out here momentarily. Predominantly the reason I put this presentation together was to talk about some of the risks related to cyber in space, especially as we grow into an era of space exploration is the best way to describe it. As we expand out into the moon and further out to Mars here in the next couple of years. So without further ado, let's get to it. So a little bit about myself, just to give some background here. I've been working in satellite communications for about going on 24 years at this point. I was in the Navy for 10 years. I worked in electronic warfare, which is basically signals intelligence and cryptography. And ironically, going on 30 years now thinking about it, I hadn't thought about the overlap of working with signals intelligence and what cyber would look like, especially from a security operation perspective. But those skills have paid off considerably in my current endeavor. And so we'll talk a little bit about this and how it relates overall. So like John had mentioned, I'm a SANS certified instructor for Security 555 Sim with Tactical Analytics. 23 years in the space industry. I basically started out cranking wrenches on antennas as a lab technician, and then moved into engineering and then operations of the actual spacecraft, controlling spacecraft, etc. Then I went into mission integration, and then moved into network engineering about halfway through my career. And the reason I did that was, again, I was always looking for a challenge. One of the things the military taught me early on in my career was that it's nice to have a change every once in a while. So I spent quite a few years going through training to become a Cisco network engineer, if you will. And part of this too is to kind of explain the building blocks that it takes to get to a point where I think you fully understand the front to back picture of a lot of how this stuff works. But again, became a network engineer. I was a network engineer for our company back in the day, which was Universal Space Network. They were no longer, they were acquired probably around 2014 by our parent company, Swedish Space Corp. Great company, great people, have loved working with the organization. Like I said, how many people have stayed at a company for 23, plus years. Recently, as of last year, I started my own company doing consulting in this area with cybersecurity and satellite communications specifically is one of the targets that we look at for doing a lot of our assessments and security work. But prior to leaving the company, I was a security operations manager for our global organization. So as you can imagine, managing security across an entire planet's worth of ground stations and facilities could be a challenging endeavor. So let's kind of get into it. Oh, and as a quick side note, I didn't mention this on the last slide, but there's a reason why there's an astronaut in the picture. If you look in the middle here, basically that's Charles P. Conrad. He was an Apollo astronaut and third man to walk on the moon, and he was the founder of the company that I came to when I left the Navy. It was part of the lure. Everybody leaves for certain things, and going to work for an astronaut that walked on the moon sounded like a cool thing to do. So that's kind of how this all started. So kind of leading into the idea here, I was sitting here looking at ideas and how to do an introductory slide, and I thought, what better way to start out 2023 with a comment from ChatGPT, right? I basically asked it, how do we rely on space? And this is the answer it came out with, which is kind of eloquent when you think about it. From the moment we wake up to the instant we drift off to sleep, our daily lives are intricately woven with the threads of space systems, highlighting the indispensable role that the celestial technologies play in shaping the tapestry of human existence on our pale blue dot. Kind of hard not to laugh about this, right? The reality is this is the world we've moved into. 23 years ago when I came into this industry, AI was a science fiction novel or a movie if you were lucky. Things have changed quite a bit since then. Get the slide changed here. So looking at ground networks and how satellite plays into this. Most folks go about their daily lives not really thinking about where all their stuff comes from, right? We look at grocery stores, we see the food on the shelf, and we assume, oh, this is where I go to buy my food. Not thinking in a lot of cases that food was grown by a farmer or raised by, cattle herders and whatnot. So the reality is when we look at communication systems, a lot of stuff relies on space today, especially when it comes to things like GPS, not just for navigation, but also for like time synchronization and reaching things like governmental aircraft, space or ground navigation systems on ships, maritime, stuff like that. So there's a bunch of stuff we could talk about. I'm trying to compress this into 30 minutes, so I apologize if I'm kind of like slurring words here. Let's see. So here's just a quick snapshot. I probably should have updated this just as a side note. I did this talk at the ICS Summit back in May in a live audience. Unfortunately, we're not able to do that this time. But the reason I did this was I wanted to bring kind of awareness to the industrial cybersecurity side of the house, where a lot of the stuff that we work with in SATCOM is sort of an OT or operational technology when you think about it. But in a lot of cases, stuff has become more commercial off the shelf nowadays, which makes it even more entertaining and interesting from a security perspective. So looking at a snapshot of the industry, these are just some examples of companies, organizations that are working heavily in this area to expand. Right now, the space industry is roughly estimated around 71 billion US dollars, projected to grow even further. I want to say the last time I looked at this, there were 2,000 startups that were basically in the space right now, no pun intended, to actually bring something into space, whether it's a CubeSat or microsats, or take advantage of space systems in general. We're looking at going to the moon with the Artemis spacecraft coming out of NASA. SpaceX obviously is exploring and going further than just the moon. They've got the Mars missions in their sights. And then also we have this expanded usage of cloud technology and everything else that's going on with things like Azure, for example. Maybe you don't know this, but Azure actually has a concept built to handle space. They were actually looking to build data centers that can actually communicate in above the Earth's atmosphere. Also looking at just 5G. 5G communications, there's been a lot of talk about 5G. Not all of it's in a positive light, ironically. But realistically, when we look at the capabilities that 5G gives us, 5G is going to be in space. The bandwidth we can get, the throughput, it's just going to be there. And so getting used to these technologies and understanding how they work can be very, very handy moving forward, especially from a defense perspective. So what are we looking at as far as innovation? If we link back to when we went to the moon and we've been exploring those entities, if you will, a lot of stuff nowadays has pretty much been centered on Earth science or, exploring atmospherics, weather satellites and stuff like that. Then the move back into space travel to get us out to the moon and beyond is pushing a lot of technologies, just like the original space race did, when things like the invention of Velcro and Tang, if some of you even remember what Tang was. We see a lot of innovation coming from the space industry today. They're trying to lower the cost to entry by making satellites that use very simple off-the-shelf technologies like Arduino boards, Even in some cases, some folks have actually launched a cell phone into space. We've seen videos on YouTube and projects that universities have done using simple high altitude balloons where they've used a GoPro camera, right? So there's a lot of technology that's trying to push the envelope of getting off the planet and outside the atmosphere. We're also seeing IoT. The Internet of Things is a growing risk that we see on planet Earth that is expanding out into the space industry, and it's expanding out into space in general. If you just look at what's been going on with a lot of the SpaceX missions where we're dropping the trains of satellites up there for the SpaceX internet that I'm drawing a blank on right now, so somebody can shoot me later on that one. But basically, that is an expansion of IoT, if you will, from the ground. We're pushing the boundaries of commercial off-the-shelf technologies. We're seeing something that we hadn't seen 20 years ago, and I'll get into that here in a little bit. Also, this adoption of minimum viable product, I thought this was kind of an interesting point to make. It wasn't that long ago that NASA spent a ton of money, space hardening, space flight testing equipment. A lot of folks thought that was too expensive, but the reality was you had human life in the balance, and so you needed to test these things. We've pushed more towards this idea of failing forward fast, like I mentioned on the top of the slide, where we test a technology, and as long as it meets the criteria that we expect it to, we put it out into production. And then theoretically, as things don't work out, we have feedback loops, we go and we fix, we debug, and et cetera. We're seeing this with a lot of stuff, obviously, here on Earth. You can't push an update to your phone these days without something breaking. The same thing with our computers. The part that scares me as a cybersecurity practitioner and just as a space enthusiast is, what is the risk to human space flight if we are not being 100% sure that our products are going to work every single time? I'm not suggesting that it's not the case, but it is something we should be looking at. So here's a typical ground network communication block diagram. This is basically showing from the satellite on the left-hand side of the screen over to the operations team running the actual ground station and controlling the transmitters, receivers, and all the other equipment in between. The reason I show this is obviously a complicated thing. There are a lot of things that go into being able to talk to a satellite, everything from positioning the antenna to pointing it to the right place, to setting up the uplink and downlink frequencies, and then up conversion, down conversion of the frequencies to be able to pull data out of the satellite in the form of telemetry, imagery, whatever it is you're trying to get back. The reality is a lot of that stuff is important. And in some cases, it's not always done in the most secure way. I mean, this has been talked about in the news for 20 plus years now. There were cases of downlinks from satellites being unencrypted, and anybody with basically a handheld receiver could receive some of the signals. This is still true today. One of the realities we have to deal with is once you launch it into space, it's kind of hard to fix it once it's up there. There are new technologies coming out to try to help us facilitate fixing things once they're in orbit. But if you put something up that's inherently insecure, chances are it's going to stay that way until it either deorbits, burns into the atmosphere, or gets shut down. So your typical ground station segment here, just to kind of put this in more perspective, a little bit more high-level block diagramish. Spacecraft communicates with the ground segment, which is basically these giant antennas, or at least in our cases, we run some very big 65-foot, 13-meter diameter antennas to receive telemetry and send commands to spacecraft. For the most part, the operations center controls these spacecraft from the ground in the comfort of their control center, and then the telemetry, the data, the end product, if you will, ends up getting sent to the customer so that they can do whatever they're going to do. So think like Google Earth, right? If I have a picture that I want to look at of, I don't know if you've done this lately, but if you take a look at Google Earth and you look at your home address, you'd be surprised at how often the revisit time is over an area, right? I can actually look at my house. We've been here, I think, about 11 years now, maybe 12. And I can actually remember over the years where I didn't see my car in the driveway, and now I do. I'm not suggesting that, Maxar or whoever's doing the imaging these days for Google Earth is revisiting my house every single day, obviously. But the point is that this is something that we can use for navigation and for great purposes, like looking at our properties if you're a farmer, or if you're trying to build a new facility in a new location and you want to kind of scout out the land and see what's going on. These are great things. But again, that information has to come from somewhere, and it has to be managed and transported. So here's an example of the antennas that are used. In these cases, I've just used some snapshots. Everything that I'm talking about in here, just as an FYI, is kind of an advisory label, is available on the internet. I didn't take any pictures from any proprietary organizations. I did this on purpose, obviously, so that, you know, you can see for the most part from the open source perspective that everything that we're talking about here is above board and freely available to anybody to look into. In this example here, you can actually see on the left-hand side of the screen, we have a big 13.5 meter Viasat antenna. Viasat is a satellite terminal manufacturer and operator down in the greater Atlanta area. So go Viasat. You can also see some examples here where smaller ground terminals, right? You can see here there's a, I believe this is a Marine, if I'm not mistaken. It's actually operating a Viasat ground terminal. So this would be something that would be smaller, more portable for communications on the ground. The difference in the diameter obviously dictates in a lot of cases how far away the satellite can be, whether it's in a low Earth orbit or a medium Earth orbit or a geo orbit way out, stationary over some part of the world. The point of this is we need to have the ability to have flexibility. And so having different size antennas gives us the ability to reach out further distances, but also gives us the ability in a lot of cases to have portability if we need it in a smaller form factor for stuff that's a little bit closer to Earth. Now, we've also got some examples here of radio racks and the receivers, the hardware that goes into actually tuning into the frequency, just like your radio would in your car. Most of us now probably have satellite radio in your vehicle. Ironically, I remember when I started with the company, I was 28 years old. I was a brand new controller in the operations center. And one of our projects was Sirius satellite radio. Back in the day, we helped transition it across the equator when it would pass between north and south polar orbits. Basically, it runs in a figure-8 track, what they call a Molinari orbit, if I recall. I'm probably pronouncing it wrong, but it's I believe it's a Russian name. But the point was that we would track it for periods of time throughout the day. And so we would tune these receivers to the frequency, just like you would tune your radio, so to speak, to a channel, and we would downlink the data and pass it on to the control center up in New York. The rack on the right, sort of in the middle side, is basically a mix-up of equipment from down converters, up converters. These are all equipment that basically take signals in and then they process them and turn them from a satellite image, digital to analog to digital conversion, stuff like that. In a lot of cases, we'll end up with packets at the very end so we can transport them across the network. On the right-hand side, just another picture of a different example of ground stations that can basically receive telemetry. In this example, it just happens to be a station that I've actually been to quite a few times in my life in the good old Big Island of Hawaii. So looking a little bit further into the actual terminals themselves, if you look at where we've come in the last, say, 40, 50 years, right? Going back to Apollo, we kind of joke about Apollo was way back in the day. That was your grandparents or your parents, heroes of the day. A lot of the equipment that you see in this middle stack is stuff that we've seen from those periods of time, or, a little bit more current to the 20th century, or not 20th, but early 21st century. But we've seen that kind of pushed out of the way for adopting commercial off-the-shelf equipment, specifically stuff running Linux and Windows operating systems with Ethernet and fiber optic interfaces for network communication. We've also seen a push towards APIs, WebSockets, REST. All of this is basically API stuff. But the concept here is we went away from what was traditionally RS-232, 449 controlled equipment to everything basically being controlled on a network, which we took stuff that was reasonably fixed and didn't change a whole lot and turned it into basically a bunch of computers sitting on a network. Now, the reason I talk about this is from a risk perspective. When I came in here 23 years ago, a lot of the stuff that we had was very low bandwidth. It was easily managed with RS-232 interfaces. If you're not familiar with RS-232, it's a serial communication protocol that we used to use to set the settings on the radios and do all the things that a human would normally do when they push the buttons on a screen. But with the advent of the computer technologies that we're seeing with Linux and Windows-based operating systems being used, pretty much every vendor out there has been writing products to use typical operating systems. What's interesting to me, and I don't know if this is by accident and I'm not going to try to label anybody. If you'll notice, I don't mention vendors here. I'm trying to stay somewhat agnostic to this. But if you look up the manufacturers out there that make ground station radios, what we call baseband units, a lot of times they don't mention the operating system. All their brochures leave out whether it's Windows or Linux based. And I think this is an important thing for us to understand as defenders, because if something is running a commercial off-the-shelf operating system like Windows or Linux, you kind of have to know how to defend that, right? Because we're about to put something that can control a spacecraft potentially, or a human manned space flight, whatever it might be, onto a network that would potentially fall vulnerable to the typical attacks that we see that have been talked about by Eric earlier and Steph as well. A lot of that stuff then becomes the area of possibility, right? The legacy stuff, the RS-232 based stuff, would have been really difficult to hack. I mean, you could do it. Hackers have been playing with satellite communications for a while. The pirating of stuff, which I'll talk about here in a couple of minutes, it's nothing new, right? The old school cowboy hacking way of doing things. But with the advent of everything kind of shifting over to your typical modern day operating systems, the sky's the limit, right? Because now we have to think about firewalling, we have to think about EDR, we have to think about logging, we have to think about scripting. These are all functionalities that developers love to use. Well, maybe not the firewall so much in the EDR, but the scripting and the different programming aspects of using APIs makes their jobs a lot easier, makes the interfaces prettier to use, and that's awesome. But from a security perspective, it does open us up to risk, and we have to identify that. What makes it even more interesting is when you look at cloud-based ground stations, right? So Amazon actually came out with a ground station offering. You can go up to Amazon, just like you can get an EC2 instance right now, an Elastic Compute instance, and build a Ubuntu computer or whatever you want to do up there. You can actually get a ground station terminal. You can register for it, pay, and basically launch a small satellite and track it and do whatever you want to do with it. It's awesome. It's impressive. It's a low cost, low barrier to entry kind of thing. But now we've taken all the onus of security and we put it up on Amazon, right? And again, Amazon does some amazing things. I've worked with some of these folks. We've actually talked with a lot of these folks in my previous job as these things were being explored. But again, we have to be aware that anything we move outside of the realm of our control is now somebody else's security to deal with. And so we have to be able to monitor that. Now, software-defined radio is a new technology, maybe not new. This is a technology that's been around for a little while. And I say a little while because it's been slow to adopt, right? The technology that's used in our industry, in the spacecraft industry, has generally been slow to move, mainly because, some would say, I think Eric actually kind of hit on this, some people just resist change, and that's true, right? But in a lot of cases, the stuff that had been done before was reasonably known, it was effective, and it was reliable. Moving into newer technologies obviously increases risk, and therefore, from a CISSP perspective, we try to look at this and we try to assess the risk and try to give ourselves some idea of what we're walking into. SDR gives us the flexibility to literally reprogram the FPGAs or the actual microchips that are flying on the spacecraft to basically do whatever we want, whether it be changing the way it modulates or demodulates frequency, which goes back to my initial comment about having spacecraft that were built with vulnerabilities that you can't mitigate because they're in orbit. Short of sending an astronaut up, which we've done with Hubble, to do repairs, which is unlikely because of the cost. So SDR gives us a lot of flexibility. On the flip side, you can also use SDRs for personal use. So if you look around out there, and I think I've got some links in my, I'm going to provide an Evernote notebook link for all the research I did for this, and there's a ton of stuff in there if you're really bored. But there's a lot of SDR projects out there. You can buy an SDR dongle for about $25 up on Amazon, and you can basically get a small antenna. And for some of the stuff that's unencrypted, you can pull down weather imagery from NOAA's spacecrafts. There's just a bunch of stuff that you can do with a little SDR $25 USB dongle. So definitely something to take a look at. It really is becoming the future of things. And why not get ahead of the curve, right? Here's just an example of a satellite that's actually using SDR. And the big thing to remember here is when we talk about orbits, geo orbit, LEO orbit, or MEO, we're basically talking low, medium, and high orbits. Geo is expensive to get to because it takes a long time to get out there. LEO is the stuff that's flying over the ground constantly every 90 minutes, orbiting the Earth, taking pictures for weather, imagery, all that good stuff. There's a lot of benefits to each orbit, but in the case of LEO, 5G can be used because the signals can reach the Earth really reasonably efficiently, and the delays are not there as much. One of the very first projects I worked on when I first came to the company in 2003 was using IP in space. IP being a layer 3 technology of the OSI model is connectionless and therefore can be used to communicate using typical commercial off-the-shelf equipment out to space in general. We actually did a project where we actually have a Cisco router or a mobile access router flying on a UK-DMC spacecraft that was developed by Surrey University over in the UK. So this was a joint venture between the Air Force, Army, Cisco, and Surrey University. I believe it's still up there, but the whole point was to develop the idea of being able to use our typical web browser to do things. And now this has been expanded on much, much more since 2003, obviously, as you can see here with this spacecraft using 5G and IP in space. I know I'm hitting you guys hard and fast here. I'm trying to get through these slides. So what if we lost access to all this? And I really want you to think about this, okay? Because a lot of us would be impacted, right? Communication for the most part, right? Remember, for us old folks here, I'm coming up on the 50 here soon. Most of us had long distance phone calls. If you made a phone call, like my father was in the Navy for 20 years, so we would call him when he was in port, or he would call us, and you'd have that whole hello, and you'd have that delay in response. You don't see that anymore, right? Fiber optics, undersea cables have made a lot of that not a factor. But also, if you think about it, look at the Olympics, right? The Olympics, when they were in London, I want to say a handful of years ago, all of that footage was backhauled via satellite to the US so that we could actually watch it actually globally across the planet to see it. And imagine that. You're watching a live stream basically over a satellite. It has to be very low latency, has to be very high bandwidth in order to give you the HD quality that we expect. So communication is a big factor of this. Navigation is another one. We have GPS, obviously. There's military usage and civilian usage, but we also see across the globe, from a global perspective, that there's other countries that develop their own GPSs. The Chinese have developed their own, the Russians have developed their own, Europe has developed their own. Everybody's trying to make sure they can maintain control of the criticality of having something in space that can help us to locate ourselves. I'll never forget, and I told this story at the ICS summit, but I think it's kind of funny. My wife and I used to watch this show called Chicago Med. And there was this episode in this last season where they had this AI operating room. And this one doctor made a comment, and it stuck with me because it's one of those things that I hadn't thought about until he said it, which was, have you ever just turned off your GPS to see if you remembered how to go somewhere? And I was like, wow, that's pretty deep, because there are times where I've gone into Waze or Google Maps for places I know how to get to, and I still turn on the GPS. It's that whole idea of we're getting more information, we're helping ourselves to navigate more efficiently, get around problems like I-95 crashing the other day in Philadelphia. That's helpful, but again, we rely on this stuff so heavily that it does have an impact to our lives when it's taken away. Thinking about, even Gene, I haven't talked to you about this, but I was thinking for a guy who does a lot of off-road stuff, Jeep stuff, what's the reliance on GPS and space systems when you're out in Moab or some other place like that, right? In some cases, maybe you're not relying on it very heavily, but people that go camping, I'm a sailor, I have a sailboat. Of course, I'm on a lake, so I'm not going to generally run out of, places that I can collide with and find my way back home. But if I was in the ocean, GPS is very, very important for maritime navigation. The same thing with emergency services, agriculture systems, if we're trying to plant crops and monitor the growth, surveying and mapping, right? You've seen people out doing surveying with a big stick using lasers. They're also using GPS, right, to be able to plant flags where things are supposed to be built, property lines are supposed to be drawn. Financial services, your ATM machine relies on time in order to keep everything synchronized, just like your network does. That time is usually provided by a GPS receiver on a thing called IRIG-B, which is basically a communication technology used for synchronizing time. All these systems rely on GPS. So if we took it away, what would that do to you, right? Not to mention weather forecasting. I remember early on in my career, one of the satellites that we were working with was a cluster of satellites developed by South Korea for weather imaging. It was going to be managed by, I believe it was UCAR out in Colorado, University Colorado Atmospherics Research Program, I think. So don't shoot me if I'm wrong. But it was, somebody made a comment that if those satellites don't send their data down to Earth, somebody's not getting their weather report tonight, right? That stuck with me. Those little things kind of go, wow, interesting, right? And then, of course, we got television and radio broadcasting now. And then, of course, space exploration. I mean, that's just like the cherry on top, right? All these things, if we didn't have access to space, what would we lose? So looking at the risk perspective here, there are a ton of risks. The way I look at it now is every risk that we've talked about up to this point, and probably throughout the rest of the next couple of days, is applicable to space. Full stop. Right? Nation state actors, criminal activity, supply chain, software hardware vulnerabilities, cyber attack, obviously denial of service, hacktivism. Somebody just gets irritated with you and they decide they want to take your satellites out. We saw a lot of hacktivism during the Russia-Ukraine war situation very early on with activists. I want to say it was anonymous, I think, got involved with actually trying to gain access to some of the Russian systems and facilities. I mean, the whole point here is that if it can be done, somebody's going to try to do it, right? Ransomware activities could be a thing that we have to deal with in the future. Imagine somebody takes over your entire GPS constellation, right? I'm pretty sure that's going to make the Air Force freak out, or Space Force at this point. And then, of course, just physical attack, right? Physical attack could be things like jamming. It could be taking your ground station out, something as simple as a fire, right? Burning the property to a facility could cause denial of service just from that perspective, physically. So there's a lot of risk here. And this all has to be identified and assessed. This is why we work with security assessors and pen testers and blue team and red team and purple and all that good stuff in order to try to really understand what is the risk here, right? Because if we're going to put a person, a human being on a rocket, we're going to shoot them into space, I'm pretty sure they want to be able to get there and get back in one piece so their families can see them again, right? I'm not trying to make a joke out of this, but the reality is this is serious, right? And it is significant. And the amount of stuff that's in space right now, I didn't even get into space debris, which I kind of like didn't put in here by accident. Space debris is becoming a huge problem with the amount of satellites and junk that is floating in space today. So that if somebody was actually to try a kinetic attack, right? Like if you see here in this example, we have a trusted satellite, we have rogue satellite, and then we have other pieces in this graphic. If somebody wants to take a satellite out, how hard is it going to be, right? Realistically, doesn't have to be laser beams and missiles. It could be a kinetic attack, simply driving a satellite into another satellite or some other object, right? Once you drive something like that into the path of a satellite or any type of orbital object like the space station, bad things can happen. So this is a big problem. Now, kind of shifting direction towards cyber. Now, this is just looking at the ground side of things, right? But NASA, and I got to give a lot of credit to NASA, NASA is really, really taking up the torch on trying to secure this stuff. They are very, very transparent. As far as I can tell from my experiences working with NASA for the last 20 plus years, they're transparent in what they find, they're transparent in what they see, they're transparent in what they're doing to mitigate the problem. Probably because they're a governmental agency and they work for the United States. But the point is, I appreciate what they're doing by, putting this information out there for us to look at. These little snapshots here all came from the Office Inspector General report over various years of different events that have occurred. I will tell you right now, this is just a snapshot. There are a ton more. And as a defender, our job should be every day, just like it was in the Navy when I sat in combat and we were actually reading the daily intelligence reports to understand what the threats are. We should be looking at this on a daily to understand what the risks to our environments are and how we can defend and detect it. 2009 all the way up to 2017 here, JPL attacks, systems implanted, execution of code on servers, modification of systems. I mean, you name it. There's a huge gambit of things that have been affected here. Not to mention things like the commercial off-the-shelf stuff, right? Just looking at SolarWinds as an example, not even mentioned here, but definitely was a factor for a lot of organizations globally. So supply chain is a huge thing right now. The risk to the supply chain is high. We have to do a better job. Here's an example of two satellites historically that were affected by hackers. In this case, nation state alleged, I say alleged because they were accused, but on the unclassified levels, they were accused of interference on two different satellites, Terra and Aqua. I think Landsat 7. Picture's cut off. Terra and Landsat 7, both imagery satellites for looking at Earth terrain. This is Earth science collection stuff. Basically, there were blips, there were losses of telemetry, and the post-analysis or the post-mortem after-action analysis of the systems were that basically somebody caused them to be disrupted and therefore were an issue. Supply chain attacks, I already kind of talked about this. This is going to keep going, right? We've seen a massive uptick since COVID. I almost kind of joked with somebody about this once. I said, it feels like everybody went to work from home and then they just started writing malware, right? Because it seemed like in 2020, all we saw was a massive influx of attacks and supply chain risks and vectors. One could argue, and this is going to sound like the old guy in me, that our constant push to be bleeding edge and running everything on newer and greater operating systems and hardwares is potentially leading us down a path of continual vulnerability patching, management, and mitigation. I don't remember it being like this, to be honest. I mean, it's great that we have all the technology, but it is pretty massive at scale when you think about it, what we're dealing with today. Now, Viasat was the elephant in the room, right? So this just happened during the initial onset of the Ukraine-Russian war. This was an example basically where a KA satellite system developed by Viasat, or actually acquired by Viasat, if I recall, was basically acquired. These are modems that were used for ground terminals for communication. You could buy a Viasat terminal to set up internet from just about anywhere. We've used them previously for places where we don't have terrestrial lines like fiber optic telephone lines, stuff like that, where we can actually backhaul data from our facilities. You'll be surprised. A lot of times we have to build ground stations in places where there really aren't people. And if there's not people around, we have a tendency not to have communications lines. Therefore, we have to come up with other creative ways to get the data from the satellite down to us is one piece, but then getting it from the ground station to the actual user is another. And so Viasat terminals and things like it can be used in a lot of cases. In this example, basically, there was a firmware hack that basically bricked a lot of these devices, therefore cutting off network connectivity for a large swath of systems. Unfortunately, it also affected a bunch of windmills in Germany, if I recall. It was kind of one of those attacks that once it hit, it kind of spread. Viasat was pretty good at coming out and mitigating it and dealing with it. But the point is that these are the kind of things that we can look forward to in the future. So, yay. Now, could this happen again? Well, here's an example of all these different rootkits, firmware hacks, you name it, that have happened in the past, not that long ago. So what are the odds that this stuff's not going to end up on a computer in the International Space Station or on the moon or in Mars? I mean, what if somebody ransomwares an entire ground network on the moon, right? If you colonize a location, I mean, this is impactive. For those of you that might have watched the TV show, Hackathon Apple TV. Now I'm drawing a blank because I'm thinking of all the TV shows I haven't seen, but there was a space program from Earth. It's not from Earth to the moon. Well, anyway, if you look at Apple TV, you'll see what I'm talking about. They've played a lot of these scenarios through in the sense of trying to understand what it would look like if you lost control of your oxygen generation systems, right? And other for all mankind. Thank you, Gene. Great show. It plays through many, many decades of technology and what if scenarios. And I think it's kind of required watching for anybody working in space systems, because it's kind of like what would happen if, we weren't the first people to walk on the moon and stuff like that. So kind of cool. Now, another example of physical attack is GPS jamming, right? So, or jamming in general. Now, in this case, we actually had examples where GPS jamming was used against the border of Ukraine and Russia. And in this example, we actually had reports of interference in places as far as Finland against airports, where obviously GPS receivers are used quite a bit for aircraft navigation and safety navigation. So GPS jamming has been a thing for a while. I mean, I was electronic warfare. We did active countermeasure, active jamming, and all that good stuff kind of explained here. The thing we have to keep in mind from an electronic warfare perspective is, from an EW's job is to detect signals of unknown origin and try to classify and identify. Electronic attack is generally used to jam or misguide something that is trying to identify you. And we do this in a lot of cases on the ground with missiles. When we try not to get hit by one, we'll use, electronic countermeasures to actually try to block that, or electronic attack jamming, etc. But from a spacecraft perspective, it realistically, I don't want to say it's easy, but it's not the most complicated thing when you think about sending randomized radio frequency energy towards a target can cause interference. This is true of anything that has RF or radio frequency involved. The simplest thing to do is jam a ground station by putting ground jammers near the ground station. Obviously, these are things that can be detected and located. So obviously, that's not a quick or not a long-term approach, but it wouldn't be unusual if you had a border where somebody actually had vehicles, trucks, heavy equipment that could actually do electronic attack against spacecraft or ground systems that are supporting spacecraft. Because remember, we don't have to necessarily attack the spacecraft. We could actually go after the ground asset. And as long as the ground asset can't talk to the spacecraft, we still win, right, as an attacker. So we have to be aware of the physical security, the physical battle space, and understanding better what we're dealing with from that perspective. Like I said, there's a lot to this talk. There's a lot of aspects here to drill into, much more than you can get done in 35 minutes. Now, I mentioned the ransomware scenario, denial of service on the jamming of ground and satellite systems just a minute ago, hacktivism, physical attacks by shut off power. We have generators, of course. Generators only have so much fuel, so we have to take those things into mind. I feel like in a way this presentation was written by a CISSP in a way. I feel like it was like check, 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 all the different things we have to look at. So my friends out there that are auditors, hopefully you're appreciating some of these discussions. But things like terrestrial ISPs, if somebody cuts fiber optic links or if they take out the ISP, I mean, we're talking some doomsday type stuff here, but is it really doomsday type stuff? I mean, look at what happened with the gas pipeline up in the Mediterranean, right? It was not the Mediterranean, further north, sorry. For my Swedish counterparts, I apologize. The natural gas pipeline that supplied the Nordic countries that was basically theoretically broken in 3 spots and was leaking natural gas into the ocean. That's an example of, well, if somebody can do that to a natural gas line, what could they do to the terrestrial fiber that's on the ground, right? The submarine cables. Somebody could damage those, right? It's not like there aren't documentaries out there that explain that, you know, during wartime and Cold War time specifically, where those cables haven't been messed with. So if somebody shuts that cable off, you know, this was a great topic that my CISO from my previous company, so thanks for the point, had mentioned, you know, he was concerned that these are things that we should be thinking about. And I appreciate kind of thinking outside the box when it comes to defense, because sometimes we can't always see all the things that we're going to be attacked via vector wise, but it doesn't hurt to spitball a little bit about this and try to understand better. Insider threat is a big one as well. Obviously, having an insider that could potentially insert malicious code, network devices like USB, hot plug attacks, you name it. There's a great example, Richard Clark, who was one of the original Department of Homeland Security czars, worked under multiple presidencies, does some great lectures. If you're really looking for some interesting cyber stuff, check out Richard Clark's stuff. He actually had a talk that he was giving where he actually mentioned that one of the ways that they used to do assessments was, rather than coming in and just red teaming the heck out of an organization, they would sit down and talk to all the administrators one at a time and basically say, don't worry about your boss. I don't care. They're not going to come after you. How would you mess this place up? How would you break it? How would you hack it? And I thought that's a great way to do an assessment, right? Ask the people that work on it every day what the weaknesses are, what the issues are, and then take that information and build your defensive plan if you can do it. But at least you're helping to identify these threats, because somebody's going to figure out a way to slip things into your system. Our job as defenders is to detect and defend, and that is not the easy job, right? As Eric pointed out, this is a very, very tough grind to go through, but we have to do it. We can't just ignore it. Now, how do we protect this, right? I've been talking about all the doom and gloom. Surprise, everything we've been talking about within typical blue team defensive stuff, zero trust, network segmentation, end-to-end encryption, monitoring. My fallback generally for any company that I go into, whether I'm supporting a small, medium-sized business or a large corporation, is we should have a fallback location that we monitor everything coming in and out, basically north-south, right? Traffic coming in and out of the internet, stuff that's talking to our systems. There are tools, technologies. Sysmon was mentioned very heavily by Eric. Thank you for that, Eric, because I'm a huge believer in Sysmon for the Windows environment. Surprise, it's also on Linux now. So thank you for that, Mark Rusinovich and team. But also looking at things like lateral movement within your environments, using things like Zeek for security monitoring of network communications between devices. You'll be amazed at how much stuff you can actually see with just the bare minimum of having Sysmon installed and using Zeek on your network. It's shocking. Obviously, physical security is another aspect of this. What about the forensic incident response capability? Do you have the ability to respond to an incident? If you don't have the logs, good luck with that, right? My job in a lot of cases, the way I looked at it as a security operations manager, doing active operational security, is to make sure that we have the ability to identify a threat. And if we don't catch it, at least we have the ability forensically to identify what happens so we can kick it off the network and make it go away. That's the way I think we should be working in a lot of cases. All the other tools that come along that you want to buy, they're great. But if you haven't done the basics, you're kind of spending a lot of time spinning your wheels. Awareness training, to be honest, I never was a huge fan of it until I actually started embracing it. And I'll be the first to admit that was the wrong approach. Awareness training is super helpful with your users. They become your human IDS. They'd be HIDs if HIDs didn't already exist from a host-based perspective. But human awareness or user awareness is a huge thing that can be very, very helpful from a security perspective, because we just can't see everything, right? There's just not enough of us out there. Tabletop exercises, planning for breaches, testing your breach capability, asking your analysts, your engineers, your software developers, your users, how would you break this system? How would you kill it? How would you make us have a really bad day? Or as I used to like to say, how do we put Humpty Dumpty back together again? Can we? You can tell me you have backups all day long, but until you've tested it, I'm not going to believe you. Kind of pessimistic, I suppose, but that's the reality of it. Audits and risk assessments are a big key contributing factor or benefit to this. If we don't assess our situation, you don't really know. And in some cases, I can understand. Trust me, I understand not knowing sometimes can make you feel better because you don't know all the problems and therefore you're not stressing about it. But you need to know about it. You need to get those risk assessments done. You need the people that know how to do these things to get in there effectively and efficiently and come up with a plan for you to move forward, because just ignoring the problem by sticking your head in the sand is not going to make it go away. Now, things we can do from an active perspective. I hate to bring up CIS or the Center for Internet Security, but I'm going to bring out SANS slides from this perspective. CIS control number 1 and number 2, what used to be the SANS top 20, inventory of hardware and software assets, full stop, has been on the list for at least 10 years. And we still can't do this effectively. Come on. How many people actually have an accurate inventory? I'm not going to hold my breath. I'll be dead by the time I actually find some place that actually has a full-blown 100% bulletproof inventory. It's a great thing to strive for. I think it's a doable thing, but it takes work and effort. Technical debt, retiring the end-of-life systems, operating systems, hardware. A lot of the technical debt that we have on our systems today is because those boxes cost $100,000 a pop. Maybe not in a small business center, but in a lot of cases for your ICS systems, space satellite communication systems, those radios are not cheap, right? They are very expensive. And you're going to try to get as much money as you can out of them. And I totally appreciate that. So we have to have a plan on how to deal with that. User awareness, we're to hit on. Tripwires and honeypots. This has become a favorite of mine and Gene's as well, because we both work together on 555. And this has been one of the ones we actually did a talk on. Honeypots and tripwires can just be awesome. So shout out to John Strand, Black Hills Information Security, for his initial entry into my brain, at least, of tripwires way back in 2010 when I took his class, or his 2-day on that. And then, of course, centrally collecting your logs and analyzing them. Don't just collect stuff. Don't become a hoarder, so to speak. Collect them and analyze them. You've got the data. You might as well take advantage of looking through it. You'd be surprised what you don't know. I see things in my SIM on a daily that I'm like, really, Microsoft? That seemed like a good idea to you to do what you just did. So it doesn't help to just collect them. You actually have to look at them. And then, of course, Zeek. Zeek is like the light at the end of the tunnel. If you can get Zeek into your network, if you don't already have it, free open source tool. There's Corelight makes a commercial version. Hands down, one of the best tools out there. So I'm going to finish up here pretty quickly. Teapot. This is just an example. So myself and Gene did a talk not so long ago that basically talked about honeypots and tripwires. So being the funny guy I was, I put a honeypot out on Amazon and I said, hey, internet, come get me. This was 7 days of operation of using the Teapot developed by Deutsche Telekom's security group, which is basically T-Mobile as we know it. But basically 400,000 honey trap attacks in 7 days. Now, I will tell you, you don't want to do this necessarily all the time because this was expensive. This was about a $200 a month in Amazon. But realistically, you're not going to put honeypots on the internet unless you're doing research. My whole point of this was to show that putting something out there in a known IP space would take roughly X amount of days for it to be known and actively engaged with. And this is everything from SSH attacks, elastic attacks, people trying to gain access to Cisco hardware. A lot of this is going to be script kiddie automation stuff. But what was really cool, and I don't have it in the picture here, but if you scroll down, you can see the usernames and passwords that were trying to be passed. So it kind of gives you some insight into what the automation's using. Password 123. You're like, oh, cool. Maybe we make sure we don't have that password somewhere, right? So things like that are very, very handy. Now, SIS has been very, very helpful at supporting a lot of the growth here and protection of this areas, especially when it comes to SATCOM. I got to give credit to, oh my God, I'm CISA Jen Easterly, right? She took over CISA not that long ago, and she's been doing a great job of making sure that there was transparency, especially with what's going on with Russia, Ukraine. And I have to say, from coming from the DoD or the military side and then going into commercial space, a lot of stuff is kept behind closed doors. It's considered classified. Ironically, a lot of the talks that I go to for SATCOM security, most of it's secret clearance or higher, which really sucks because a lot of the stuff we're talking about today, it's applicable. It's not classified. It's just, hey, we've seen it happen. Therefore, the methods and means were classified. And unfortunately, that information doesn't come out so that we can defend against it for most of us normal human beings that don't have the clearances. But in this example here, CIS has actually been trying to help us in advisories and giving guidance on what to do. And it's classic IT 101, right? Patching, secure authentication, limited privileges. I mean, it probably feels like as security practitioners, we tell people all the time these things, and it seems like a broken record, but there's a reason we tell people to watch your passwords, look at your encryption, look at your authentication mechanisms, because people don't always follow through, right? Organizations don't have time in a lot of cases to do the patching they need to mitigate the vulnerabilities, the risks, and because it's just a big job. And if we don't pay attention to it, it can bite us. Also, just to kind of final out the rest of the slides here. So there was a Space ISAC that was just formed recently. ISACs basically are organizations that are kind of built towards industry, like there's an automotive ISAC. In this example, we have now a Space ISAC, which is basically community-based, driven by aerospace industry, space manufacturers, ground stations, the whole 9 yards. It's looking at sharing of common information to be able to help mitigate some of this stuff. Here's just an example of the organizations that are partners. So this is a big deal, right? We've got NSA involved here. We've got all the governmental agencies you could ever want, Space Force, U.S. Air Force, obviously looking at different threats, vulnerabilities, and trying to come up with a plan on how to mitigate this. Because just looking at what Jen Easterly's perspective is, if a small business that helps support the government gets hit, that ransomware, that actor could theoretically gain access to a governmental facility through those weak links. And so in order to mitigate that, we need to help our smaller businesses, our medium-sized businesses, and our large aerospace companies to mitigate those threats by actually letting them know, hey, we've got your back, and we're going to try to help you figure out a way to fight this. I will say personally, in the last 2 years, I've had more involvement from the US government, the FBI actually coming out and actually asking if there's anything they can do to help. It's impressive. We didn't have that for a long time. So I got to give them credit for that, right? So where credit's due, right? Now, the Future Defender, obviously, if you're taking a SANS class this week, you obviously have the idea here. Blue team, red team is a mixture of both. We have our purple team operators. The point is, in order to understand how to defend this, we have to understand how attackers work. And so getting to know the technology being used, like whether it's Metasploit, ironically, I took Eric's Metasploit class 12 years ago, and that stuff is still being used today in active attacks. So he's right on the money with this. Understanding your systems, inventories, understanding your assets. It's just, these are all things that are basic, but if you don't know this stuff, how are you going to defend it? Now, from a training perspective, getting to understand programming, scripting languages can be very, very helpful. Obviously, cloud, IoT technologies, all these things. There's just a lot of stuff that goes into defending a system. And if you're taking a course this week, or at least you're participating in the summit, you've taken one of the first steps in actually becoming a defender. Congratulations, welcome aboard. The last summit, I met quite a few very new to security students, and I'm hoping that this continues. We see this progress towards the future defenders of our networks and our industry. And on that note, here's my pertinent information if you want to reach out. LinkedIn seems to be where everybody hits me up, so by all means, reach out, Packet Engineer on Twitter or LinkedIn. If you want to take an awesome class on detection and using analytics and using SIM, Sec 585 is the class for you. Come over and visit us. Gene's going to be running that course this week, and the more the merrier. So absolutely take advantage of that. And that is it, John.
All
I don't know
right.
if I'm
Thank
on
you.
time or off time. I honestly
Don't worry about it.
lost track.
So thank you, Scott, for the kind of big picture stuff here. We had a lot of discussion going on kind of during your presentation here in the chat where people were like, whoa, I didn't ring, like 0 day on a satellite. The implications on that are a whole different level of like, madness, right? Compared to just the average system. So you got a lot of questions in the Q&A thread there. So I'll let you jump in and get to those. And some of those are pretty interesting. I'll definitely be interested to see your response for a lot of those. So with that, we're going to move on, excuse me, to our next presentation. Hiran, are you there and ready to go? Fantastic. So this next presentation from Hiran Sadwani is on hunting OneNote malware. This is another thing, bringing it right back down to earth, right? Talking about what are attackers actually doing these days. Microsoft has changed what is possible in the recent past, disabling macros and things like that. And attackers are always trying to go on to that next thing, right? And OneNote is that next thing. So this next presentation is going to be very, very relevant to anyone that's dealing with phishing email, trying to dig in and understand what these files are about and how your employees might be attacked. So with that, I will hand it over to Hiran.
Thank you, John. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining this session. Today we're going to talk about hunting on OneNote malware, a practical guide for blue teams. My name is Hiran Sadwani, and let's start the presentation. A quick introduction about myself. I'm working as security analyst at Forescout Technologies. Before, previously I was working at PwC India, and here I am working on threat hunting and DFIR related work. I occasionally do blogs on Medium or LinkedIn. You can connect with me on these IDs. So let's start with the agenda. Today we're gonna talk about what is OneNote malware, why we are talking about that, why it is in trend, which threat actors are using this technique, what are the different TTPs, and then we will look at some of the examples. In the second part, we will do a quick introduction on the threat hunting and its life cycle, how we can hunt OneNote malware. And I have mentioned some of the hunting queries, and we'll also talk about how we can prevent these attacks. Yeah. Okay. So what is OneNote? OneNote is basically a note-keeping application developed by Microsoft, and it comes with the Office and Office 365 product suite. What happened recently during the December 2022 that attackers have used this OneNote and abused to deliver malware to the targeted users. The abusing technique of OneNote was first introduced by the researcher called Americ Nasi in his report called Red Team with OneNote, and it was published in the August 2022. And the attacks we have seen in the December 22 onwards. So the OneNote can execute and launch multiple LOL bins. It can use MSHTAW script. It can launch any other file type, any other LOL bins, and to use for malicious purpose. And it can this LOL bins are executing within the OneNote. And just the file types which are used. Some of them are CHM, HTA, JavaScript, Windows script files, VBS, batch files, and multiple other file types can be executed within the OneNote files. These embedded scripts are usually the downloaders, which can go to the internet, to the attacker server, and download the second stage payload from the attacker server and compromise the system. So we talk about why it is in trend, because one of the flexibility that OneNote provides is that you can add any kind of file into the OneNote document. It can be text file, it can be image, videos, PDFs, or some of the other file types. We have mentioned that CHM file, batch file. This any type of file type we can embed within the OneNote, and this flexibility has interested attackers to use for malicious purpose. And one of the other reason is that Microsoft has blocked macros in December, in the February 2022, and so the attackers have to search for to look for new attacking techniques for initial access. And after the February 22, the Microsoft blocks macros, we have seen uptrend in the use of initial access for LNK files, ISO files, VHD files. These are different containerization techniques we have seen for initial access techniques. And the later December, we have seen OneNote for initial access. Right. Let's look at some of the stats. This is the initial stats shared by the Proofpoint research team. So, yeah. So this was during the December, the campaign has just started. It was less than 5 campaigns, and in the January it jumped to the more than 50. And these campaigns were dropping this different malwares, Asyncret, QSR, Agent Tesla, Quackbot, and many other kind of malwares was dropped during the initial trends. Later, this is one of the graphs shared by the Avast team. They have shared data from 1st January to 21st March. And these are the states from their endpoints they have seen. If you can see the graph, it goes from the very few to till the up to 8,000 or 9,000 infections to the endpoints which they have blocked. So it's also wild during the first few months in the 2023. This is one of the stats shared by the Trellix, the targeted industries where the OneNote malware has used, right from the manufacturing, high-tech, telecom, finance, governments, healthcare, transportation. Every industry was targeted during the time. So how they were targeting, what are the TTPs they have used? So how this attack happens, it starts with the suspicious phishing email, and which contains the URL and asks user to go to the internet, go to this attacker's site and download the file. This stage, there are two things. It can be attachment of .1 file, it can be a zip file, it can be a URL to ask user to download the OneNote file. And once OneNote is, once you open the OneNote, you will be asked to, you will not able to see the content of the file. You will ask to double click on the open button or view file button. Once you open that, there will, there's an embedded file execute such as HTA or batch file, CHM file that will download the additional payload from the internet and execute this additional file. Right. Similarly, for the ICID, there was a .1 execution, then which executed .batch file, and that batch file has executed PowerShell, and PowerShell has downloaded the DLL file, and that was the ICID malware. Later, we have seen the multiple execution in the Quackbot. In the previous talk, staff has shared a lot of interesting information on Quackbot that, and then she has also mentioned about that how Quackbot is quickly changes their TTPs, right? You can see there are multiple TTPs used by Quackbot, .1 executing .chm file, and CHM file is executing PowerShell, and here Windows script file is used, which used curl.exe to download the Quackbot file, and JSC file, and the multiple lots of files have used by the Quackbot and the other malwares as well with similar TTPs, One thing is common, you can see the .1 file is executing this file, so we can look for these events when any execution happening from the .1 files, so we can look for those events. Memes, how can a presentation be without the memes, right? Credit goes to their authors. Like so previously when there is a when there's a macro, when there was macros launching of any PowerShell executable from the Microsoft files, from Word, PowerPoint, or Excel, it was a big deal for defenders. But nowadays that macros are not there, then this is taken from the WinWord to the OneNote. Attackers are also looking for the new techniques such as OneNote and not looking into the macro-enabled files, since macros have been blocked. So one of the amazing attack path has been shared by the Trellix report. As I mentioned, that you will the user will get the phishing email. That phishing email can be of two things. One it is a zip file, or it can be directly .1 file. It can also be a URL to a user to download the OneNote malware from the attacker server. The goal is to deliver user a OneNote document. Once targeted user received the OneNote document and you open the file, it will ask user to double click on the file to view the file. Once user double click on those buttons, the embedded files will be executed. As we discussed, these are the different embedded files. It can be JavaScript, JSC, Windows script files, batch file or PowerShell, CHM file, and lots of other files. There are some examples where there are multiple files are used, like in the JS file as called the VBS file, and VBS file called the PowerShell execution, and PowerShell has downloaded the malware. Similarly, the JCS directly called the PowerShell and then download the QuakeBot. In the one of the example, it is directly called the OneNote has directly called the PowerShell, and PowerShell has downloaded the different kind of malwares from the targeted user. Right. So let's look at some of the examples. As I said, you cannot see the content of the file. If you open the document, it will ask user to click on the view button. When you click on it, it will execute the embedded file. This is the earlier example from the December, which was themed on the Christmas gift, and it was delivered to it was delivered to the targeted users as luring as a Christmas gift. These are some of the other examples where they are delivering XFORM and async malware. Similarly, there was another theme based on the shipment where there's a .1 file was shared. The phishing email theme mostly on the shipment, invoices, and legal tenders. So look out for those emails if they're containing any suspicious links or attachments. This is one of the examples shared by Sophos. If you can see the similar TTPs asking the user to click on open. Once you hover on the button, you will see it will show you which file is gonna execute. If you click on open button, you will see attachment.htf file will be open. Let's see the content of that HTF file. It will, if you can see in this code, that it will launch the ActiveX object file and launch WScript. WScript will launch the curl.exe, and curl.exe will download the file from this URL and this file path, and it will execute this file. This 1.png is not an image file; it's a malicious file, which comes with the OneNote. And later this file it will run with the run DLL32. In the command line, if you observe the run DLL32 with the wind command, it's a QuakeBot. So if you are seeing this win command and run GLSP2 together, you are infected with the probably Quackbot. And later on, they have killed the MSHD and deleted the file. So what happens when user clicks on that open button, it will throw one warning dialog box to the user, but usually user ignore this button and just clicks on OK and executes the file. In one of the examples shared by Bleeping Computer, that there are multiple files were within the document, so all these VBS files were the same. So if a user clicks on any of that anywhere on the button, it will execute the file, and that VBS file contains this code. So if you see that it will launch the W script and using the PowerShell and invoke web request as a parameter. With the URI flag, it will download a file from the attacker server. The file name is testicle.1 and it will be saved as the remittance.1 in the user's temp directory. And similarly, another W script will launch the CMD and PowerShell, the same invoke web request as a command, and download the elevate.batch file, which is saved in the temp directory system32.batch. So what happened here is like if user cannot able to see the content. So once user clicks on this, it will download the .1 file, which will show the content to the user. So user will think that I have downloaded the legitimate file, but in the background, it will also download another file, which does the malicious thing. So till now we have learned about what is one-hot malware and what are their different TTPs. The main thing about the talk is how we can hunt this. So so if you are new into the threat hunting field, here's a quick introduction. Threat hunting is basically a proactive approach to detecting and hunting in the network. Basically, we are searching for unusual or suspicious activities in the network, and the goal is to detect and respond before anything harm happens to the system. So basically, we are detecting and responding to the attacks before any alert comes to us, right? If any SIM part or any security solution throws you an alert and later you are working on that, that's a normal IR process and normal SOC analyst work. But threat hunting is that like we are doing hunting for unusual activities before any security solution tells any that you have this bad things going on. We'll also look for the what is threat hunting life cycle. This is one of the image shared from the threathunting.net. If you are new to the threat hunting, you must read this PDF. It will clear all the basics on the threat hunting. So it starts with the creation of hypothesis. What is hypothesis? That we are thinking of an activity, unusual activity that might have happened or in our network, like any attacker has any APT group, any attacker or any malware has compromised our system, and we have to look for their techniques which attackers have shared. Like so first we are creating the hypothesis, and based on that we are investigating with our tools and techniques. Once we do investigate, and we might get new patterns as well, right? If you are going for a hunting, you will see the new patterns, new techniques, and you will understand more about your network. And if you find anything, you need to document all your findings. And if you finding any true positive, you need to start your response process and inform your stakeholders. And if you are finding any true positive, you can also create detection rules and signatures based on that. And again, the loop will continue with the next hypothesis. Similarly, there is there's a one of the other life cycle shared by the expel.com blog. It shows step-by-step process. You can, in the first step, you need to pick a attacker tactic. You can use MITRE attack. There are all different types of tactics available, and every tactic has different techniques, right from the reconnaissance to the action impact. Every tactic has their multiple techniques, right? So pick up any tactic. For example, if you are picking up execution and took the PowerShell, so start with the PowerShell and look out for any activity, any unusual activities related to PowerShell. So you determine the hypothesis, and now you have to find out and investigate based on this hypothesis. You also need to gather data. The data will be your sysmon logs, your Windows process creation events, your EDR events, with the command line enabled for all such logs. And you need to hunt based on those queries. You might, once you go for hunting, you might get lots of data, volumes of logs. Threat hunting is finding a needle in the key hashtag. So you will get a lot of data. You have to filter out the usual and unusual activities. If you are finding the unusual activity, as I said, you need to review your results. You need to finding your documents, automate your stuff, so that such activities can happen in the future. You can easily get a detection. So these are the 5 different steps of threat hunting. Now look at how we can hunt the one-note malware. So some of the things like look for the email attachments where the .1 file is executed, where the .1 file is attached with the emails. So you can look for your email security logs. You will find the attachments and URLs. Look, you can also look for PowerShell command line. As we have seen in this, some of the examples, there are the PowerShell command lines executions where the invoke web request, download string, encoded command. Encoded command can be used in multiple ways. I can -enc, -e, encoded. The multiple commands are. These are the some of the few examples. There are multiple for PowerShell. You can look for. It's just not only related to OneNote, but you can get multiple suspicious activities by looking for that. You can also look for run DLL32 executions from other unusual directories such as program data, app data, time directory, or downloads folder, or any other folder other than system32. You will find the suspicious stuff there. And one of the other things is that any execution happening from where the parent process is onenote.exe, you definitely need to look out for that. One of the other thing is that when there are the embedded file attachments are executed, it usually comes from the temp directory. The onenote.exe temp directory is app data local temp OneNote, and from the exported folder in the temp directory. So look out for those events as well from the exported folder. Here comes the part of the hunting queries. So this queries you can use you can modify these queries based on your SIM or your any security solution. So these are some generalized format. Like the first is where the email attachments contain .1. So data source, your data source should be email security solution, and file attachment contains .1 files, right? And the other is where the command line contains suspicious file execution. Here I have not mentioned the data source. You can pick up any data source. It can be sysmon, it can be Windows process creation, it can be your EDR solution. So you can look for any such executions based on these files. You might get lots of data, but you have to filter out to find your stuff. Another is where the run DLL32 execution happens, where the command line is run DLL32 and with the win command. So this is particularly for the Quackbot, where the win command is used as parameter. The next is about the from the proxy logs, you can search for the request URL field where this file downloaded from there. If any user gets an email and clicks on the malicious URL, you will find that stuff in the proxy logs. And if any file is downloaded like .1, .zip, .dll file, you might get some interesting stuff. The others are where the OneNote executable is creating suspicious file from the Windows sysmon logs, where the event ID is 11 and where the process is OneNote, and target file contains any of this execution. You will get some interesting stuff if you are getting any results. The next one would be the OneNote is executing any Windows lolwin. So look out for these small logs where event ID is 1 and parent process is OneNote. The next one would be the PowerShell command lines. As I mentioned earlier, the PowerShell and the command line contains these parameters as invoke web request, encoding, download. So I just mentioned the three. There are huge lots of PowerShell suspicious command lines you will find on the internet, and you just need to modify your queries. Another is any run DLL32 execution from the unusual directories such as program data, app data, or temp directory, anything. You can modify this query as well. So all these queries are not only related to OneNote, but it's basically for all the most kinds of malwares and loaders you will find from these queries. So let's now go for the prevention part. So one thing, if you are not using OneNote in your organization, just remove it from. If you are not using, you can block this application. And if it is required to use, then there is a block from Huntress which was recently released, and which was named as addressing initial access. And you can look out for those blogs. They have shared some PowerShell one-liners to block this OneNote from executing any embedded files. So basically, they were blocking from the registry part, so that such malicious execution cannot happen from OneNote. Also, do block .1 files from the email attachments. And the main part is always the user awareness. Aware users about any new different kinds of phishing emails and malware attacks, how they need to be aware them about not clicking on any unknown files or from unknown senders. Even if it is coming from the known senders, double check using other parameters, like if they have really sent this file, and check with them by other mediums. So just user awareness is always a must. So the summary part, let's go to the closing part. What we have seen till now, what we have learned till now is like OneNote it's a legitimate application from Microsoft, but it is abused by the attackers to deliver malware to the targeted users. And this delivery happens through the phishing email attachments or URLs. It uses multiple file types and multiple lol bins to execute code and downloads the payload from their CNC server. This is one of the quote I found interesting. Not sure who was the author, but threat actors are always looking for new ways to exploit the system. And as we are the blue teamers, we also need to be always creative on the defense part. The OneNote, we are seeing just the abusing of OneNote is just started a few months back, and if it might be or might be not possible to prevent, but we will be seeing in the near future the new developments in this area. It is an interesting way to for attackers to deliver the malware. So we might see some updates and update in the new techniques for OneNote and in the other initial access techniques. So look out for them on the Twitter or on the researchers blogs. So you might get some interesting stuff in the near future for initial access techniques. So this was all from my side. If you have any queries, you can connect with me on the below mentioned IDs on Twitter or on LinkedIn. And I'm really grateful to all of you that you joined the session. I'm also really grateful and thankful to the SANS team that is selecting for talk and giving the opportunity. This is the first time ever I am talking at any conference. Thank you very much to the SANS team. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Great work. We had a couple questions come in for you that I think we have time to hit here real quick. Fairly basic stuff here. Can antivirus detect OneNote malware? Are you seeing much success with EV or AV picking this up?
Initially, there were very few, but now some of the AVs are able to detect. But it also depends if the AV is updated on the system or not, and if there are new techniques, and then might or might not be able to pick up.
Gotcha. And I know you mentioned a lot of these OneNote files are spawning other processes, which are still other things that are built into the system, right? C script and all that kind of other stuff. We got another question that is, what are the common child processes that you see created by OneNote that are like, most common?
Most common child processes are the batch files and PowerShell executions and the HTA files, CHM files. There are multiple files. The most common are the batch and PowerShell.
Gotcha. The question kind of for me, I guess, I was wondering, you mentioned you can just block OneNote, right? And that seems like a very simple answer that most of us are probably like, well, yeah, of course I could just block OneNote, right? But what is it that for organizations that aren't just blocking .one files, are you seeing these delivered mostly via phishing email, or is it people are getting a phishing email with a link that then goes and downloads the OneNote file, and therefore an email block isn't enough?
So initially they were started with the sending of the .one files directly as an attachment, and later they have shifted to the zip files and the URLs to download .one files. So blocking on the .one file is the one step we can do, but there are other stuffs like blocking of the OneNote application itself, or we can use some of the attack surface reduction techniques. Some of them, as I mentioned, shared by the Huntress, use some PowerShell one-liners and it will change some of in the registries to block execution of embedded files from the OneNote.
Awesome. Yeah, attack surface reduction rules are fantastic. I think that's probably maybe one of the best untapped resources that maybe people don't know about. But for those who aren't familiar with attack surface reduction rules, it's definitely something, as we go into lunch here, you can Google and look at what's available, because a lot of those rules are like, do not let processes like OneNote spawn these kind of things that are basically only done by malware. So there's a lot of really good targeted rule sets that can be done with attack surface reduction to block this kind of thing. You have a few more questions as well, but I'll let you kind of dive into those because those are a little bit more detailed in the chat room there. But awesome presentation. Thank you so much for this. Very, very relevant material to all of us. We know we're going to see more and more of this as time goes on. So really appreciate your time here, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you, SANS team. Thank you, John. Thank you, everyone.
All right. So we are about at lunchtime here. So what we're going to be doing is taking a quick break for about an hour or so, and then we will be right back to do a Blueprint Live episode. I'm going to jump on with Carson, Ingrid, and Kat of the MITRE 11 Strategies book, the three authors of the book. And we're going to talk some security operation questions and things like we have throughout the season, but also looking at the chat room and seeing if there's any specific questions that people want to ask kind of beforehand. So actually, Jen, if you could throw a questions for speakers thread in right now, maybe over lunch people want to just look at or think about some questions and put those in there ahead of time so we can get some of those ready to go, that'd be great. All right, everyone. We will let you get to lunch here lunch for us. Those of us in the central US, right? I know we're all over the place in terms of meals in the world. So wherever you are, go eat the meal that is appropriate for the time in that place. And we will see you back in about 1 hour. Hello, everyone. We are back. So, what we're going to be jumping into now is going to be our Blueprint podcast live. So we've got a panel of several authors that are just going to be clicking in here. We'll get a quick audio test done to make sure everyone can we hear you all?
Hey, good afternoon.
Ingrid, hear you. Kat, you there? See you. Looks like we're good there. And Carson, I think I can't hear you yet.
How about now?
Perfect. There it is. All right, awesome. So before we get started here real quick, I wanted to give everyone in the audience a chance to submit questions again. We called it out before lunch, but I don't see anything in there yet, but feel free to just kind of type them in as they come to mind. I'm sure we'll be hitting some stuff that people are like, oh yeah, I was kind of wondering about that. So go ahead and jump into the 1A questions for speakers channel and then into the thread specific for this panel. And then I will be watching that to see if we can get any questions kind of snuck in here in the conversation as we go along. So with that, I think we're probably, oh, nope, Kat's still working on audio. So we will give her a second here. So for those in the audience still, wanted to do a quick introduction to what we're doing here. Blueprint Podcast is a podcast I've been doing for a couple years now, and this is a very special season where we're going through and walking through a book, which is a new technique for a podcast that I have not embarked on before. But the authors were generous enough to dedicate at least, I don't know, I would say 13 hours of their time to doing this whole podcast with me and walking through the entire book. So really, really thankful for that. The first 3 seasons, if you haven't heard them, basically me just interviewing a bunch of people that are really changing the game and making, the world easier for cyber defenders. And so, I was a person that got into this job a lot from just listening to podcasts and picking things up. Once I got to the point where I had a platform where I could create another one for myself and then share that with others, I wanted to do that as well. So definitely excited about this and really excited to get this season out, which we are now in the middle of as well. Kat, sounds like you can hear us now. I think we're all good. All good. Fantastic.
All good. You can hear me, right?
Yep, definitely. All right, so we can kick it off. So welcome, everyone. A live Blueprint podcast. Always excited to do these kinds of things. As I said, we've been doing this show for 3 seasons now, and this is our 4th season where we're walking through MITRE's 11 strategies of a world-class cybersecurity operations center. I'm the host of the podcast and of the Blue Team Summit, of course, John Hubbard, and very, very excited to be here with all 3 of our authors. So let's get into some quick introductions here. Let me pass it over. We can start with Kat. If you could just give the audience a quick kind of intro to who you are and where you work and all that kind of stuff. And I'll say before anyone starts real quick, even though we all have kind of day jobs and work for a given company, this is one of those, we are not necessarily speaking on behalf of our company type panels. So just get that out of the way. All right, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Catherine Nerler, and I'm really happy to be here. And I have been working for MITRE for about 12 years at this point. I've been in the cybersecurity field for about 30 years now, and just feel like this is my time to start giving back and helping other people move along their careers and journeys at this point.
Fantastic. Ingrid?
Ingrid Parker. I am currently with Red Canary as the Senior Manager of Threat Hunting. Way back when I was an art major in school, and then I transitioned over to system administration when I was in the Army, and then eventually found my way into cyber. So I love talking about kind of those career paths and how people can move into this field, maybe if you're coming from a non-traditional background. And I also spent in between there 11 years at MITRE myself, and that's where I was when we were writing the book.
Fantastic. And Carson, over to you.
Hey, folks. Carson Zimmerman. I'm currently an investigations lead at Microsoft. I spend all day answering questions with data. Before that, for a very long time, I was also with MITRE working in security operations. And just a little bit with these 2 other fine individuals present today. I'm excited to be here.
Fantastic. So you've all worked kind of together in MITRE. There's this kind of the common thread, right? And there's this kind of history of work together and this book and everything. For this conversation, for others who may not be familiar with the book or otherwise, I want to give everyone a little bit of history of where this all came from. So Carson, could you give us like a quick kind of background on maybe the first edition of the book and then bring us up to the present where we are now with the newly released edition?
Sure. So picture it, 2010. I had read a number of materials, including those by First and CertCC and Richard Beeklick and others that described, security operations, computer security incident response team, CSIRTs. But I didn't see as much on this kind of conversation, and I didn't see as much consensus in the industry as I would have liked. And I said someone should write more of this down. And initially, I thought I was actually going to do a set of frequently asked questions, and you can imagine it like a solar system forming out of dust and gases, and eventually clumps start coming together, and eventually you have a whole solar system. And that's how 10 strategies came to be. Is I had many people around me, and one person was like, oh, you should turn this into the 10 commandments of C&D. And I said, ooh, that's an interesting idea. And that's actually how we got 10. And it was almost by an accident. Is me and a bunch of other people I worked with at MITRE, we kept getting in these same conversations of like, how much data do I need? And, how many analysts do I need? And like, how do I do this? And how do we do that? I'm like, man, someone should write this down. So, that's how the first edition came about. And initially we thought we were only going to give it out, to, a couple hundred people. And then it went out and it grossly exceeded our expectations. And I'm like, I guess people want to hear more about this. And people immediately started saying, when are you going to do a second edition? I said, oh my God, I just got done writing a book. Give me a break. Because writing a book, folks, takes about 1,000 hours. And this one did too. And then, a number of years go by, and, some of us go in different directions. And then we talked, MITRE was like, hey, let's do a second edition. And this time around, it was great to have Ingrid and Catherine there. And it was an interesting and amazing and lively process as we moved through, what's new, what's different, how has our thinking changed, what new things do we need to put in the book. Spoiler alert, it wasn't just one new strategy. And how do we talk things about some of this topic today differently than we did 10 years ago?
Yeah, and I just wanted to add to it. I knew Carson when he was writing the first version. I was really excited and wanted to help him out with it. Just really wanted to. What I'd like to say about the book is we were getting questions about how do I get started in security operations? What are the things that I need to know to not only start, but what are all the things? What do I need to know? What are the functions? What are the high level things, as well as what are the technical things people have to learn? So I think Carson did a really nice job in that first edition of laying out the groundwork for what are those things. And so our next version, version 2 that we're talking about today, I think that one has modernized it, brought it up to speed. I mean, cybersecurity changes every year. You have to keep up with this stuff. So there were a lot of changes. And I mean, as well as there are a lot of changes since we wrote the book at this point, right? So.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I
for
absolutely
sure.
want to note, the book is free. So this is not an advertisement for anything you have to put dollars down for. You can go directly to the link that I think John has put into Slack. You can go grab that PDF. Well, there are print and ebook versions available this time on most of the major booksellers, and there is a cost there. None of us or MITRE makes any money off of that. Like, it's literally the cost of paper is what that charges for. But we really wanted this to be accessible to that person who is just moving into cybersecurity. Maybe they're in school, maybe they're trying to do a career transition. We didn't want there to be a cost associated with this. So it is there, it's available, it's a free resource. So not a sales pitch for anything to sell.
We don't make a dime.
And that's one of the things I love about this, right? It's such an amazing just compendium of knowledge. It's like hundreds and hundreds of pages, and anyone can just go grab it and get some, absolutely outstanding knowledge out of that. That's going to get them jump started and that help their team out a lot. I know, having written some of my own, coursewares and books and stuff myself, like writing is a long, arduous process, right? And it takes forever to go from like, it's an idea to like map out the concepts to, okay, I have a draft to check it, finally release it. One of the things I know that I'm sure people are interested in is from when this was finalized, which was probably not all that long ago, in an industry that moves very, very quickly. Is there anything that now, if you had a chance to like scribble in a few more things in the notes, that any of you would love to like, oh, I wish I could include that now? We can kick it off there.
I so want identity and SaaS in the book. Like that is just, even as we were finishing it up, because it was put out March of last year, that was something that really was on people's horizons and that was becoming really important. But it's, to me, it's one of the most glaring things that isn't in the book that I wish was there. And should we ever get motivated to do a third edition, assuming that we have not moved on even past that, would be something I would want to see.
What part
Yeah,
of
and just to build on that just a little bit, what Ingrid is saying, the identities, that association of identities with resources and data has become really, really hot, including with security operations. So being able to change how you do your security monitoring, where you focus your identity stuff.
And then Carson, I didn't know if you had anything beyond that, because I was going to ask about that, but I didn't want to lose the ideas of what we might add to the book.
I mean, finishing the book was kind of challenging because we all had more to say, and we could have been there for probably another 452 pages. And it was sort of, and Ingrid was like, we just need to finish, right? Finish. And that was fun. We're never gonna end piling on here. There's no question. Identity and cloud are two big growth areas right now. I think as every new technology pops up, that's going to be another section we put in the book. I think I would take this opportunity to point out one of the principles we had in what we did and didn't say in the book was based on our own experiences. If it was stuff where we didn't feel like there either was consensus or opportunities where we put our hands on and actively participated, we generally didn't talk about it. So I'll pick a random thing. I think we used the acronym XDR once in the book, and everyone's saying XDR right now. And it would be interesting to say in probably 2 years or so, once we've gained more consensus than today, what does that look like? And what do we have different to say about XDR compared to SIEM or any of the other censoring capabilities we've had so far? So I think, abstractly, we can say there will be an endless march of new tech that would go in there. Everyone's talking about large language models, generative, blah, 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 AI, pick a buzzword, put it here right now. I'm sure that would pop up in the future. I still have complicated feelings about that as well.
And I was definitely going to ask about AI because I'm sure that question is going to pop up. Actually, it already did in the top of the list. So we'll hit that in just a second. The first thing I wanted to get back around to, Ingrid, you had mentioned identity. Can you say a little bit more about if you were to add identity into the book, like what chapter, is there like one portion of it that you're thinking like, oh, I need to have mentioned that in there? Like where would it naturally fit?
I think if we weren't going to rearrange or move on to 12 strategies, we'd probably think about it from the data source perspective. Mm-hmm. And really, how do you get the logs on that information? How do you integrate it with the other information that you have coming in? Identity on its own is great, but identity with, hey, you accessed this application and you were at this location when you did it and it was this time. I mean, a lot of those behavioral things, they're really, really hard. But it really is identity plus the other data that you can bring in is where you're going to find a sweet spot.
Is there something about how we do identity now versus just maybe 2 or 3 years ago where there's like maybe additional, I don't know, opportunities, tooling? What's been the fundamental shift that kind of, made it to the point where you're like, oh, identity, that's definitely the thing that's happened in the recent past?
Yeah. I mentioned identity with SaaS, applications as a service, and it really is seeing how many companies are shifting to the point where they may not even own the applications that they're running. And so really, you're not getting the same logs from that information. You don't have them on premise. You don't have them in the cloud. Like you just don't have the same monitoring, and identity and then your configuration management are really the ways that you're looking at those applications to figure out what's happening in that space. And so for me, it's been less that the way you could monitor identity has changed, although certainly we've got a lot of identity brokers now that you can work with. It's really about what you need to do with that data in order to protect your environment, especially newer organizations that are maybe not as tied to legacy software, legacy applications. If you're a smaller startup organization, probably most of your applications are not going to be things that you manage yourself. And so that's really where you've got to start thinking about, okay, how else do I look at this that's a little bit different than traditional network and endpoint monitoring?
And is that a shift that was largely, I would say, maybe not impacted, but fast forwarded by 2020 and the whole kind of everyone went home, started working remotely, and we push it all to the cloud?
Absolutely. I can imagine that transition would have been a lot slower if we hadn't had that event going on. And suddenly all of these companies do not have an option on their IT roadmap. Their option was given to them.
Yep.
I'll throw in a few things there. I think on the identity front, one of them is, if I had to tease this out, parse this out, pun intended, is, there's the topic of identity federation, especially when you're in multi-cloud. And like so many people I talk to, they're going multi-cloud and they don't have a choice. It's just what's happening to them. So managing the federated identities amongst identities that don't want to federate and what that looks like, and doing all those translations, and then being effective in responding in the identity layer, which in many cases, we're thinking less about IPs and, all in the olden days, people like just block this class A. It's like, okay, maybe not. And we're not talking about that nearly as much anymore. Thank goodness. And we're very much thinking about the identity layer. And I was literally having this conversation last week with a couple people at First, in Montreal. Great conference, by the way. When we talk about, if we want to block an identity, it's not just about rolling a password, though that may be important. And it's not just about stopping token issuance, so that's important. And it's not just about expiring existing tokens, so that's more important. So what I'm trying to say is that there's a bunch of nuance here that a lot of people are going to be forced to really learn really quickly as we operate at this kind of plane.
Yeah, and I can throw down a couple of things that I've been learning in my circles that we have to pay more attention to that maybe we didn't in the past as security operations folks. We have different kinds of identity-based access, right? So role-based and attribute-based. So we're starting to put a lot more emphasis in design on what are the attributes around a persona or an identity, right? So if I live in, Kentucky and I'm accessing something in California and I shouldn't be, we have a lot more granularity available to us in the software to be able to differentiate where we are. What that means to a security operations organization is that now you have other things that you can look at for anomalies, for, wait a minute, this isn't right. This group is over here and they're coming from over here. And so it just gives you more to log, more to pull in for data, as Ingrid was mentioning. And also for federation, it helps you with how do you broker across all these different kinds of fabrics, say cloud fabrics versus legacy data and all of that, as Carson was mentioning.
Yeah, that's one of the things I'm always talking about, and ranting and raving about detection engineering and things like that, is like you need fields that are going to have some kind of relevant correlation to the contents is going to indicate whether it's likely good, likely bad, right? And with identity and with that granularity, it brings that capability, but it also brings this like enormous, okay, now we have a lot more data. What if it actually matters? What if it is worth actually collecting? And that's one of the things we get into in the podcast. So we won't get into that necessarily here. But I mean, the short question I wanted to ask as a follow-on to that is there any particular attribute or new capability, that you're thinking about when you say that kind of thing, like that gold nugget that we didn't have before in terms of attributes?
Well, yeah. So tapping into things like SAML, if you've heard about, these token languages that you're able to, pad up that go with an identity. I don't think as a security operations person, I even knew that this stuff existed a couple years ago. And what I'm finding is there's an entire wealth of how identities are passed from one place to another. What are the attributes that are important to pass along? So SAML is what I was talking about, SAML, ZACML, all these different kinds of languages that have been there for many, many years, 2000s, right? But we didn't really tap into them as security operations. It's now, a wealth of information. maybe too
Yeah.
much, right?
Yeah, it's always difficult, especially with new data sources that are just high volume in terms of fields. And sometimes when they're not documented very well on top of it, you're just like, I know there's something good here, but where is it, right? So one of the other things I wanted to kind of transition into talking about, that we already brought up, and I know this is going to be an interesting topic to a lot of people, is the AI factor in everything, everywhere, all of a sudden, right? We have one question in the chat room I want to get to in just a second, but I want to start with a little bit more of a general thing. Is there any kind of thought that you all have? I'd love to kind of hear just everyone's opinion on what AI is going to do for cyber defenders in a general sense. Make the job easier, harder, less necessary, all the above? Go for it.
All right, I'll start. So I want to bifurcate this and then you can stop me into two pieces. One of them is, AI and all of the applications, services, data, APIs, et cetera, that will be stood up by our customers, our constituents, that we'll need to go understand and defend. And then there's the branch of this of, what stuff is going to help us do our jobs better. And I would like to take this opportunity to point out something that I've seen happen many times in the time I've been doing security operations. And that is there'll be some tool, usually a detective capability, that has problems. And then someone will say, this technology is dead. IDS is an example. SIM is an example. They'll say, oh, IDS is dead. IDS has been dead for 20 years, according to some pundits, yet people are still buying sensors. So this does not compute. So what I'd like to point out is some people are already saying, oh, we won't need people anymore. I take a different approach. You can see our history is one where you bring more automation to bear to both increase efficiency and effectiveness. And that enables you to take on more things that you didn't have time before. I view AI and specifically these large language models as following a similar pattern. And what's interesting is it's going to move really fast, and it's going to be difficult to predict where we're even going to be in, I think, 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, I will be the first to raise my hand and say I am not, I wouldn't put the expert title on me. I wouldn't even put the moderate user of AI at this point, just starting to personally explore it. And I think I can imagine that's where a lot of people are, but where I've started to see some impacts, and I think this dovetails off what Carson was saying, there's not just a single use case for this. You have to think across both what the attackers are doing, what defenders are doing, how we use it programmatically. Recently we had a job posting and we got a whole bunch of resumes, and we're like, how many of these had AI generated cover letters to them? We ask a series of questions when people are applying to us, and we're like, what is the likelihood that somebody actually just typed this into one of the systems to get a response? So we actually did testing prior to putting those questions out to see what the major, like ChatGPT, everything else would do. And one of our folks, did a great job going in and testing them to make sure that we were unlikely to get an AI generated response to our questions. But you look at some of these cover letters and you see a real difference between how people write their resume, how people answer the questions, and what their cover letter looks like. And their cover letter is elegant and beautiful and, has this kind of level of writing to it. And that was different than how they did other things. And so I would not have wondered about this 3 years ago. Might still be somebody out there that could do it. But at this point, it's like you're questioning everything that's coming in. And certainly people are still the most important part of a SOC, and you're going to have to go through interviews and everything else. And I would imagine that, you would quickly be able to uncover if somebody was not completely genuine in terms of how they were doing things. But then we also asked ourselves a question of, is that a bad thing? If you are using AI to enable you to put together a stronger cover letter, just like you'd use it to write code or you'd use it for something else, is that necessarily a bad thing? So it'll be interesting, I think, as that continues to go, to see how we use it in terms of our writing styles, presentations, maybe, how we talk to executives, how we synthesize information. I can imagine that there's going to be a lot of how can we use our data sets to enable different kinds of findings for what we're doing? You know, we, where I am right now, because we're an MDR, we have a lot of different customers. We get lots of different questions, and we're investigating, okay, how do we put that information together in a way that makes it easier for customers to come in and ask questions? You know, there's certainly the data analysis part. How do you do on top of that? And then we start thinking about the adversary and saying, okay, are they able to code faster? Are they able to change, you know, their modules? Are they able to, you know, pivot in a different way than they did before? So far, at least what I've observed is that while you see some of this, it has not fundamentally changed from the speed at which particular adversary groups or types of malware have changed. But that's definitely something to keep an eye on as we move forward, because it's hard. I think somebody had commented in one of the channels about how hard it is to keep up with detections in like, you know, cloud and infrastructure and everything else. I'm like, well, it's not going to get better. But that's where we have the opportunity to use it as well. So I just think there's so many different use cases that we have to start breaking those apart for people and not just say AI. We have to think about, okay, for what application, for what purpose, how are you going to use it? And how are you going to evolve it with what you're trying to do in a way that your team can actually use it, rather than it just being this mythical thing that's going to stand over here.
I agree. And I guess what I would say to add to all of this is I like going to specifics of how can I use it and how am I seeing it being used today. One really promising area, I think, and I'm not an expert either, by the way, in AI, but one area is on this concept of modeling and simulation. So digital twins, if you've seen those out there in the world, as news and ways of doing things. A digital twin is essentially a copy of your system or your network. It can be a digital twin of anything, actually. But in this case, for security operations, what I'm thinking of it in terms of is our networking, our cloud environments, so that you can look at how to model and how to do detections. You can use AI to help you design what kinds of detections that you want on your networks, which ones will be most effective. Also, you can pull in the most recent attacks or the most prevalent attacks that we see out there, and go ahead and have AI and other tools help you to make suggestions, make recommendations. So maybe I need these kinds of sensors. Maybe I need to tweak something over in another area. Maybe one area of my network's being attacked all the time, so I should be putting more forces over there. So we can use AI to augment what we're already doing. What I sincerely hope doesn't happen, and I think what a lot of the experts in AI are worried about, is that we try to replace thinking, especially critical thinking and creative thinking, with AI. And that is looking like it's going to be possible in the next, I don't know, 5 years. They were saying like 20 years. Now they're saying more like 5. If you talk to the Google of CEO, or not CEO, but one of the CTO, the guy who invented it. But anyway, it's really important as this comes along that we don't replace our thought. You know, that we make sure we have our experts and we make sure that we're using it to augment what we do today.
Yeah. Yeah. That's, you know, I agree with everything you all said. And the way I kind of think about it is we're standing like on this precipice of like, you know, it's almost as if someone was like, here's the internet. Now, what are you going to do with it? It's like, I have no idea. Like, this was so fundamentally different from the way things existed and were before that, like, it's hard to even see the opportunities there, right? But we have seen a lot of demonstrations of specific use cases, right? So I think breaking it down into specific conversations is definitely the way to go about it. I know a lot of my friends, you know, working for companies, they're implementing different AI like policies about what can and cannot be used for and when it can be used and all that. We've all probably heard of that example of, I think it was Samsung, where I think it was engineers had put something into it and they're like, oh crap, did we just, you know, feed company proprietary data into the AI model? And, you know, those kind of worries are a whole different thing, right? But we have seen some very interesting and compelling kind of defensive use cases. And from my, you know, usage of it, which is really just me buying access to GPT Plus and, you know, using 4 a little bit, the two most useful activities I've found is kind of generating ideas, that like creative, just divergent thinking, coming up with a list of options. It's great at that. And then also the more specific tasks of like, here's some code, deobfuscate it for me. Here's something, you know, I want it just figured out, summarize it, write it. I had it write playbooks for me once just to see if that would work, right? I said, like, you're a SOC analyst trying to come up with a phishing incident response playbook, right? Write me out the steps that are the most important things to make sure I cover whatever it is. And I would encourage, right, anyone in the audience that has not actually gone into Chat GPT or any Bard, it doesn't really matter what it is. It's time, right? Get in there and try it out. If you have not done this yet, the hype is real. You should definitely go in and start throwing some questions at it. You don't want to be behind the curve on prompt engineering and all of that. So to get to one of the questions from the audience here, David Jones asked, with AI significantly speeding up developers of all types, what sort of attacks do you see increasing in the next few months? And what are you recommending that organizations do about it that's different from advice to the past? So I would also kind of tweak that a little bit to say, is there any AI fueled attack path that's going to get easier, better, that maybe you have seen as well?
I go back to phishing. I mean, because that is still the primary way that people get into, initial access. And, as the quality of those emails continues to improve, I guess improves the right term for what the adversary is doing. If we can if they get rid of some of those markers, some of the language barriers, some of the content, if they can make it sound, the more they can make it sound official, the more likely a user is to click on that link. And so I think that's one of the easiest ways that I could imagine AI coming into play from an adversary perspective. And Carson, I started talking over you. What were you guys saying?
It's cool. I was going to say that was going to be one of my two answers. The other thing to be thinking about is one of information leakage. Any of these models are only good as the data that they feed on. That's one thing we always have to consider. As you kind of hinted at, John, one of the things to be aware of here is someone goes into any of these large language models, they put a prompt in and they get an answer that gives them information they didn't expect, and or the owners of the model didn't want them to have. We've already seen this. And as those grow, we should be thoughtful about that.
Yeah. I'm a little gloom and doom on this one, to that question. I'm scared actually, because I think we just lowered the barrier to entry for all kinds of hacking for groups and people. And I think it's going to be easier, just like you can ask for a playbook, to be created. You can ask for, give me a hack that will take out, I don't know, pick out AWS, pick out, your vendor of choice, right? That's what scares me.
Yeah, I think that it has absolutely raised the bar on both sides. The question is, which side's bar got higher, right? Did it help defenders? Did it help attackers more? I don't even know how you would go about measuring that sort of thing, but that's kind of the approach or the impression I'm getting when I look at some of this stuff. Because if you can feed it code and say, tell me where the exploit is, and I'm sure that there's people doing that. I think I've already seen that actually. Guaranteed that kind of thing is going on. That's going to make exploit development faster. But then we turn around and we say, give me the patch for the code, right? And then maybe we can speed that part up too. So it's an interesting kind of place to be with this sort of capability just handed to both sides out of nowhere. And hard to know where that's going to go. So I guess we'll have to see and keep an eye on that. One of the other questions I saw pop up in the chat here. So Renee asks, how can we effectively keep up with detection in the cloud as an IaaS platform as a service? We have a hard time to keep our detection relevant in a constantly changing environment such as AWS. Any thoughts on detection engineering and keeping it up to date as much as possible?
I'll take a first shot at this. This point, Renee, inspired a SANS talk I gave a year or two ago. And one of the major tenets of my talk was if a detection or brand of detections that you want are commoditized, don't ride them, buy them or download them. If they're, be it commercial or open source respectively. I myself, and I've worked with many people who have spent many hundreds of hours, thousands of hours collecting OS telemetry and then writing a bajillion detections for OS telemetry. And I would argue today you're better off, buying or constructing an EDR to do that because it's been commoditized. So part of my answer here is, if you have any influence on the cloud purchases your constituency engages in, I guarantee you that many you won't, but for the ones that you do, driving them toward cloud solutions that have any of that stuff baked in might give you a running start, or failing that, a really good telemetry stream that you can capitalize. So my message is, buy or download or open source your way out of what's commoditized. You can focus on these interesting things.
Any thoughts on if we're commoditizing detection, does that mean the attackers know what we can detect and then just right around it?
Absolutely. We had a talk on that today, right?
Yep.
So that's why I would flip that around and say that's why we're always trying to cover the entire kill chain. We're trying to be thoughtful about which attack tiles we cover. That's why we have proactive hunt and not just alerting.
Also, just to add to that, we have tried to combine like EDR, host-based, and memory. All the things that come with some of these products that are commoditized is making sure you're looking at active memory, making sure you're looking at where you wouldn't always look, across the network. Network detection has become a little bit downplayed as EDR has risen up, and we talk about that a little bit in the book. So it's covering your bases across the different kinds of things that you have access to. So maybe you didn't detect it in one place, but maybe it shows up somewhere else.
Yeah, and I think emphasizing that idea of the full life cycle of an attack and the intelligence that can support that, and really acknowledging that you don't want to just pick something up when it already becomes ransomware. Like, you want to be looking, as early in the chain as you can, but you still need to look late in the chain in case you've missed it. You want to be thinking about what the adversary groups are that you want to be, tracking and keeping an eye on, which ones do actually use cloud. If that's your particular concern, what are the techniques that they tend to use, keep up with MITRE ATT&CK and figure out kind of, what's changing in the cloud environment there, what did they've put in, for the different tiles that Carson was talking about. Actually, I will address real quick. I saw somebody's comment about are MITRE and ATT&CK the same thing? MITRE is a federally funded research and development center. It's a parent company that runs a bunch of these FFRDCs. ATT&CK is a knowledge base that actually, talks about how adversaries perform certain actions. So it is a product, not the term that team will use, but it is a thing that MITRE has developed and put out. So they are different, very different things, but that you hear MITRE ATT&CK because that's the formal trademark for ATT&CK. So just to address that question real quick.
Perfect. So you had mentioned one thing that I know I run into a question on a lot, detecting stuff earlier on in the chain. In general, can we say that there's any approach that you all take when it comes to everyone's scared of ransomware and we all would love to catch it early, but how do we know what ransomware looks like early on in the chain as compared to all the other stuff we heard about this morning, commodity malware, those kind of things? Any kind of general approach and hints you can give to people to pick that stuff out real fast?
We often refer to it as ransomware precursors, that there are certain pieces of code, certain pieces of malware that are more likely to be known and used by the groups that are then going to result in malware. And I know Steph Rand talked about some of those earlier, but really going in and this is where threat intelligence can help. And again, because a lot of people have mapped hey, if you see, Qbot, you should be aware that sometimes that leads on to something else. If you see Cobalt Strike, you should start to panic a little bit more because now you've got a toolkit on your environment that allows the adversary to do a lot of different things. And then you get to the, by the time you actually see the ransomware note, it unfortunately is a very, very bad day for your organization. So definitely going in and searching for those things known as ransomware precursors. It's not everything. Obviously, adversaries change their agendas all the time, but that's one of the things of note is that although there's a lot of changes, there's a lot of things that stay the same. A lot of this is commoditized where you have initial access brokers that are doing one thing, and then you have the people who actually come in and do the exploits, and then you have the people who do the ransomware and their toolkits, and they are shared out and sold and run by individuals or organizations over and over again, and they're just looking for the easy way in. So many of the attacks that we see are still not necessarily as tailored to your organization if they don't have to be. And so there's a lot that you can discover just by understanding the chain and the different adversaries and what tools they use.
Gotcha.
But I'd like to double down on one of the things that Ingrid just said. When people approach cybersecurity new, they usually think about an attack being conducted end to end by the same adversary. And Ingrid pointed out something that a lot of people should remember, and can unfortunately lead to analytic bias. We may be bringing, even when we're not thinking about it, is the people who get presence on your network are not necessarily the people who are leveraging that presence. In fact, often they're not. And, guess what, Fortune 500s, it is most likely that at any given time, one of your users' credentials are being sold on the dark web. So that's one way to think about this problem, and think about how those credentials may spend a long time on that marketplace before they're used.
Perfect. So one of the things that just came up in the chat room here that I think kind of matches well with this question from Dan on, as a practical matter in the real world, how does threat hunting blend with red teaming and SOC operations generally? And then there's, for example, are SOC operators doing threat hunting on the side? Is it outside contractors? Are the red teams attempting to bypass and deceive threat actors in an adversarial way so each try to win? Just curious how those kind of functions work together in the typical kind of real world team is what Dan is looking for. Any thoughts on that?
I'm so glad that one came up, because that's exactly what I was thinking about with the question on detection. Threat hunting can help you up your detection game, right? Because they're coming up with things that are tailored to your environment. You want bespoke kinds of detection that you can have that's tailored to your environment and based on what's normal for you. Threat hunters can help with that picture quite a bit, actually, because they're actually looking for stuff. So they'll come along, they're looking for adversaries in the network. So they'll come along usually to the detection folks and say, hey, can you put a detection in looking for these things, XYZ, which wasn't previously looked for. So yeah, there's this whole thing, red teaming, blue teaming, purple teaming, all those teamings. Threat hunting, I think out of all of that's probably one of the more valuable ways to do it, because they're actually proactively looking for adversaries. Red teaming is useful usually to get attention and to say, hey, see, we can still get in. Unless you build a cycle where you have a blue team and a red team, and this is talking about bigger security operations kinds of organizations, right? Where you have the luxury to be able to have blue teams and red teams and all of these folks going back and forth. Blue teams are really great to help keep up the skills of defending. So it gets kind of boring if you're just constantly just looking at, false alerts and things that look normal. So red teamers and blue teamers together can kind of keep it exciting and keep the attacks more modern. But threat hunting to me, and I might be biased on that one, I actually like the threat hunting groups because they're more of a learning and creative kind of function in my experience. And so I kind of go there first.
And I want to build a little bit on the first question that came up, which is, how do SOC operators do threat hunting? Is it a side gig? Is it something you do specifically? A lot of that depends on the size of your team and how many alerts are you getting and how is it tuned and what do you need to be looking for? And, if you have a lot of really great detections already in place and they're really well tuned, then your team might have the time to go do hunting as something separate. If you've got a lot of noise and you're coming on, getting these alerts all the time, you might need to think about, one, continue to tune your detections first, and then think about hunting as a separate role. It is really hard. I know on my team right now, like you'll be dealing with an alert, you'll be looking at something and it's like, okay, but I want to go back and finish this hunt. And you start this hunt and it's like, oh, I need 2 or 3 or 4 hours or a day to really get in the mindset for that. Oh, wait, a ticket came up, an alert popped up. So they're very different speeds that they need to occur. And you need to make sure that you're carving out the time so that if you're doing hunting, you can do it and you can be sustained in that and you can get to not finished, but a good stopping point without the constant having your alerts come up. But we also recognize that alerts are kind of the bread and butter of a SOC. And so you need to make sure that those are being taken care of as well. So there's a lot of different ways I've seen this work, everything from, hey, you've got a morning to do this and an afternoon to do this. It's a rotating week schedule, to people that are specifically assigned to the different roles. And there's pros and cons to all of those, just depending on your organization. But as Catherine was saying, like, hunting is a very creative field. And there are people who are going to be really excited and enthused about that. And so trying to figure out how you can get that into your SOC in some way and get people engaged, just making sure you've got the time set aside. It's not just a, do it when you can type of thing.
I have a couple thoughts to add. One of the things I like seeing in the SOC is where they can get their investigators, their responders, their analysts into an on-call rotation that enables them to have time where they're very deliberately not getting new cases and not looking at the queue. To Ingrid's point, one of the things I would point out when we think about red teams, getting to part of this question, people come to this with their own thoughts about red teams. When some people say red team, some people think a team shows up, hired externally, they do their test for 2 weeks, and then they leave. And it's not interactive at all. And then there are people who think about red teams in terms of they're there to make blue better. They don't have as nearly as strong a timeline. They have a focus area, and it smells a whole lot more like mess around and find out. And I would argue that there's a time and place for both. And, you were doing, you were harnessing red teaming most effectively when you have the timing and resourcing to pursue both approaches for red teams. We could have a whole separate talk on purple teams, but I don't know if we've got time for that today.
I want to hit on one more thing from
back? Oh, go ahead, Ingrid.
No, please, Catherine.
Well, it's a different subject. I wanted to tackle a quick question in the chat there.
I was going to do the same thing. Let me finish mine because it's on threat hunting, which is just to say, somebody asked about, can threat hunting lead to detection engineering? And I think when you're thinking about all of these different groups, you're thinking about different outcomes. And it's really, you're not doing them because you happen to like red versus purple versus the name threat hunting. You're doing it because you want to get to different outcomes. And so when you think about threat hunting, your outcomes can be new detections. Your outcomes can be you found an actual adversary in your environment. Your outcome could be, we didn't find anything, so now we're giving our CISO assurance that that new vulnerability has not impacted us yet. It could be, hey, we didn't find what we thought we were looking for, but we've noticed that this is something that we have going on in our environment that is not a great security practice. So we're going to pass that on to our IT teams. Like, there's a lot of different outcomes that can come from threat hunting, and absolutely new detections is one of those outcomes. Catherine.
Yeah, so I wanted to jump back to AI for a minute. I don't know how to tie that to threat hunting, but I bet there is a tie there somehow. Someone had asked about AI playing an increasing role now. How will it fit into the MITRE attack framework and everything else, the TTPs and everything else? There is something called MITRE Atlas. It's already out there, and there's entire organizations looking at how AI fits into both attacks and the bifurcation we talked about and detection. So just wanted to answer that quickly.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Yeah, I hadn't heard of that before, so definitely going to check that out. Yeah, I agree 100% with all that stuff. The other thing I wanted to add immediately to that as well is when you find things other than adversaries, when you're threat hunting, also write those things down, right? Your metrics should be not only what did I find or not find, but how many things did I fix? How many vulnerabilities did I find? How many acceptable use policy, violations would I run into? There's a whole bunch of stuff, and all of that is valuable. So that would be kind of my tip on that, is no matter what the value was, whether it's attackers or whether it's something else, right? Write that stuff down and use that as justification to continue your threat hunting activity. One thing I wanted to ask, where does threat hunting in your mind fall in terms of priorities as an activity for a SOC? Is that something you get to as quickly as you form a SOC, or is that like a medium ground kind of thing?
Well, I think I've already expressed my opinion. I think it's highly important. I think it really is right up there with right after incident response in this day and age, especially with all these new AI kinds of things that are starting to happen. I think we're going to see some attacks. So I think the threat hunting increases in the value and the need for it.
Yeah. This is an interesting one. And the reason why I make that remark is we could probably very easily take the stance that, you should do a bunch of other basic things before you think about doing hunting. And being absolutist about that can close off opportunities for the SOC to put resources in a direction that may become a very big deal very quickly for the SOC and its constituency. So, that's one of the things I want to think about. One of the other points I'll make here is, a really good threat hunt, maybe by a managed provider, might lead to the creation of a SOC. Or might be a precipitating event where they're like, oh my God, look at this giant adversary, this giant infection we found. So to say, you must do XYZ before you even think about it, is probably being too absolute, is too black and white. And the other point I'll make is, more and more people are doing this as their regular cadence, and foreshadowing my talk tomorrow. No matter how big or old you are, no matter how big or small you are, how new or old your SOC is, you want to be thinking about constantly improving the efficiency of your routine stuff so you can make time for things like hunting.
Gotcha. Perfect.
I think if there was anything I would say to think about before you jump into the hunting, it really is your data. What data are you bringing in? How is it being stored? How is it being normalized? You can hunt in anything. It's just how painful it's going to be. And if you have to make a trade-off between some engineering resources and some hunting resources, it's worth looking into whether spending a little bit of time doing some of the background engineering and getting the right data in the right formats would make hunting exponentially easier for you going forward. So would offer that consideration.
I feel that. I think Carson did. Me and him both start laughing when you say that. Yeah. If your threat hunt for 8 hours is 7 hours of cleaning your data and 1 hour of hunting, that's a good sign that you might want to go back to the data.
There's one other point I forgot to make, and I've seen this pop up is in a SOC where you have dedicated hunting roles. One thing to control for or deal with is in any role in a SOC that does not have an on-call rotation or an on-call component, those people who are not in that on-call rotation can feel very important and feel like they're a higher form of life than the other part of the SOC, and that they've graduated past this doldrum of being on call. And we should be very thoughtful about the behaviors and perceptions around that.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to do a gear shift here. One question came up and I wanted to hit this anyway. So now is probably as good a time as anyway. We still got 15 minutes or so. Supply chain attacks, right? Another threat that's big in the news. We're hearing more and more and more about it. We've got a specific question here that I'll hit in a second, but I want to ask the more general question first. Why do you think that we're either seeing or at least hearing more about supply chain attacks now than maybe we had 5 years ago?
So I'll answer generally to start with. Supply chain is such a giant topic. I mean, it's hard to know even where to start. I mean, we've been talking, there are millions, billions of lines of code etched into these little chips that are in our computers already. So, that's one aspect of supply chain. Software and where we get it, it's often created all over the world by different people, paid or not paid. So it's a super, super difficult question to get around. And I always have to go back to what are the goals of what you're trying to do? Because I've been asked a lot, like, how do we do detections for supply chain? It's like, well, which part of the supply chain do we want to tackle first, right? If you have industrial control systems, ICS, perhaps that takes a different kind of approach, maybe an important approach that we look at. How do we look at supply chain attacks and look for those? Doing detects for supply chain, super complicated. So that's my answer. It's not a good answer, but that's really where I am on it.
I mean, that's the perfect start off to this, right? Because where I wanted to go with that is like, and I'm not even sure this term works here, but we're going to try our best. The average SOC when it comes to looking at supply chain attacks, right? What might that sort of thing, what's the intersection with the average SOC and considering and worrying about supply chain attacks?
Yeah,
John, I feel like you've inspired any of us to do a whole new talk for SANS for 2024. We could spend an hour on this and we'd be barely scratching the surface. Ingrid's got feelings.
I have feelings. I have thoughts. I know that there are a number of great supply chain resources out there by folks at MITRE who we have gotten to work with. Like they are absolutely experts in this field. And please go read their papers and the information that they put out on there and the work that they're doing with software bill of materials and things that the government itself can do, because this is a much bigger problem than an individual organization. And it really is, how do industries and how do governments come together to address what software looks like going forward in a way where we can sustainably understand what is actually in components. And then tying that back to what do the individual SOCs do, one of the biggest things I would recommend is just making sure that you actually have your software inventory and you know what's running in your environment. You may not know all the components that are in it, but even for the average SOC, understanding the software that's running their environment is huge. Because if you were running SolarWinds, you at least would know that that had happened when the supply chain things were coming up, and you would say, okay, I need to care about this. And really, you're probably not going to hear a lot about this until something actually happens, but you need to quickly be able to understand whether you might be impacted by it or not. Understanding, again, if it's in a particular module that's underlying another technology that's being used, it might take you a little bit more time to know if that's there. But do you spend some time making sure you have your software asset inventory available to the SOC and updated on a regular basis?
Let me break that down even further. Ingrid took the words out of my mouth as usual. When the SOC is confronted with a supply chain attack, either real or suspected, there are at least 3 separate and I would argue equally independent areas they need to look. The first is, as Ingrid described, software bill of materials. What has the constituency acquired, and what are the upstream dependencies of that, from your jars to your NuGets to your whatevers? And that can be done both for acquisition channels and through code repos. That's very important, and that's usually the first place we look. I would also point out that the SOC should be leveraging its on-disk and in-memory instrumentation to look for telltale existence. There is always going to be a divergence between the code that it's running as documented through its SBOMs and through its code repos and what actually made it on the host. So it should be looking at both on-disk artifacts and, for instance, running processes. So my advice is tick all 3 boxes and many sub boxes of each when you're in an incident of that sort.
Right. And the MITRE work is called the System of Trust work, and it's freely available and open. And what we advise people when you're getting started, and this really applies for a security operations organization, is you have to know what's the most important thing to you. Focus on your important assets first. When you talk about SBOMs and all that kind of stuff, software bill of materials is what an SBOM is. It's really important to focus on your intellectual property. And we talk about that in the book very early on, about knowing what to protect, knowing why it's important, and focusing there first when you're talking about supply chain. If you create detections there, the SOC will be a little more effective, and also more likely to catch something if you're looking on what's important to you.
Yeah.
And supply chain can be really scary, oh, this is happening outside my environment, and it shows up and it gets put in place. But the fact is, once they are in your environment, they have to do a lot of the same things that you would do during other types of attacks. They need to move laterally. They need to exfil information. They need to call back to a command and control server, all things that SOCs already know how to look for. And so that's why it's so important to have things across the kill chain. So you're not just looking this is a different initial access vector, but after you get past that, a lot of the same things potentially come into play. So there are other ways you're going to be able to detect this. And so it might be later than you would like, but the SOCs are not blind to what is actually happening with this activity.
Yeah, a lot of people get wrapped up, and say oh, it's a trusted vendor. I can't do anything, right? But if you read some of those reports, yes, it is very clever. It is very tricky, especially, something like SolarWinds. There was a whole lot of attention paid to operational security. They were naming files and folders individually. They were using IPs in your country. But after you get in, right, there's still a lot of stuff that's, fairly similar to the average pen test, to the average intrusion with lateral movement and all that sort of thing. So yeah, I totally agree with Ingrid there on that one. It's like, it's not something to just throw your hands up in the air and say, I don't know anything about SBOM. I give up. This is, impossible. Certainly there are options out there for just traditional detection, right, to pick up those kinds of things. Now, if your detection goes off and says, oh, it's our SolarWinds server that happens to be, the thing that's beaconing this time, right? Those are the things where now maybe we give a little bit more consideration to like, oh, is it a supply chain attack, and having those capabilities to maybe take, DLLs apart and all that kind of stuff we see backdoored more commonly nowadays. That can be a useful thing, certainly. But yeah, it's just that's one of the things I'm always interested in, is like, why are we seeing the things we're seeing in the news, right? More so than we have in the past. And so, why I asked the original question on why are we seeing more of this is I kind of think it's, and this is leading into my next question, have we raised the bar, right? Is there a significant difficulty compared to 5 years ago in breaking into an organization such that they're like, oh, I guess we have to do supply chain attacks? Like any thoughts on if that's a response to the blue team getting better?
I'm going to say something controversial. I currently believe, yeah, I know it's surprise, right? I currently believe that so the surface area and complexity of supply chain attacks is progressing and expanding faster than I think our cybersecurity apparatuses are able to cope with them. Meaning, I think that deficit is increasing. And it's going to take a whole lot of work against everything from acquisition to shadow IT to enumerating what's on the box to getting our arms around, digital transformation and a bajillion other things in order to close that gap.
Yeah, I'll just add to it. I think we're, I'm kind of with Carson on this one. I think we're abstracting. We started out machine level and the operating system, cloud and, the VMs. We've gotten more and more abstract, which adds more, it's just more code added on, right? So there's more vectors, there's more abilities to hide. I think that's part of what's happening. Some of the sophistication, you're looking for, where's the monitoring software that's really ideal to hide in, right? If you can't monitor me, I can really hide. So it's almost a damage thing. I think about video games, right? And, how much damage can I cause? Well, certainly going after something like that's monitoring your network operations is a valuable asset to many organizations. So I think that's why we're seeing some of that. The good news is I think we're also talking more about it than we did in the past. We like to keep things, secret. We like to keep incidents to ourselves. I think the culture has shifted over the last 5 years in particular, where companies are much more willing to share and to get information back. And we talked about that in our book as well, is sharing. When you share incident information, you'll be shocked at what comes back at you and all the help that you get and all the support. Here's what we did when we went through this very same thing. You get these unsolicited calls that you wouldn't otherwise see when you start talking about what's happening. So that's why I think you're seeing them more.
Yeah, it's hard to say, right? When some of these complex phenomena start showing up and there's so many, like, things are changing so fast on top of our, laws are modifying and everything, right? Everything is shifting all at once. It's very hard to kind of see through the mist and figure out what's truly going on in there. So that's why I'm always interested in the opinions of folks like you. What I'd love to think is that part of it, at least, is that we're getting better and they're like, oh, what's the easy way in, right? Well, not easy, but the sure way in that won't be spotted initially, right? I don't know if that's true or not. Some of the surveys seem to show that we are catching things better and faster. And so I'm hoping that's a positive kind of explanation for that sort of thing. But yeah, hard to say, right? So we only got about 3 minutes left here. I want to close up with a quick lightning round. Just overall outlook for cyber defense. Do you think we're going in a positive direction, kind of keeping pace, or do you think things are going to get harder for us, let's say in a 5-year window or something like that? Carson, let's go with you first.
It's tough to answer that. I think we all get paid to worry every day. And I worry about the surface area is expanding faster than we can keep pace with that. So I think I would pivot and take a cop-out answer and say, I think the next 5 years for all of us is going to be really spicy.
Yep. Ingrid, what about you?
I think we have the opportunity space to keep up and get better and get ahead, but I think it's going to require different skills for the people. And it's going to be, I mean, the technology is going to be important, but I think what we've been talking about today, understanding AI, understanding intelligence, understanding supply chain, understanding code, figuring out automation, all of these things are different than a SOC analyst from 5 years ago or 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there's going to be, I think the educational gap that we already have in terms of bringing people into the field is going to be the real challenge for us. And continuing to not only get people interested, get them in, keep them in, and then continue to advance our own skills, because it's so easy to get heads down into what you're doing. And we all need to be taking the steps back and learning what's coming next. And if we are not collectively doing that, I think there's a chance that we would fall behind.
Yeah. Kat, what about you?
Yeah, so I would say adaptability and resiliency are the two big words that I would use. Adaptability in that we need to keep learning. And we're talking giant learning curves, not just, oh, now I learned how to do these kinds of, intelligence-based detects. No, I think we have to, shift our thinking into how do I work across the cloud and legacy environments? How do I adapt using AI? How do I use it to my benefit? And how do I try to outsmart my adversaries? Resiliency in that, I think we're going to be attacked a lot. And I think we have to be able to work through those attacks. So I think one of the biggest concepts I've seen over the last couple of years in particular, but this has been going on for a while, is resiliency, being able to operate through the attack, not having to fully bring your organization to its knees, but rather, okay, yep, we've been totally hacked. Maybe we can isolate it and keep working over here. So that's what I would say.
Awesome. I think that's a perfect kind of end on this. And, as I kind of stated going into that question, my thought is I hope things are going in a good direction, but as everything shifts and as AI, upends it all, it's going to be real hard. What I can say for sure is we are better off working with AI and staying ahead of it instead of trying to ignore it and let the attackers figure it out. We know what happens when we go against the machines. We've seen Terminator and the Matrix. It's not pretty, right? So if you are not doing prompt engineering and kind of reading up and testing out ChatGPT, at least for sure do that. That is undoubtedly a winning move, right? But adaptability and resiliency and all that kind of stuff, absolutely. I fully agree with all of that. So I think we can end it there. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining me for another episode. We have a few more questions that have just kind of dropped around in the chat. So if y'all want to just lurk around in there and maybe respond to some of those, that could be fun as well. We have about a 10-minute break here before our next talk. So thank you so much. And we will catch you on the next time on Blueprint. All right. Welcome back, everyone. We've had a quick break here, and now we're going to jump right back into our technical content. One of the things I'm always interested in hearing is how we can better prevent and detect and just be more granular about what we're doing with cyber defense. And if you take those kind of concepts, right, this least privilege and everything else, and you take it to its logical conclusion, you get zero trust, right? But zero trust is a term that's confused us, and we've kind of, some of us have written it off for a number of years because maybe we've seen too many vendors just say, blah, 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 zero trust, zero trust. But it is a really, really good fundamental idea. And I fully believe in the last couple of years, we've seen a lot of the tenets of zero trust built into what we have available on the market now in a way that's practical and probably stuff that you have available to use right now. So in kind of my perspective, zero trust is all about using what you have in any way you can use it to align with those kind of principles. And I'm really excited to see Ram talk about this here in this next talk. So zero trust architecture beyond proxy or point solutions is our next talk, where we're going to get into some of the actual components of what makes zero trust architecture and how can you start to bring these into your organization. So without further ado, I will pass it over to Ram Lakshminarayan for zero trust architecture beyond proxy or point solutions. Over to you.
Thank you, John. That was a good introduction. Thank you. I think I have control. I don't have control yet. Okay. I'm Ram. I go by Ram. It's easy. I lead the security architecture team here at Guardant Health. I'm not as active on Twitter as other people are, but that's my primary channel to receive any information about security. That's my go-to place right now. And you can follow me on LinkedIn or Twitter. Just a quick recap on the zero trust, just like John talked about. I come from a software development background, building applications, moved into security. So my approach to zero trust is about, let's look at this from an architecture perspective. Let's look at what exists, what controls we have, instead of going for a new solution or a new vendor. And every vendor has the zero trust name attached to it, which kind of makes your head spin. I don't know which one is we trust, which one we cannot trust. Today we'll do a quick recap about what the zero trust architecture is. How do we look at the complexities of identity, device, and network? Proxy architecture is as old as I am, or as old as anybody else here. And there are point solutions that the vendor brings to the market. This is not a dig at any vendor, but there are multiple point solutions available. So which solution helps one team versus another, or one customer, one company versus other people? How do we connect the dots? How do we build defense in depth security using the technology we already have, or the solutions you might be buying for addressing a specific set of problems? I want to get this conversation started with the go-to zero trust slide from CISA. I have the reference list on towards the end of the slide. If you look at this, there are the few pillars of this, which identity, like everyone says, that's the new perimeter. We have single sign-on, we still have username and password, we have passwordless authentication, and it goes on. So, and the devices, endpoints, whether you're doing beyond CARP or beyond prod, reference architecture from Google, you can look at it from your user laptops and endpoints, or you can also look at it from software and services running on your network, your virtual machines, to anything else. The network or the environment, the zero trust is it's not a bolt-on solution. It needs to fit into your network and your environment, and every network and every environment is different. There's legacy aspects to it. The newer companies are built on top of the cloud infrastructure. So as we go into this, you have the network and then the application workloads. As you break it down, your network, your environment, you will see various types of applications, commercial applications that you're buying and installing versus custom homegrown applications. It can be product, it can be productivity application. And at the end of the day, it's data. Data is the new oil. You are looking at how do we protect the data that is important to you, your organization, and all of them connects together with visibility. While as much as we want to build controls over every single layer, we need visibility to make sure that we have proper preventions in place. Automation is the only way we can scale. Even the general metrics is about 1% of your employee staff is security, and some organizations are less than that, some are more than that. But automation is the only way we can scale things. Governance helps, making sure people are understanding what they're building, what their risk is. So these are all the different areas we will be covering and how it impacts our architecture. So as we go into zero trust, it's difference in depth. And at the end of the day, what we're trying to do is we only want to allow access to authorized users. We only want to allow them from the trusted devices or from trusted locations. If you're geographically distributed company, users from the various locations, which ones are approved, which ones are not approved, authorized, unauthorized. And at the end of the day, those are access granted to a resource. Resource is your applications, your SSH, RDP, web applications, API, whatever you want to call it. So those are your resources. And with all kinds of controls, we want to put authentication, strong authentication or MFA, fine-grained access control, and everything else. We still need to have visibility and monitoring to make sure that only the right users are doing the right things. And I want to get a little bit more theoretical aspects out of the way. And as if you read any zero trust architecture, you will stumble upon these concepts, which is called PDP and PEP. Policy definition points, policy enforcement points. These, I can recall this came up around when ZACML as the fine-grained authorization was being built, somewhere between 2001 to 2004 timeframe. Where we can build all kinds of authorizations in an expressible by XML and have different applications understand what the policies are, and they can enforce it in a unified way. It didn't pick up as much as everyone wanted to. It was very complex, but the concepts are pretty much the same. And that's what is being referenced in multiple zero trust architecture documents. So policy definition points are your policy engines. So it can be a point solution. It can be your VPN where you can say, well, I need users with username and password plus certificate plus MFA to allow access. I'm going to block from certain IP ranges. So those are your policies that you are defining that fits in your organization, addressing your risk. Those are your policy administrators that are configuring those policies. Those policies are usually to protect the data or the resource, and you're leveraging the identity and access management. You're looking at the analytics coming from the logs, UBA, or any type of custom analytics you're looking into. And then you can say, well, this is only can be accessed from my corporate device versus a BYOD device. So it can be any n number of combinations. So that's what the policy definitions are about. How do we configure the policies in a way we want to protect the resource and grant access to the authorized users from authorized location. Policy enforcement points, if you're looking at the zero trust, you see vendors calling it SASE, whether it's basically pushing it to the edge to make the enforcement. If you're looking at a web application, for example, your web app having its own access control, or if your web app is proxied through another front end and the proxy is the one that is doing the enforcement. So policy enforcement points are where, how do we enforce the policies that are defined? It can be a centralized policy engine defining it and pushing it to all the policy enforcement points, or in some cases, both of them are just acting as one single point solution. So policy definition, policy enforcement are at a high level blocks that one is defining the policies, the other one is enforcing what the policy dictates as supposed to be happening. Identity. I started my career into security in kind of two different ways. One is on the encryption. The other one is on the identity. Identity is where I kind of moved from being a software development to fully focusing on security. So it's kind of bread and butter to me. But in this talk, I'm going to focus more on what is an identity, how complex it is, and I'm only sharing a few elements of it. When we talk about identity from a corporate standpoint, identity and access management, we have the traditional users, which are employees and contractors that are hired through your HR system, and you go through the normal hiring termination process. They are here, and that's how it gets started. But then there is this different use cases where we end up working with various business partners, consulting organizations, third parties. This one is much more familiar with everybody in this group here, which is pen testers. If you as an organization go hire a pen testing vendor, they show up, they don't get onboarded onto your HR system as a contractor. You don't know who is going to be working on your particular pen test that week. And we just give them access in some way. But how do we keep track of who should be accessing, who are the different partners and consulting organizations we work with? Some can be an outsourced vendor monitoring certain types of your applications. And then as you go into, okay, now I want you to enforce the authentication. I want to look at the identity providers. You have the traditional username and password, right? So if you have a web application, SaaS application, that are exposed to your users, and most of the time it starts with a username and password. There is a website that tracks about the SSO tax, which all the vendors charge about for adding single sign-on features. If you don't have them, then you are going through a username and password mechanism. But if you are lucky enough to bring them onto a federated single sign-on, it goes into your single sign-on instance. And even within the single sign-on instance, with or without single sign-on instance, depending on the nature of the application, you can leverage multiple form factors, username and password, your biometrics on your Mac and Windows, YubiKey type of thing. You can add in a second factor authentication. It can go from secret question and answer to stronger authentication factors. So this complexity varies. Now, if you were to go back and think about how do I do the policy definition, policy enforcement in the context of identity, you cannot just say, well, I have an identity and access management, but a critical application that you want to protect, you want to say, this has to come through a single sign-on interface and has to have multi-factor authentication that is phishing proof and anything else. So that's where the identity complexity grows. Now, let's look at the devices and the users. We talked about employees, contractors, business partners, and everybody. So in this case, would be you have managed devices from the corporate that are corporate issued, where you can install the EDR agents and any other agents you want. And you have the unmanaged devices, business partners, consulting, BYOD type. But all of them are going to be accessing your applications, depending on the controls you have defined. They get to access everything, or they get to access a subset of them. We also have this use case where a managed device that may be infected with a malware or running a legacy operating system that could be potentially causing issues down the road. How do we worry about this? Like the previous panel talked about, security people get paid to worry about, right? So we can constantly worry about all of this. So, and at the end of the day, the devices plus users are accessing your environment, your network, your application. The network is your traditional office sites, your traditional data centers, virtual data centers you have, or you have SaaS applications that people go to access, which can bypass your internal controls, might be available. And then the cloud environments where your DevOps team, SRE team can spin up a bunch of resources and be accessible from anywhere you want. Now let's put all of these three together. So you have the user, you have the device, and you have the network. So which user is allowed to access what applications in your network from what device? So that's where we'll prove, because you want to know my trusted employees and contractors or the trusted business partners coming through specific channel of identity and access from a device that you can either monitor or to say, well, this is a device. If you take actions on this, I can monitor. I have the EDR agent, I have the DLP agent, I have something else. Then you can then force them through some type of a policy enforcement to say, now you get to access these SaaS applications or infrastructure and internal applications. That's the combination we have. At the end of the day, these are done to gain access to your applications and data, which are generally called resources. But then each resource has its own access control list, right? Who can access what? Your web application gets to decide who are the authorized user. Your SaaS application, even though it's integrated with single sign-on, it has its own access control list. And single sign-on application will only grant access. Not everyone does provisioning and SCIM integration. And then it's down to the stakeholder, the business owner, to say who's allowed to access what application, what can they do within that application. Then you have the combination of user, device, and location. And then you have whether you want to enforce this at the edge, whether you want to enforce this at the network layer. So where do you want to do? So you want to fail fast, you want to enforce at the edge, but you want to have consistency and avoid any type of lateral movement. You want to have the policies pushed down to your network devices, so you can enforce not only granting access to an SSH to a box, it's also enforcing that there's no lateral movement for that user plus other combinations. So to kind of put a picture overview of this, the various permutation combination is different types of users, employees and consultants, contractors, coming from different types of devices, managed and unmanaged, and even with managed devices that doesn't meet your criteria. And then it goes into what type of network access they can gain access to, what type of resources they can access. And then you still want to support the business. It means you want your vendor partners to access certain application, but then you want them to go through some type of a VDI jump host type of environment so that you can have better monitoring in place. So the complexity grows with every flavor of application, every flavor of network deployment, every flavor of device ownership, and the users we bring in. So the reality is the magic wand. The magic wand I'm talking about is there's no one single solution you can go and then say, well, if I buy this and bolt on, it'll work. I have not seen this. I'm happy to take notes. Will make my life easier, at least. The reality is, it's a complex environment. No matter how small or medium or big your enterprise is, there is always various flavors of this, various policies, various exceptions that one has to deal with. And then you can attach things like data loss prevention, data leakage. How do you track the data leaving your network through these various channels, and how do you monitor them, that whether they are doing it through the right channels or not. So the magic one would be as much as we think we don't have a magic one, but the thing is, let's go buy a single point solution, or a proxy solution, or should we just step back and then look at it as a system, as a system of system? So proxies are pretty old. I don't know if anyone remembers a product called Novel Access Manager. So that's, I try not to be speaking about vendors, but that was my first introduction to single sign-on back when the company I was working for got acquired by Novel. And one of their product, along with eDirectory, was the Access Manager. Back in the day when every other vendor was doing single sign-on through an agent-based approach, having agents on your web servers that will intercept your traffic, force the policies and everything else. This was the only vendor at that time was doing a proxy-based solution. And that's exactly what it is today with some of the zero trust solution is the proxy is just moved to the cloud. You spin up, you have an agent somewhere sitting on your network. It proxies the traffic, sends them over. That's for your web application. You have similar proxy options, whether you go through a PAM solution or anything else, the SSH terminal access through browser. These are all the different flavors of the proxy solution that lets you gain access to various resources through one choke point. So proxies can, and I'm not saying that proxies are a bad idea. What I'm saying is proxies does serve a purpose. It gives you a unified way to enforce your policies, security policies at the proxy layer. A proxy can be your web application single sign-on layer. It can be exposing your internal application to the internet without connecting to the VPN. It can be going through your accessing your SSH and RDPs through a single interface. So that's what it's for. It expedites your zero trust adoption or defense in depth or enforcing policies or even having a visibility in one place. But it has its own challenges, right? One is every time you pick a service or an endpoint or a resource and you want to expose it on the proxy, you need to go through the change ticket and take the resource, apply them into your product of choice, and make it available on the proxy layer. So it's not like easy. It works by itself. Well, some vendors, some tools makes it slightly easier to do, but you still have to go through to contain the security policies, access control, who can do what. So that's where it has its own challenges on the proxy. Point solutions are it's basically a flavor of a proxy where I'm looking at a specific problem, whether it is just controlling my SSH access or controlling access to the databases, controlling just the APIs. So however you want to define it, you go through a point solution that says, I will enforce the device trust only corporate devices or devices that you trust can gain access to XYZ resource. So that's one point solution. All your web application single sign-on proxies are all another point solution that just tells you how to enforce the authorization in one place. So as this goes through, there is no one magic one that we can wave and then say, well, let's buy this product or a solution, spin this up, and it will solve all the problems. So you still have to work with your stakeholders, work with your application teams, work with your resource owners, and define the security policies and make sure that all the elements fits, and then also work with your operations teams to make sure that they can monitor, they have visibility into it. So, but if you step back, if you're going to do all of them, all we're doing is we are applying defense in depth. We are looking at system of systems, and we're coming up with ways to secure the system. We are trying to introduce barriers in various forms, whether it is at the VPN or VPN-less or the proxy layer or whatever. And then at the end of the day, to give a full visibility into all of them, your user types, different users, different device types, different types of authentication, different resources, different locations. You have to integrate all the status from various endpoints to say, how do I make sense out of this? Is a valid user versus not valid user type? So I want to kind of for a couple of minutes, step away from security and talk about a general system architecture for a shopping cart application type of thing, or any e-commerce application, right? Which is everybody knows. You go to your favorite app, you can place an order. My first job in this country was at Priceline.com. If you remember, you can go in and submit your ticket, name your price, and it happens. And about 80% of the architecture that I have defined here closely resembles what we were doing 20 years ago. So you go into a web application of choice based on your scalability need. When you go and look for an inventory, the inventory doesn't happen automatically. It comes from its own microservice, it comes from its own database, but then they were integrating them through some kind of a queuing system, messaging system, enterprise service bus, simple queue service, or any one of those flavors of them. And then on the back end, you have another system that says, I'm a seller, I want to go bring this new system, I want to sell this. It goes into the inventory, it gets added to the queue, it appears on their website. Same flow happens again. When you go place the order, it goes through an order processing system. You're at the same time when you're placing the order, you're also making the payment. When you make the payment, depending on the country, depending on other regulations, Sometimes they don't charge you until they ship. Sometimes they charge before or put a hold on it. So it gets processed in a slightly different way. But then they want to make sure that the credit card has been charged, payment has been taken, and then the order gets released, and then it gets shipped. It's sent to the shipping. Shipping is its own workflow. So I never worked for a shopping company, but this is my own made up architecture here. So don't ask me any questions on the validity of this architecture. So the shipping its own umbrella, it goes to the shipping company, it goes to the inventory. So at the end of the day, it's a system that you have to look at it as an end-to-end system. How do I build a shopping application? How is it easy to go and place an order, and then your whatever you ordered appears at your door the next day, right? Now, if you take the similar system thinking without looking at a specific product or anything in mind, without looking at a point solution, without looking at any of them, and say, okay, how do I protect our enterprise coming for the users coming from various types of devices, managed and unmanaged, various types of users? How do I do it? The normal thing is you have a device might be infected. You can get your EDR can send you an alert, and you can triage it through whatever mechanism you want. And then the moment it passes your threshold of the infected score you want to do, you can then send it to say, okay, I want to quarantine this machine, or lower the access profile. So if someone has access to administrative privileges, you want to bring them down to one level down, or if someone has access to critical resources, you want to completely quarantine, move them off of your network as soon as possible. So it can be done through similar way. You send the message to a queue, it gets processed, it applies the policy goes back to this side of the automation, which is applying the policy, pushing it to the endpoint. So now if the same user comes in through your VPN gateway, whatever it is, the policy gets enforced the same way. So now as the user comes through your identity layer, assuming it's a single identity choke point or multiple choke points, you have the UBA equivalent. You can say, well, the user is allowed to come in from XYZ country or not, and you can have those alerts, and you can prioritize multiple failed login or any kind of threshold that you have set. If it meets or exceeds those thresholds, you can then say, well, I'm going to have to either review or deny access to that user. So this is one way of thinking this approach. So think of it as mostly as integration, right? If you want to block endpoint devices from because it's a legacy operating system, we should be able to do it. Or if it's an infected device with a malware, you want to be removed from the VPN, removed from your corporate network, you can do it. Wi-Fi, we all know one side, which is generally people start with saying, I have a guest Wi-Fi, I have a corporate Wi-Fi, but once you're on the corporate Wi-Fi, you generally have access to everything on the network. How do I the different flavors of the example of this? If you want to remove the legacy operating system from your network, it doesn't necessarily have to be a new tool. You have your managed device. It's some kind of a tool that is managing all the endpoints. You have some level of asset inventory, whatever your tool of choice. We can query them to understand, okay, what are all the different operating systems available, which ones are outdated, and a simple message to a queue that says, here is the host name, serial number, and put them in a specific quarantine policy. And now they only have access to, they don't have access to VPN, or they only have access to certain SaaS application, ticketing system, whatever it is. So this is one way of solving the problem. Same thing, you can take an infected device and then say, well, it meets my criteria that it's a zero-day malware, whatever it is, and you want to remove them from the network as soon as possible. But every EDR agent now supports API. It's easy to integrate them into your network device to say, remove this device or deny access to this. It can even be done at your identity layer to say, now for this type of resources, deny access because the machine is infected. Wi-Fi segmentation, like if you are using any type of a zero trust product, you can tell if you're doing this for users working from home, or they're much more risky than being on the carpet, you can do the same thing by a device goes through your corporate Wi-Fi, and instead of giving them access to everything, they can be sent through the same zero trust proxy solution, and it enforces the similar policies that are set for the user, device, and the resource, and then they can be granted access to those just on a need basis, whatever application that they need access. So, becoming quick on time, hopefully we'll be quick. In the example we've done, without talking about a specific product, and most products today support some level of API integration, we are able to remove a legacy device from the network. We are also able to remove infected device from the network, architecturally move all the traffic from your corporate Wi-Fi as well as working from home traffic, remote traffic through the same ZTNA type of solution that are available so that you have consistent policy. And if you think in simple system, then you can now approach it as a software design principle to say, how do I take various scores or telemetry coming from various services, whether it is your identity and access management, say this user is attempting multiple failed login to a device with infected to any other parameter. You can think in terms of system. I'm going to send this all to a set of asynchronous processing, or even and some type of API integration, and then it goes. It gets reused. So you define the policy once, you define your system once, and then it gets integrated. My quick notes on the zero trust is start anywhere. Don't have to look for a magic solution. Don't look for a specific product. It's a journey. It's not a one solution that will solve all the problem. Whatever vendor that is solving today's problem, you will soon be reaching the capacity 6 months, a year, or two from now. Main thing is understand your stakeholders, understand your current stack capabilities, and see if they can provide any type of API integration. So that way you're not logged into one vendor supporting a set of XYZ vendors for integration. That might solve your today's problem, but then tomorrow when you move your EDR to another EDR solution, it might not work. Look at it as a roadmap. You can have your 1 year, 3 year roadmap, or however you want, and look at various elements of it and see what is at risk. And every risk for your company, your environment is different. So whether you want to focus more on device trust versus identity versus continuous monitoring, however you want to start, you can start anywhere, but have a roadmap to say, here is my maturity. And CISA already has there are a couple of maturity models you can track. But then you're going to be looking at fine tuning the policies as you go through, as you look at your risk, and look at the data. Look at the data to say, okay, is this policy good enough, or do you want to fine tune more, or do you want to relax it based on what you're seeing? A few references. Zero trust is pretty known concept, but there are very good information available, and that you can spend all day. There's a UK website as well that you can also spend a lot of time on that. Yeah, thank you.
All right, awesome. Thank you, Ram. We do have a couple questions for you, and I think we have a minute or two here, so I can ask a few. First one is, are there best practices to enable PEP correlation to applications? A problem I often have, a problem that I often have scenarios where I know that a user has passed the enforcement layer, but I have to guess which events relate to it.
Okay, that comes back to the monitoring. So the PEP is like I was talking about. PEP is not like a one-point solution that you can do. You are defining the policy with certain assumptions in mind. Your risk in mind. You're saying these devices are allowed, device types are allowed, and everything else. So at some point, your policy is not configured correctly. It falls through the cracks, and the user is able to access. The best way to do it is to start looking at the security monitoring. Think of it like software QA teams, right? So we define the policy, and then we can now say, I want to collect the data, and then look at the data to say who is evading this policy, who is not evading this policy. So this would help you determine which elements of the policy failed and how did they get passed into the next layer to gain access to the application.
Awesome, thank you. Next question is, how do you see Microsoft Intune impacting the zero trust model?
I try not to go too much into the specific products. Microsoft I'm not an Intune expert, but in general, Microsoft has pretty much as a vertically integrated zero trust solution. They have their own intra identity layer down to the device endpoint. So if you're looking for one single vendor to provide your endpoint visibility monitoring and security access control policies, if you're an Azure AD type of shop, it's a good start. And there is a very good set of architecture references within Microsoft you can start with.
Perfect. All right. I got a couple more questions in there as well, but I'll let you take those on kind of independently because I think we have to pass the mic on over to our next speaker. So thanks for joining us, Ram. That was awesome stuff.
Yep. Thank you. Bye.
All right. So moving on to our next speaker, Paul, looks like you're there and ready to go. So what we're going to be talking about in this next talk is, a topic that's come up already several times today. So I'm sure many of you are going to be interested in this one, detection engineering and coming up with ways of managing rule sets and making sure you have the most effective stuff constantly in play. So with that, I will pass it over to Paul Hudemeyer for Bridging the Gap, Improving Rules Effectiveness by Integrating Detection and Response. Over to you, Paul.
Thanks, John. Hey, everyone. Today, we're going to explore the concept of detection rule efficacy. So specifically, I'll be talking about how we can improve rule efficacy by joining detection, response, and other data sources together. So I'm Paul Hudemeyer, and I'm currently a principal engineer at Target. I wear a few hats at Target, but primarily I'm a detection support developer. And as a detection support developer, my work revolves around building tools and automations. So these are all built with the primary goal of improving our detection health and confidence. As an aside, I also assist Target's cybersecurity open source efforts, primarily managing our Strelka file analysis platform. So before we get into the presentation, I do want to define rule efficacy. So for today, I'm defining that as how a detection rule rates in the following categories. So the first is accuracy, which is how a detection rule performs. So what are the outcomes, right? Are there a lot of true positives, false positives? How close are the alerts to the intent of the rule? Next up is documentation. So when a rule fires, is there enough detail attached to that rule for response, right? Can a response team or tool quickly and confidently respond to alerts with that context? Third is efficiency. So we can make thousands of rules, right? That's pretty easy at some point, but it means nothing, right, if they don't consistently work with the detection engine we use. And then lastly, coverage, right? Is the rule properly scoped and tested, right? If I have a rule deployed to detect network traffic, right? But it's only deployed to a segment of my network, right? That's false confidence, right? Can we make that rule better? Can we expand that scope? Okay, so for today, that's how I'm defining rule efficacy, right? So how do we get to a point where we can even judge our rules, right? And that leads us to our biggest hurdle. In order to judge how effective our rules are, and then ultimately improve those rules, right? We need to be able to see them, right? We need content awareness. So let's start with a question then, right? What detection and response content do you have insight into? Let's say you do have insight into some of that. What do you have insight into? Do you have any of these tools, or do you have several of them? Do you have all of your content, right, all of your rules inside of one platform to search? Or do you look at your email appliance, your antivirus, your endpoint detection, your response platform, right, and so on to get a clear picture of your scope of detection? My point here is, without seeing all of your content, you can't answer questions like this, right? How can you confidently find detection content in your environment? So let me pose the next question. How would you identify detection for a specific persistence technique, right? Specifically in this example, scheduled tests. Obviously, you're going to need rules, right? You need to access to searching or reviewing your rule content. But assuming you can search that content, right, what are you searching for, right? Would you search based on the rule name, right? Would you specifically search for a keyword? Would you search for logic based on keywords, right? What about other content like descriptions? What about other types of scheduled tasks like cron jobs, right? And even if you did have a perfect search that could scope scheduled tasks properly, right? Is all the detection in one place to be searched? Now, let me ask a follow-up, right? Let's assume that you could, right, find all your detection or scheduled task detection, okay? The next step then is to find out if they perform well. So if you can find all your scheduled task detection, can you answer how often those rules result in a true positive outcome, right? What that means is they're detecting what they should be detecting. And this is where we need more information, right? We can't just rely on the rule content now. We also need outcomes for those rules. So if we have both rules and their outcomes, so in this example, case outcomes, we can then join those together to give us a better understanding of how they perform. So if we have rules and outcomes, can we answer more questions that'll give us more insight into our rule efficacy? For example, which rules have not had alerts in the last 6 months? Never had alerts, right? How many rules have never had malicious outcomes? How many resulted in an increase in case work time? How many resulted in like an increase in personnel requirements or tooling, right? And so on. Asking questions like these are critical to understand how effective your detection strategy actually is. So as you can imagine, I'm here today because we had a difficulty answering questions like these, right? At a high level, the flow of detection creation kind of went like this. First, we had our tasking from threat intelligence, right? They would observe a threat, pass it over to detection for rule creation. At that time, right, we had to ask ourselves the questions we just went over. Do we already have the rules, right? Are those rules performant? And to do that, we would have to search multiple platforms to see if we had endpoint detection, network detection, email, and so on, right? And as you can imagine, with each new piece of intelligence that comes in, we have to ask the same questions over and over again, search multiple tools every time. And it'd be quite difficult to not just see if we have coverage, but also if that detection was even good. So different analysts would search different platforms in different ways, resulting in the issue that we could not confidently, quickly, or consistently scope answers to our question, right? Do we have coverage and is it even good? So let's bring my problem up a level and show exactly what having to manage and search multiple tools results in. We ended up with a reduced and inconsistent content awareness, right? So I searched for I searched for Windows scheduled tasks, right, in 2 tools. You searched for cron jobs in another, right? We'd ended up with different answers on coverage. Secondly, we didn't really have a way to understand how all the platforms were performing, right? How did rules from one tool compare to rules from another? And because we had reduced searchability and reduced insights, they kind of just deployed rules, right? We hoped they were good and then we forgot about them, right? Rules from a year ago didn't really matter. We had a little bit of insight into them, but not much. We just hoped they worked. Maybe they did. I didn't know. I couldn't see it, but I wanted to. So by now you could probably understand like why we should care about any of this, right? Because if we can get a good understanding of what detection is deployed in our environment, and then we understand the outcomes to alerts from that detection, then and only then can we truly understand how we can improve our rule set to fix the bad rules and enhance the good ones. So just to revisit the problem, in order to improve rules, right, we need to know what content we have, and we need to confidently be able to search it. And that's not just the problem, but it's also the solution, right? We need a way to get that content awareness. So what did we do? We needed a way to collect, aggregate, and analyze on rules, response, and other data that would give us that awareness, right? So first we needed to define what rule sources we deployed and which we wanted to collect. right? Now, these are just examples, not necessarily indicative of what we did and do collect, but we didn't just collect rules from our sim, right? We wanted to collect rules that may be actively deployed in our sim in monitoring mode, but deployed, or even prospective rules that we may want to know that we have potential to deploy, but haven't quite yet, right? And collecting rules is fine, but consider my questions from earlier, right? The more types of data you can aggregate, the more insight you can get about performance, right? So we wanted to bring in response data to gauge alerts and outcomes, right? We also brought in additional response data like a ticketing system that shows us which detection is in the pipeline or detection that was requested, right, to be fixed by responders. But we also knew that there was additional data we could use to better understand our entire data set, right? So for example, tests for rules was a candidate for collection because it allowed us to understand which rules were failing and which rules didn't even have tests at all, right? And in the same vein, why not just bring in Active Directory, right? That gives us another layer in understanding rule outcomes, okay? So for example, if all false positives are occurring in one segment of our users base, do we have a policy failure that needs to be addressed for those users or those systems? And all these systems, once aggregated, right, they tell a much clearer story of not just how rules are performing, but how the entire security system is performing. So we did that, right? We aggregated all this data, which led to the creation of DetectHub. This is the platform that allows us to search, analyze, visualize, and ultimately improve our detection using the data we just talked about. So let's list off some functionality for this tool. The first is data aggregation. Why we're here, right? The most important part of the tool. DetectHub is the collector and an aggregator. It's a passive tool that regularly checks in our SIM, our case management platform, and so on, and collects any new data like rules and outcomes that just came in, right? Stores their metadata in its own database. And this is where we're able to map data together, okay? So rules to alerts, alerts to cases, and so on. Secondly, because DetectHub stored all this data, it's storing it over time. So we can see how a rule's performing today compared to last month. Is it improving? Has it stopped alerting? And so on. Third, while DetectHub does have a UI, and I'll show that in a moment, it's also hooked up to Elasticsearch and Kibana. So if you're familiar with that, it can be a very quick and user-friendly way to generate visualizations to better understand our performance here. This is going to go a long way to, it's our previous point, right, about judging performance over time. And then the last highlight here is that by collecting all this data, we're able to create standards or recommendations, right, for our rules, and then identify rules that don't meet those standards. So this is going to range from simple stuff like rule description length to test coverage, right? And we'll go over that in a few minutes as well. So I'm not going to necessarily do a walkthrough of the UI and such, right? But I did want to give you a quick look at what some of the data looks like from our testing environment. This is our current rules search page, which allows users to search and filter rules based on things like name and logic and description, data sources, tags that DetectHub's applied or users have applied, and so on. And then here's some test data for those standards I mentioned, right? We'll go into this in a minute, but this allows us to see which rules are complying to expectations that we've defined internally. And then, like I mentioned, we do have this data being sent into Elasticsearch and Kibana, which gives us immediate ability to use its powerful search engine, as well as give us the ability to easily visualize on trends and coverage. All right, so how can integrating detection, response, and other security data into a platform like DetectHub lead to better rule efficacy? After all, that is the title of our talk today, right? It's about insights. So let's take another look at the 4 groups I defined at the beginning. So accuracy, documentation, efficiency, and coverage. By having our multiple data sets in a single platform like DetectHub, we're able to start to understand how our rules map to these concepts. And we do that by characterizing our content based on relationships and performance. So essentially, we can map rules to a set of standards that help show us where the rules might be lacking. So in this example, we have a generic rule name for a remote access tool. Okay, now take note of the green and red boxes. Each box represents a standard that we'd like the rule to comply to, as well as the potential impact that helps us rank the rules if they do or do not comply to that standard. So you see here, I'm showing a standard called user subscribed. That essentially just means that when this rule fires, one or several analysts or engineers, right, they're subscribed to the rule. So when it does fire, they are personally alerted, they're emailed or Slack messaged, right, to this rules alert. Now, let's take a look at those groups again. Okay, so here's a couple of the standards we have. For accuracy, some of the standards are if there are alerts for that rule, right, are any of the alerts true positives? Okay, if we don't have alerts for that rule, or at least one alert has resulted in a malicious case, that standard is marked as passed, right? However, say this rule has like 15 alerts in its lifetime and all are false positives, that standard's not going to pass. Let's take a look at descriptive standards, right? This one's a little probably easier to digest. So we have a standard for description length, right? If a rule's description is too short, right, it probably doesn't provide enough context for incident responders. Therefore, it's just going to fail the standard. And then these standards also apply to rule efficiency to ensure rules aren't negatively impacting the security pipeline. And then they apply to coverage, right, to ensure they're validated and scoped and tested and tagged. So by applying these standards and more against each rule, we can then filter based on which rules need the most attention, right, to get them to a baseline that we want them to be at. All right, so standards, they help define if a rule meets baseline expectations, but we also have more generic tags that help describe a rule's performance and its current state. So let's just take a look at an example of tags in the UI. The first tag we have here is an accuracy tag. The specific one is a low malicious rate. This tag's applied when the rule has alerts, but those alerts resulted in a malicious case outcome only 1 to 10% of the time. The second tag is documentation. The tag we have here is called rule review. That's implying that the rule has not yet been reviewed by any team members. That's not necessarily a negative tag, right? But the more eyes on a rule, the better the documentation and context probably will be. The third we have relates to efficiency. So this one, it's called case heavy consecutive days. The implication there is that we've had at least 5 days in a row where this rule fired, right? This might imply the rule might be a little too noisy or annoying to responders. And then the final set of tags, right, we have our validation tags from our testing engine that shows successful or unsuccessful tags that apply to this rule. You can see here, we do have a successful test for this rule. Again, with a view like this, right, we're going to be able to filter and easily observe these characteristics to find rules that might need some tuning. All right, let's take another look at another example. So the rule we have here looks for occurrences of a SOC goalish variant that redirects site visitors to download and install fake browser updates, resulting in a host compromise. So the detection rule we have on the left here, it's using a tool called Strelka, which is a static file analysis platform developed and open sourced by Target. And it allows for all traffic traversing the network to be scanned by thousands of YAR rules that match on the signature for this threat. And you can see at the bottom a version of the YAR rule. So let's first take a look at accuracy for this rule. Accuracy can be seen by joining the rules together with the case outcomes, right? So the goal of accuracy here is to find the balance between alert volume, case outcome, and rule severity. So the tag on the left we see applied is high malicious rate. So that's going to be defined by rules that have at least 3 cases, and the outcomes for the rules have a malicious outcome greater than 50% of the time. So if our goal is to find a positive balance between volume, outcome, and severity, this rule might be performing well based on the applied tag, right? Now we should always look to make all our rules better, right? Or expand their scope, but this one likely will not be the first one we review. It seems to be doing okay. I put a little asterisk here by good, because while the performance is good of this rule, right, having that many malicious outcomes, probably not something you want. And then let's take a look at an example for documentation, which again, the goal of documentation is to provide sufficient context so responders are spending their time trying to categorize and scope and contain a case rather than having to learn what the actual intent of the rule is. So for this rule, we have a tag of high case closure, right? That translates to a rule with at least 3 cases with an average closure time greater than 3 hours. So if we take a look at the table on the right down here, this is a subset of cases for the rule. We see the second column is analysis time, right? Analysis time is spent time performing analysis prior to containment. If you can see in that subset, the analysis is mostly consistent under 3 hours, but there are 2 long-running cases. This is going to let us dig in deeper and review if this was an issue with documentation, training, or maybe they're just outliers, right? But by joining cases with rules and then tagging rules with the tag like this, right, we can easily identify the ones we need to review. All right, so DetectHub is a platform that collects and aggregates and tags and helps visualize multiple related data sources. But how exactly does it work, right? So let's take a minute to quickly run through the key technologies that make up this tool. So DetectHub can be defined by 5 components. It's backend processor, collector, an Elasticsearch cluster, a Postgres database, and then the front end that we just took a look at, right? The first, our backend processor, it's written in Python, and this is just where the logic lives for tagging, standards, and API calls and such. This is fed into our, it's fed by, our data collector, right? That's also written in Python. And that just runs on a schedule to go out to different data sources to collect our rules, alerts, case outcomes, and so on. And then it passes all that data to the backend for processing. All of that data then goes from our backend to a SQL database where it's stored, and this is where it's mapped together. And then we have an auxiliary Elasticsearch, Logstash, and Kibana cluster that just passively consumes data from the Postgres database. That's for the purpose of user searching visualization. No data is actually stored there, right? It's stored in SQL. It's kind of just mirrored there. And then finally, we have the UI that you just saw. It's written in Vue.js, and that just hits the backend API directly. So that about sums up the tech stack. Again, the main goal of DetectHub is to collect, store, and visualize data, right? So what we need is a backend and a data processor, a way to collect that data, a place for that data to go, and then a way for users to see it. So we know that a detection aggregation platform allows us to characterize our content, but what other benefits do we get by using a system like this? We already know that we can identify which content needs to be reviewed, right? But let's say we store the MITRE ATT&CK framework in here, right? We can then map rules, right, to that framework, and then see things like total rules tied to a technique, which rules use that technique, and so on. It's also going to be a boon for engineers, right, in that they no longer must search multiple data sources to find all the content they have, right? It also allows teams like Threat Intel to more easily gain an understanding of what detection coverage we actually have. And then speaking of threat intelligence, right, a detection aggregation platform, it joins rules and cases together, sure, but you can also add in, if you have access to the actual threat intel sourcing, it's going to allow teams to identify the value of certain intelligence sources. As we already covered, tagging and standards allows us to identify content efficacy, right, based on things like alert outcomes. We can then use these outcomes to identify which response playbooks or processes need improving. And then generally, just by bringing in data like cases and alerts, right, we can use the tools that come with it, like Kibana, right, to just help visualize case activity metrics. There's a lot of words here, okay? But you can sum all these up with one word, and that's insight, right? The more data you bring in, the more data that can be related to each other, the more insight you get into how to improve your security posture. So we built a platform. We started collecting data. And we started reviewing that data. And with all that, what did we find and what did we fix? I'm not going to give you specifics here, but just a couple takeaways we found and fixed were that we reviewed dormant rules, right? So rules are created every day. And over time, you start to accumulate hundreds and then thousands of rules. And by just reviewing these older rules rather than simply deploying and forgetting about them, you can ensure that those old rules stay up to date, or you can archive them, right? Save processing and response time. It also allowed us to improve inefficient rules, right? Those tags and standards go a long way to help inform us about our content and then turn off rules that ultimately aren't worth it. And then speaking of standards, right, really does help normalize all of our rules, right? When you have multiple engineers creating content each day, right, there's going to be some discrepancies between them. Rules should have sufficient descriptions, references, and so on. We were able to expand detection coverage overall. So let's go back to that example earlier about scheduled tasks, right? We covered at the beginning. By searching and filtering on all our data sources, we're able to improve our scheduled task detection in a Linux space, right? Whereas beforehand, most detection was primarily focused on Windows. We were able to see which rules were lacking in documentation department to increase context for analysts. And then finally, allowed us to partner with teams better, right? So by linking data used by one team with data used by another, all teams are now able to see how their work affects each other, right? The most obvious example is going to be, now that we know that we have poorly performing rules, right? They might not just affect systems, right? They're going to affect analysts as well. If those poorly performing rules just keep firing and firing without awareness to the detection engineer, the analysts aren't going to respond favorably to or even confidently to those rules. They might not trust your rules in the future. So Detecta, it was originally built to increase visibility into our content and improve our rules, but actually had a wider effect than I managed by bringing in other teams and improving some communication. That's just a thought exercise, right, to end this section. I just want to ask a couple other questions that we can answer with a tool like this. So you can use Detecta and join rules and cases together to find the root cause of something like, why did my true positive rate fall last year, right? And which data source may need more review? You can use it to better understand your threat intelligence sourcing, right? So by joining rules with threat intel, like I mentioned a minute ago, you can find feeds that resulted in the most detection, or maybe even the most detection relevant to your industry. You can also ingest or tag automations, right? See if there were any positive or negative trends in your outcomes based on when that automation was implemented or even modified. And then you can also answer defense and depth questions, right? So if we had a malicious case, what areas of detection can be looked at to ensure that next time, maybe we can alert earlier in the kill chain, maybe earlier in the timeline, right? Or just maybe even just increase the amount of helpful alerts that help drive disposition for a case. Because the more data, right, you have, the more questions you can ask. And then the more questions you can ask, the more answers and improvements you can then make. So Detecta allows us to solve the problem of content awareness, which then in effect allows us to enhance our rule efficacy. As our final section, right, I just wanted to run through a few examples of additions made to Detecta that give us more visual insight into rule coverage and efficacy. So a minute ago, I said that given the MITRE ATT&CK framework, you can ingest data into a tool like Detecta and join it with content like rules and then cases, right, to get an understanding of what techniques you may or may not have coverage in. If you're familiar with SOC Prime, you might recognize the visual format of the MITRE ATT&CK framework here. I borrowed it as I thought it did a pretty good job of visualizing coverage. You can see the tactics on the left, right, with potential rule counts and technique counts, followed by the tactics techniques in the middle, right, and then that has potential rule counts as well. And then on the right, you see the technique and sub-techniques with more metadata, like the rules and the cases, associated platforms, data sources, and so on. And then at the top right, we also have like a predefined date picker, right? The intent here is to show what techniques have increased or decreased in rule count over a time period. And then staying with MITRE ATT&CK, we also baked in the MITRE ATT&CK Navigator, which could highlight techniques we have coverage for. So again, at the top, note the predefined time picker. The intent here is to allow users to flip between the tabs to see the difference between the dates, right? So what techniques and sub-techniques have grown in coverage in the last 7 days, 30 days, etc. And then we also brought in external rule sets like Sigma, which allows us to search not just our rules, right? But then other rule sets to see what potential detection already exists, right? We can pour it in, we can deploy internally. And then finally, using Kibana, right, we can get insights into multiple data sources linked together. So take a look at this donut chart, right? It's going to show rules on the outer ring. And then if that rule has a test or not, a validation test in the middle ring. And then finally, the attached threat actor, right? Blurted out, but it's the attached threat actor in the center ring. So with this visual, we're mapping 3 data sources. So it's rules to intel to tests. And correlation here doesn't just have to be 1-to-1. Okay, so with all we went through today, it is a detection aggregation platform right for you. It's not exactly the easiest to implement, right? There's a couple prerequisites that you need to consider before attempting to build one. And I want to start off by saying, sorry, it's not open source. DetectHub's not open sourced. I'm open for messages on how you can implement a system like this, but in its current form, I didn't build it abstract enough to open source what I've shown today. But before you try to build one yourself, you got to ask yourself, like, do you have the can you dedicate the engineering resources to build something like this out, right? Do you have access to the data even that you need to correlate? So rules and cases, alerts, and so on. Do you have the ability to scale? Not too much, right? But correlating a couple thousand rules internally and then bringing in tens of thousands of external rules, it's going to be a little unsustainable without proper scaling. You're going to need customer interest, right? Nobody has time to focus on insights and are busy just doing their work. And I get it, right? This might not be worth building. And then finally, it needs to be priority, right? Much like anything else, if it's not a priority, it's not going to succeed. But if you do want to proceed after acknowledging, right, what you need to start with, you're going to get started by identifying what your scope would be, right? Is your scope going to be seeing all your rules, right? Is it joining with alerts? How wide do you want the scope to be? Then you need to identify the data sources, right? You need to start collecting. Following that, you're going to need to see how those data sources map together, right? Do alerts map to rules? Do they map to their names? Do they map to their IDs? Is your intel linked to your rules at all? You'll need to figure that out. And then you'll need to figure out who's actually going to access the tool, right? A wider scope is going to be maybe require a more sensitive scope. And then, sorry for the worst advice ever to wrap this up, but then you got to start building, right? It's going to take time, but you can iterate with one data source and just move on from there. So everything I've said today and everything we've built is in the effort of making better rules. Don't be discouraged if you don't have time or resources to build something like this, right? Better rules does not require a tool. Building better rules can be done simply by working closer with each other, right? So when a rule is being built, just work with the response team to discuss potential issues that may come up when it alerts, right? And when a rule is about to be published, right, work with the same response team to build out expected processes and playbooks. You know what the rule is, they might not. When a rule is about to be deployed, work with the engineering teams if you have access to them to ensure that the rules won't impact systems, right? Not all rules are built the same. And then when a rule is being created or reviewed, work with teams like threat intelligence to make sure that your scope is broad enough to cover all your use cases, right? But you don't want it too narrow because then you create frustration for the response teams. You don't, and you probably shouldn't just deploy your rules, right? You should work with whoever may be impacted to build out those rules, right? That alone, right? You don't need a tool. That alone might be enough to create more effective content. The point here, right, is that tools like DetectHub are great at providing insights and they might help you find needles, but they don't mean anything without working with each other, right? So good luck with whatever you plan on doing here, and good luck with improving your rules. And with that, any questions?
All right. Thank you, Paul. That was super cool. Really, really love the way you broke down all that stuff. I can tell that there's been a ton of thinking that went into like every aspect of this, and it really, really nice. Had me thinking just all sorts of things. So great presentation on that. Questions largely wrapped up into some things you kind of covered right at the end there, which no, it's not open source, and yes, it was built in house. But there were a lot of questions around like how long did it take to build, and just kind of like level of effort. Like, was this something that you had a separate development team for? Did the SOC make it? That kind of thing. Could you speak a little more on that?
Great question. Yeah, I just want to highlight what I mentioned like a slide or two back, which is you can start small. So we didn't have a UI, right? We just had Elasticsearch. And all we did with our collector was just collected rules from our SIM, threw it in Elasticsearch, right? That alone might give you enough power to search rule logic is this or that, right? If you're familiar with Kibana and Elasticsearch, it gives you a lot of power right off the bat. So that's what we started with, and we had that for about a year. And then you think, what else can we bring in, right? Like cases. Then maybe you need a relational database, right? You can't quite do that with Elasticsearch. So we did not have a development team that built this. It was primarily just a couple people over time that were interested in doing that. And if you start really small, it shouldn't take too long, right? And obviously, don't be afraid if you're not a developer. Some of this stuff is already out there, and some people are out there, right? You can even ask me, right? Just hit me up and I can help you get started. But yeah, not open source. Sorry.
Other question. Well, in any of the steps during the process, is the red team validating that the rule alerts on the activity that it is seeking to cover?
Great question. That's a separate process. And I mentioned tests, right? So we do have a testing pipeline internally, and DetectHub itself does not do any of those tests, right? It kind of just consumes tests from that testing product. That's what does the validation. That's where the confidence is. I don't want to get into that, right? That's a whole other bucket of worms I don't want to be kind of accountable for. I'm just consuming it and saying, did it have tests? Did it pass, etc. It's like a one-stop shop, so you can view one in one spot.
Gotcha. I did have one question of my own too. Just looking at the interface, I love how you laid out like red, green. Is it passing all of our ideals for what we had, what you had in there? What I was thinking at that point was there any particular way that you decided on what items go in that list? Like, did you just sit back and think like, oh, what makes a good enough rule for us or an ideal rule for us? Because it seems like a lot of that success would depend on what you put in that list.
Yeah. So again, like that's a great question, because like I want to go back to iterating, right? Like if someone's responding to a rule and their description for the rule is a sentence or two, right? You can clearly see in like the case notes or talking to the incident responders, they're like, oh, I had to go to the blog post. I had to read what you're building. I had to read what the intent of this PowerShell rule was. So right there, we're like, all right, well, that's an issue, the context. So therefore we built like steps. Like, does the rule description have at least 30 words or 50 words or 60? Like, we don't want to be too prescriptive. We just want to make sure that there's like a container around pieces that say you should at least try to get to this level of standard.
Final thing. I was thinking, so let's say you buy a tool and it's got 1,000 rules out of the box. Is this something you're doing with all of the rules, or is this like your very specific, like high priority use cases that you have defined in very like, in detail kind of ways? Or are you putting this on like every snort, alert, like everything that's possibly out there?
It's the complexity raises when you try to join multiple rule bases together, right? But the original scope was just our rules, our internal rules. But it'd be really nice to get those YAR rules and snort rules in there. So we started to do that, right? You add another table, you add another mapping, and then you increase the complexity of our database. But it allows you to say, I'm going to type in PowerShell. It's going to give me the Sigma rules that are out there. It's going to give me our internal rules, going to give us anything like any other rules we have. So yes, we're doing that. But I caution anyone to start there. Don't overcomplicate it if you're interested in doing this.
Yeah, awesome. All right, very cool. Gene, anything from you?
No, I love the crawl, walk, run. Don't it's such a tendency for all of us to be like, that is so cool, and go after the the higher complexity. We think that we're going to ring the bell faster, do something really unique, and very often there's so much dependency in building the foundation correctly.
Totally. Yeah. Just please start small. Like you will get a lot really quickly just by putting your rules in one bucket that you could search and visualize on.
Yeah. Awesome. All right. Great stuff. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate it. All right. So we've reached the end of the day here, and we only have a couple other requests for those of you that are still on with us here. The eval is the number one thing. We had some amazing talks today, and we would love to hear kind of what your favorite topics were and speakers and all that kind of stuff. So we can continue to, tweak the knobs and make the summit as best as we can every year for you. So please click on that. Just take a few seconds to fill that out, and we would greatly appreciate that. Gene, overall thoughts on the day?
I thought today was great. We covered so many interesting topics. Scott talking about satellites, Steph talking about Qbot, and then of course Eric. He always, Eric's always a crowd pleaser. He comes in and Slack blew up first thing this morning. Everybody's heads exploded. It's been a great day.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the kind of breadth of topics that we covered. But it, as always with every summit, right? We start to see every year there's this theme of what's coming up, or at least mentioned a little bit, and everything, right? And AI, of course, was that thing this year, right? It's coming on strong from all directions. So we saw that, and we saw a lot of detection engineering mentioned, some open source intel, a whole lot of technical detection content, which is every year, right? It just depends on what's the hot thing that year, but. Really excited about some of the content that was there today.
And then tomorrow we're going to have even more. Carson's coming back tomorrow. We have another supersized panel talking about how to grab some tiny gains and producing big improvements out of that. And then also Chris Crowley as well. So it's not going to stop. It's just going to be 2 full days of super topics.
Yeah, fantastic. And we got some OSINT stuff coming tomorrow, and one of my favorite words that I've seen in a talk named blurple teaming. That's one of those things, once you read it, you can't not think about it once you see the word later on. I remember going
I see Barney joining and creating a little team. It's like blurple teaming coming around.
The summit has a way of doing that to me. I remember going to a DFIR summit years ago. No, it was a threat hunting an IR summit. But anyway, Rob Lee kept saying the word thrunting, and that word never left my mind. So sorry to everyone that now has that infected in their brain as well. But now blurple teaming is going to be the new one, right?
It's going to take bleach to get that out.
Yep. So all sorts of good stuff. So I hope you all can join us tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining us today. Full schedule of fun things to have tomorrow. So
we will see you 9 o'clock Central. Right?
Yep, 9 o'clock Central Time again, and Gene will be taking us through. So have a wonderful evening, morning, afternoon, everyone, and we will see you all tomorrow.
Thanks, everyone. See you in the morning.